As we are once again alive upon the internet. As I incidentally almost forgot to set YouTube to public, but caught it on the last second there. That's why we always check. And yeah, let's make sure that I did everything right there. I should change the title maybe, because we have the same title, but it's fine. We're still spreading some sheets. Yeah, speaking of which, does this go over here? Yes, it does. And this thing open somewhere, yeah. We need to go and finish filling this in and look at everything in there. And I have to actually record the video this evening, turns out, because tomorrow morning I have a thing to do. So it's going to be a busy evening. We're going to likely go till late, but let's just get started. As I couldn't jump on earlier either. Just kind of shitty, but we have plenty of time. Right? Question mark. Let's start. Let me just first make sure this actually stuck, because sometimes it doesn't. That did go public. So what we have so far is all of this. So we need the brand set, a little bit of an extra look at. We need the 3 exotics. Oh, actually, yeah, the weapon talent. Immobilize. This is what happens when... That's not how you spell immobilized, is it? You know what, let me just copy it from here. Already made a description file anyway, so we can just... But yeah, I'm lost without spell checker, especially on like a word like immobilize. Don't ask me how to spell that. I will have no idea. And hey there, Rob, and hey there, Deb. And yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. Thanks for asking. And I hope everybody's enjoying their Sunday so far. Still got a little bit busy today, but in the end, actually, I'm getting to jump on pretty early, so... But it's gonna get busy here as well, as yeah, we have a lot of stuff to do. Well, actually, it's not too bad. Actually, we're looking at this because we basically just need the gear sets with Pesty. Because this also doesn't need to be as in-depth as I've even done it here, because we're gonna give everything an in-depth look in the final version. Because I may have already even gone, I would say, overboard with this. Because they were looking at like already way too much with the... Might actually cut that down even for this video and then use some of these parts for actually the in-depth look, just to keep it manageable. The one thing I still would want is, yeah, up against other exotics. And yeah, Bacon, Bittersweet Symphony. We'll shoot the Sheriff, and then we'll immobilize. Let's start actually with these exotics, because they'll be quick. And also, actually, once I have the exotics, because what's the order of things? I already made a kind of like description file. Mostly as well to kind of adhere to the structure I usually do these in. So yeah, it's Spanish Nose, Modifier, the 3 exotics, brand set, gear set, weapon talent, and then miscellaneous shit. So let's get these exotics in. Where do we go? Yeah. Let's go over to this character. And then let me catch up here for a second.
Safe area detected.
Well, hope you're still enjoying it though then. With and also, yeah, gonna get some chores done today, but worth it in the end. That's why I'm still kind of sweaty, as just kind of was just had to go up and down the stairs a dozen times just to put some stuff away. So I'm doing some cleaning out. So look, so then so-called continuous on the new meta. Use it to 2 pieces of yellow set. Is your rails? I mean, mine are going to end up with a lot of, well, equalizer is going to go wherever obliterate seller is and stuff. It's obvious that, you know, there is some power there, but also actually for the brands that we need to do the ninja bike thing. Oh, audio broke. No, what? Why does Windows, yeah, need a second to load? What? Let's fix that. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's kind of resetting it. The audio doesn't work, so that's why I'm being silent. Just you wouldn't hear me otherwise anyway. But yeah, hopefully that's the one audio break that we keep getting kind of like a few minutes after loading up the game. So weird. Yeah. So I hate, wait, just to remind myself, I'm just gonna put ninja there. Actually, I will include it into the exotics. But the thing is, like, that new brand set is, especially, you know, the obliterate chest is going to be the go-to for a lot of things. I don't do it often, but I'm gonna, yeah. I've already, like, I might change my mind, but the tag on this, I usually have it like, you know, like PTS, and then, you know, year 7 season 3, and then in-depth look, and then for this one I'm thinking of, yeah, going companion modifier exclamation point and the new meta question mark, because yeah, clickbait a little. This isn't the then I start talking. Yeah. So for the time being, I've been doing that a lot as well. Although the thing is, it's kind of annoying because you lose out on some other things, like callouts of like the boss has spawned or stuff like that. You know, extra wave spawning in bounties. But yeah, you can set the dialogue volume to 0 for the time being. That shuts everybody up, including Isaac and Manny, which, as much as we think that's a good thing, you also lose out on some callouts like that, like, you know, or, you know, rogue agents detected and stuff like that. But piece of the brand sets. Wait. Oh, brand. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the obliterates, like the piece of that is really good if you're going AR. Honestly, the only thing that competes with it in like here sticking 2-piece in is exotics. Because yeah, if you were running like Cheska Grupo, yeah, the second piece is gonna, you know, the first piece is gonna beat an obliterate Cheska, because of course it is. And then the second piece, you know, beats Grupo by a lot. But then the only thing that kind of competes is exotics, and that'll be, but not Coyote. Coyote is actually behind. So, actually, wait, no, am I saying that right? Because we already had that one. Well, in the right range is just barely ahead. But then, yeah, the Coyote can be in the wrong range where you lose a bunch more. So a Quill plus Salvo, especially. Was it just called again? Equalizer, right? Taking to conjugate equil, kind of like equite, kind of. Yeah, but maybe that doesn't make much sense actually. Maybe we should go with equalizer. So equal. I can't say it. I can't just take that without the I after it. I can't say it like that's hard. Oh, whereas. And well, thank you very much, dear mother, for the kind words. And yeah, it's going pretty well. We were getting to jump on pretty early, so I'm happy with that. Although I was hoping to do an afternoon and an evening in the end, but that didn't come to pass. You know what? Let's just take that. Let's actually get this character doesn't have the items yet. Let's get that real quick. And also if I have
I appreciate the trade.
so if I get a equalizer, yeah, I'll take the beacon. The froth unlocked down here as well. So salvo, but I need a different equalizer. It's kind of annoying. Oh, that was the. I need another sheriff anyway as well. Let's actually go back here. Okay. I need a human. Oh, I should get it in the color. The view. Yeah, they just need to like. Honestly, any like call outs like first of all, honestly, thing is they're using the same voice actor as they should have picked a different voice actor so it's a distinct voice. And it shouldn't be in your ear. It should be just, ambient lines in the world. Because one of the annoyances is that it's kind of like radio chatter, right? It's like in your head, which is just annoying. Because also, actually, if it's a call out that is kind of placed in the world, that also helps with like figuring out where the hell your ally is. Because honestly, half of the time, I don't. Those were usable. Oh yeah, let's actually keep that inventory until we get something usable here. So I need a detox sheriff and I need a usable equalizer. Yeah, what? Oh, the Lexington got granted. That's interesting. No, shit. I don't want that. So that's a usable equalizer. I just need... Because I think I have one of the rifles detox in my stash, but I just need a sheriff now. With detox. There we go. Yeah, let's clear out the rest. Just so we have some space. So that stays. That stays.
Thank you,
The
Agent.
rest goes. Also, every time it gave me a Lexington here extra. This can go. Actually, we should do equalizer plus salvo. Like that. And yeah, she'll be our test bed for all of the for these exotics. Do you have a chance, Mad? Yoink some from there. Yeah, I suppose from the blue affair. Yeah. Let's figure out how much this is, and then also kind of like if you're getting this on top of your stats. The thing is, though, that from a damage perspective, this isn't that much, but we still kind of want. I still want to kind of look at it. Thanks for the kind words there, Dave. I know, doing pretty good. And I hope everybody's indeed enjoying their Sunday so far and getting to play around. Why is this thing so? We'll just use our teeth for some extra damage. And I have some caffeine here, I have some snacks here. I even have something to eat if I get hungry later on, because we're likely going to go till late. So, next season, let's see. Yeah, smell the quicker this season. Oh yeah, the modifier was the big deal there. Yesterday, it was very obvious going into some retaliations and stuff. That how much weaker we are this season, basically. But yeah, there wasn't that much damage on this. Actually, what was it called again? Command link. Actually, I don't have this one yet, do I? I'm just still calling it modifier. Yeah. Let's have that in the description file there. But yeah, there isn't that much damage in here for us, but we basically get effectively, the way to kind of see this guy is a 6-tier drone with a little bit more damage and some buffs, and he's stronger than a 6-tier drone. But also about as, cat-like as a 6-tier drone. You don't per se give him commands. I feel it's more suggestion link. Although, yeah, I did finally read up on the patch notes. So actually in the patch notes, it states, yesterday I had a bunch of issues with the engineer one. Like, it didn't feel at all like it was doing what I was meaning it for it to do. Turns out that's in the known issues. So the engineer one specifically gets called out in the patch notes because I hadn't read the patch notes at all yet. So yeah, that checks out. But then that explains why I was having such a bad time with it. He looks at it. Let me use the heal sets in Chris. I'll just leave the command in that one solo if they can. Oh yeah, if you're not into healing, yeah. This, in the same way, like if it's a skill exotics or something and you don't like using skills, yeah, it's not gonna be for you. I do like the rifle though. It's an interesting gameplay thing, and for that, it's actually pretty interesting and cool. Actually, let's just grab that as well. But yeah, it's a healer item. So yeah, if you're somebody who already doesn't want to heal, this is not gonna want to make you heal in some way. But healing people through shooting people is actually, yeah, definitely a classic in a lot of video games. Later on, yeah, so in the patch notes as well, it's listed that this should be 200% of your repair skills. Seems like a lot. We should try that out in the range later on if we, or well, even in live play. Because especially if we're running something like actually a full healer or something. Just using it for the bonus armor there. I think as though that, yeah, you would want utility through other means. What is it showing? Oh, okay. These are from there. So myself. Yeah, the bounties have remained. The thing is, the loot is deactivated for the hounds, but it's still actually going to be useful. For instance, here I'm going to use it for testing because it's enemies that won't shoot back much, except Harrison. But I can kill Harrison real quick and then basically just leave some of the easier ones, and we can use them for the testing with the companion here, because you can't use the companion in basically safe spaces and shared spaces, so it's not active, so you can't use it at the range. So I can't just go to the range with him and do some testing, so it's actually useful for that. And we have to see actually when Christmas activates, maybe, although, well, they're not per se related. I was going to say maybe like when the Hoarder gets activated, maybe their loot pool gets activated again, but that would be a weird thing. Well, but I'm never going to hang on to them just for, if nothing else, kind of like nostalgia's sake, and just, hey, here's a weird thing. kind of way. And I did this. And hey there, Shaitan. How can you play PTS? The PTS is on PC. You also, so they still haven't fixed it for Steam users, right? So you need to also you need to own the game through UbiConnect, basically. I think Epic and Steam users still can't PTS, but yeah, it's only on PC. It's only for, if you own the game through UbiConnect, and you basically get an extra install that you can install, and then you can go into the PTS. But yeah, it's also only PC through UbiConnect. Is it going to be Tinker or Coyotes? The gear set? You mean more the brand set? The gear set is not that great, but maybe they can still do something about that. The brand set is going to be the general usage one. We're actually going to look later on like, 2 pieces of this versus some of the exotics. I can already tell you that likely no. Like, from a just pure damage perspective, if we're going killer plus measured, and we have, because we can still use, the big part of it is the equalizer, especially if you're running obliterate. The big part is that one. So if we have that one in, and then, Tinkerer. But then, yeah, we should also look at Chest Striker and, that. But likely the Chest Striker and stuff I'm going to leave till in-depth look, like an actual in-depth look once it's final version. Now we're going to stick to basically Obliterate Striker, and just to like not have a 50-minute section just on this brand set, because really easily could. We very easily could. And the open world. And there's Nicholas. Is excited. Well, you'll have to wait anyway. But yeah, it's just it's basically 2 weeks and a bit away, right? So if everything goes right here, they have extended sometimes in the past. More recently, they haven't. And I think also. So one of the things I realized now is, so for instance, for this one, they're doing basically 13 weeks or 12 weeks. 10, 11, 13 weeks, right? So they're doing shorter than the 16 weeks that these are supposed to be seasons, basically, right? 4 months. I wonder if they're trying to get back to year 8 kind of starting. Although, well, that wouldn't line up still, but year 8 would be closer to May, at least, than year 7. But maybe then by the end of year 8, maybe, you know, by doing the seasons a little bit shorter, they can kind of get it back to where it's going to start on May. Or March eventually, I mean. Because March is the anniversary date, kind of usually. Let's see. Yeah, you're welcome. Keep in mind, there's actually a trick as well if you really want to go onto the PTS, because otherwise it's a full game download. One of the things you can do is if you make a copy of the wherever you've installed the Division 2, the normal version, just make a copy of those files. That takes a little bit, but that's less usually than downloading all the new files, and then install the PTS into that. And then the PTS doesn't take like all of the files. It just downloads what the differences are, basically making it usually a lot shorter of a download. Oh, but yeah, don't install it into your main one, because then you can't play the normal one. But make a copy of it first and install into that folder. Yeah. Let's look at this chest first of all. But first, let's get these stats in here. Let's actually go with a Lexi. I should have kept one of those extra ones. I realize actually the one from this character is a flatline one. Let's see actually how we set this up. Oh, 55-105. So we're already at yesterday. 61-93 was kind of the go-to, especially if we had killer. So let's get one more crit chance in here. Yeah, so that'll be our base. Oh, yeah, we can actually take it from the other one. I'm going to just for quickness sake. So we're going to take equal plus salvo from here. I need to watch out just for... Actually, we're going to have that killer one here, actually, here as well. So that'll just solve that. Because this is on this one now, right? Yeah. Oh, actually, okay, damn. Well, we'll need this one here as well. That's not what I'm working on. This is the one I'm working on. We'll need that one there as well anyway. So it works. Wait, what happened? Why did that... and here, just this one, right? Yes. I guess so. 0, 21, 90. Oh, let's get the Lexi. Let's actually already put that there as well. Can't even take this. So this will be bacon. Bacon plus salvo. Honestly, that's all we need. I don't know. We need to actually see how much it adds to teammates. I'll be on top. And 80 million. Much lower RPM, ARs full itself, and equalizer triggers and fall armor. Feels really good. How much does Mark 16 or something reach to? Actually, yeah. Fall with this is almost 900. It's not. Thing is though that yeah the well, especially the ACR Mark 16 are also kind of just bad on their burst. The fall is competitive. And this helps it a little bit along the way. But yeah, you still, the benefit still stands on because, yeah, the Lexington is now also 1088. So it does make him a little bit more manageable though, yeah. Should try it out with the fall and then maybe even there. Maybe with the Ninja one, we should include the fall versus Lexi kind of. Anti-Drash. Indeed, tree streaking all across the sky. Now that's some spread cheating. I'll try spread cheating. That's a good trick. Oh yeah. Why, hello there. General spreadsheet. Brain no longer working. Actually, let's do it like the other one. Which is actually dangerous because we're just getting started. My brain, I kind of need it. Stay in there, brain. You're my only hope. All the Star Wars references. Again, not where we're supposed to be, but actually, yeah, that can stay there because we need it there as well. So this is this. Oh, this is still this because I keep forgetting actually that. Yeah, Salvo will get you 13% just with itself because you get the brand bonus as well. It's equal that. Doesn't. So basically just that, right? This needs to be that away. Then 0.2190. When allies within 10 meters of you, so 20 crit damage. Thing is, though, it's kind of harder to quantify 10 skill efficiency and 1% armor regen. But we'll just here look at damage. Which isn't really the best way to look at this thing, but we can quantify that here and then talk about the other things in other ways. So we should have the same as well with the. So this is ally, and this is skill. And here we just get 10. And 02190. Oh yeah, it of course loses the extra. Yeah. But then basically what we need for this is also then we take this and then ally. Basically, yeah, how much do we add to our teammates? Just from a pure damage perspective. Okay. And yeah, we need oh wait, this is of course this. Also, yeah, technically let's do this just to be correct there as well. Okay. Over Wally. Yeah, actually that would be interesting there to have, I feel. Just comparing this from a damage perspective to Overwatch, which requires other things, but also actually is easier overall, I would say, maybe. Oh, and Ada Stellar. Thank you so much for the raid there. Sorry, I was kind of into the spreadsheets. Although actually, doesn't seem to have been too long. But yeah, I do have a habit of just getting lost in here and not paying too much attention. But yeah, thanks again for the raid there, and as always, very much appreciated. And hope you had a great stream, and hope you had some fun. Were you also messing around on the PTS, or just or just messing with the real game? And either Mike, I actually missed that earlier. Oh, runners, it's fine. Yeah. Well, it's not gonna, because yeah, the second you put it into a triple tick pesty build, you're going to a double tick. Right? Like you're giving up one of the ticks for that. This good. Okay. Yeah, the Discords are well worth lingering in. Honestly, a lot of my early learning how stuff works in Division and just a bunch of answers is me just lurking, and especially the official Discord and in the Reddit Discord, and just lurking, and just questions come up and people give answers, and you just catch strays basically. And there's also a bunch of people that really don't know what they're talking about, but it's very obvious usually. So I would recommend just keeping I still have that of just keeping notes on people. You can just in Discord keep notes that only you see, and then just can be handy to just remember like who kind of seems sensible and who seems like an abject, abhorrent idiot. Totally don't have that in my notes on some people in exactly that wording. Yeah. And hey to Danny. And he did play a team. And yeah, he just turned me as well. So show the triple dick. Well, actually, no. It's the foul. Is the is usually the go-to, because that's one of the takes. Is the foul. But yeah. So I mean, kind of like I had in my video as well. Like yeah, Overdogs is kind of overperforming to a degree that it kind of shuts down stuff like the Blacklisters. But honestly, Blacklister isn't too bad. It's definitely usable, but you really have to kind of want to play its game style. And yeah, that's... Which is, the thing is, it's basically balanced. It's actually a balanced item, but it's in a world where there's a bunch of unbalanced things that it needs to compete with. And it has like a downside that is an actual downside instead of, just costing the slot. What are your thoughts on the new knees? You mean chest or holster? So, trying to remember, were there new knees? Or do you mean just the brand set holster? I'm guessing maybe more. Dang it. No. It's far worse than that one. No. I jest. But I usually did keep notes of like, hey, this person kind of knows what they're kind of talking about. So, because yeah, it's at all public forums, right? It's some people know what they're talking about, some people don't, and when jumping in new, it's kind of hard to tell, right? But over time, it becomes if you pay attention, I feel it becomes obvious pretty soon. And mostly I say that because I saw some dinguses indeed chattering away in there a few days ago, which was just like, The ignorance on display was amazing, but especially in the combination of it is 14 nowadays, right? Yeah. For Ferocious Calm. Although normal is 12 still, right? Maybe we just do 12 even. I feel the beacon should at least beat Overwatch or match up to Overwatch. Because this is also already like a build that is pretty low on the crit. So this is going to get worse the more crit we kind of have. But nowadays, this is going to be our crit anyway. Although actually, well, when we get to that, yeah. When Killer activates. And that's just normal Ferocious. Or that's normal Overwatch. Normal Ferocious. I mean, yeah. The thing is, the Overdogs is overall, just in general use, just too big of a buff to ignore. I don't even know. Like, this is 1,000. No, it doesn't. I mean, in a very obvious sense, it's 20 versus 30. But yeah, with Blacklisters, you have a little bit of control over it. But it's just the downsides are too much. But that's also, yeah, basically the conclusion of that video. What was my conclusion with the video? Well, this is next meta indeed. Yeah. Is this all I need for Beacon? I kind of feel this is all I need for Beacon. Thing is though that Overwatch also gives also basically has total skill damage. So at least that part of that skill efficiency is also in there. But yeah, that 1% armor regen is really where this is going to stand. The annoying thing is, like, I don't think I'm going to get a good feeling for this until it's fully released. We need to run this with randoms and stuff and try to stay in range with them. If I run this with, like, I'll try later on running it. I'm going to actually save this loadout. I'll try later on running it with... let's make sure it's actually 20 crit damage. Well, we can check that 10 with just the skill. I know some
Come check this out.
some recognizable names there. As we see back over there. We see back there. But yeah, did we ever figure out what's... Because you mean the holster mic? I don't know if that got lost, but yeah. Cause... Oh wait, do you mean Blacklister? Oh, sorry, I'm like not thinking about that. Like I'm PTS only in my head. No, Blacklister, I've already have a video out on it. If you mean that. Sorry, I totally forgot. That's also, of course, new, kind of. But yeah, Blacklisters is, kind of as the video concluded, it's kind of in a world of overdogs and like tinkerers. It's too much of an ask. But yeah, I'm so into the PTS, I already forgot that we had normal stuff coming to the game as well. So that's this, but then so we just check against this. I just deploy a skill. Not sure what's the icon for it. Okay. Yeah, revive high works. Killer inactive, that'll be easier. This will be that plus that. DTH. Should just replace all of these with DTH. Okay. So 320 to a 6. Maybe I set this to invulnerable. It was interesting to see that they did add an extra exotic. I was on the record as well. I'm just like, I don't think they're gonna add an exotic as an extra thing. I was honestly just expecting some cosmetics and stuff, and I would have been fine with that too. Okay, so 283, 260. Grading. Uh, 283, 260, yeah. 575, 017, 575, 016. So close enough. I know that's the 5%. I'll trust that the rest of it kind of lines up. Everything's derived from each other anyway, so. And also we built the build. But yeah, that just to double check as well that it's actually working. Not unimportant, because at least, well, the crit damage part is working. Wait, do we even still get 1% regen? 0.5% regen, right? Half of a percent is 200 seconds till full. That looks about right. Thing is, though, I mean, you can have this as an extra percent on top of other things, right? Because this is basically Bellstone plus. The thing is, if this was not a chest, because this is competing with chest talents. I mean, if it wasn't the chest, the talent would be too powerful. But honestly, if you just had just this one and it was skill or ally, then maybe with 1% regen. Well, actually, yeah, that's not that much. Oh, you could even have that, honestly. Because this 10-meter ally thing is gonna be a thing. But honestly, if you drop this to 15 crit damage, 1% armor regen, and kept the skill efficiency as is, this could be like a knee pad or something. Giving up that chest talent is too big of an ask for this. Because though it's a, if looking at it personally, the thing is though that, yeah, in a group setting, it kind of makes sense, but also in a group setting, you could just have Overwatch. So then for group setting, it needs to be stronger, right? Like this needs to be. I would just add 5% to like the crit damage and 5% to the skill efficiency at least or something. Or you make the radius wider with the same thing. Thing is that 10 meter is really short. Like knowing general play, having kind of looked at a lot of gameplay of groups and stuff, you know, it's like 10 meters is not always achievable. Although wait, how did we need to check this out in a group in a bit. Because both you and allies receive, but the allies are going to be in that same range, right? It's not like if I'm within 10 meters of this, the entire group gets it, right? We need to test that, actually. Well, we'll test that in a bit. Later on, we're going to jump into a few retaliations and stuff, and we'll try to get a group together for that, and we'll test some of that stuff out. But now, yeah, I still need to fill out a bunch of these. Let's do that first. Apparently there's Sinden. Yeah, in the end it went a little long. I feel I could have condensed that down a little bit better, but it's kind of under some times constraints actually when making that thing, so I hope it doesn't show too much. To me, it definitely did. To me, it definitely was like, I feel I could have done a few segments over and shortened them, but I just didn't have the time. Because I basically recorded that thing and like on my way to work, it was rendering. And then I got to work and just after getting some stuff done, I uploaded it and then quickly made a thumbnail and got it going. Especially, well, you're more than welcome, Stormy. And yeah, I mean, I enjoy as well. Like for myself, I want to know all of these things. That's usually how I let myself go through these. Is just like, you know, we fill it in, and then new questions usually pop up. Of like, it's basically how it's been going with the brand. That's why it has so many, so many multi-calculators now. That 1, 2, 3, Four, and yeah, it's going to be a fifth one even attached to it because yeah, it just keeps popping up questions of, oh, what about over here? Oh, what about over there? I say Alex Sullivan. Yeah, that one at least. Actually, that's the next one we're likely going to look at, right? Now, Bittersweet is next, but at least, well, doing the calculations off of, but that infinite range on it is pretty interesting. At least it's a more competitive weapon than the that SMG that I totally remember the name of. Slingshot. Slingshot was the name. It's at least a little bit more competitive than that. The interesting thing of it is also it has a higher base by itself. We need to actually check its base against M870s. Not sure actually how far they were apart on the base, but we'll see in a bit. And honestly, just from a general usage case, I could see it being pretty good even for just its damage. We're gonna put it up against the brazen shotgun and a pummel shotgun and stuff of a Super 90 and just see. The big downside though is also, especially now with exotics or with Tinkerer, brazen plus pummel on shotguns feels really good. Because brazen has so much damage that it's more than basically one talent's worth by itself. And pretty consistent as well. And then pummel has the free reload, which is like the painful part of shotguns mostly. It's be hard to keep up, yeah. Positioning. Yeah, although, well, you can kind of incentivize people to kind of, smart cover and stuff. Incentivize people to get close. But yeah, in the same way that we, don't end up using smart cover that much, it's just fights move a little bit too fast for just sitting around. But I'm curious if just one ally, because the wording on this is not, I mean, that's always the case, right? Like the wording is always because, yeah, both you and allies receive, but here just, both you, like, if you wanted to have it that way, basically it will be both you and allies within 10 meters receive this whenever an ally is within 10 meters of you. I'm going to guess it's just a 10-meter range to all allies as well. But if it's just one ally that we have to keep in range, we can just hug someone, and then if everybody else still gets it. Thing is, though, that Overwatch exists, and Overwatch is just, does most of the work there as well. And is actually bigger. And this isn't even the Ferocious Calm. This is just normal Overwatch. Yeah, glad you like it, Stormy. Berkeley Sniper. Thing is, though, its accuracy is still not. It's good, but yeah, you still need like a Warhound size target to really hit like at 60 meters or something. But I could see it being really good actually against the Marauders. Because outside of rifles, nothing has like similar range. And the Marauders actually like quite often end up even beyond the 60 meters of rifles. The PDS said, yeah, that is actually annoying. I was actually very confused why it didn't, but then yeah, in the patch notes says it is placeholder. Speaking of, let's go to, because here it just still looks at it as a Super 90. You have to actually check for just on the base amounts, because yeah, the thing is also it's 0 crit on it, basically. So that will eat into the damage that it's added there. I'll be curious actually how it kind of lands up. Let's look at the rifle. Where do we go for the rifle actually though? Sacrifice salvo. Because yeah, we could go to Umbra. We'll just go high end actually. High end overdogs. Yeah, let's just go high end. We'll just go high end overdogs. Cheska Mask as well. That'll help with. Oh yeah, shit! I don't have an extra pair of overdogs. Just stick an Exodus in there for a second. It's also, yeah, the rifle doesn't have any. Let's also already take a classic M1A to take up against it. Well, actually, we should see if we even go for that. Because if I take that, that's 61. We could take a crit damage there. Wait, how much are we now? 56. Can't do anything about the weapon because the weapon is an exotic. So maybe we stick to 56. And then on this other one, we'll take 1 crit chance, 1 crit damage. Yeah, that's how we'll say this, set that up. Because I want to compare it to an talented M1A and then we go from there. Let's already do this 30 30 25 M1A. Go over here. I'm blind. Where's M1A? Oh. Oh no, that's M1A CB. Where is it? Oh, it's classic M1A, of course. I'm scanning for the word M. Let's take those two. We take a Mark 17. Yeah, but maybe we take a 60 QB as well. I don't actually remember how much of a difference between those there even was anymore. It's been a while. Oh, I have 2 instances of this open. Okay. Sticky B. Oh. 120. $180. Show that like this. Oh, the reload on this will be. We need that. Actually, we'll take the in-game one. 36. Choose the same for that. Yeah. Choosing the base, but that's fine. Should have actually taken these already as well. 263. So 5.45. Okay. So this is HE slash Vigi. Oh, glass Vigi. Bittersweet. CM1A. K17. And yeah. 6 CQB. Okay. So we're gonna actually prep this part. Oh. Take killer as a talent there. Start filling in. So actually maybe make that overdux thing again. So we can just have this. Times that. So we can, well, all of them have it, so it's not just so we can turn it off for a second in the checking, actually more so. So yeah, this is gonna have 100 plus 100. Oh, I don't have my specialization.
Evacuation drills will be conducted once per week. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency exits.
But is there enough for them? Wish it would cool off.
Let's take sharpshooter. Let's actually save this for a second as well. Okay, so I have 40, so 140. Could stick 2 Zvia pieces in here, of course, but I'm just gonna take the lazy way here for a sec. We need a crit anyway, or a large part as well. So giving up that Cheska would also be a pretty hefty ask. So 183 and 118 headshots, 10 detox. Oh yeah, yeah, we have. Like, why is it 108? But we have 13 from Providence, of course. It's going to be the same for all of these. So this is 60. 6193. This is all going to be 108s. So yeah, this is actually, both of these are going to be 60. This is going to also be 193, and this is going to be 203. Because it'll have one mod more. Let's make sure of that. $6203, yes. Okay, so that's all in there now. I know we need to have a function for that. Plus 70 times. Is there we go. Yeah. And this kind of aligns with what we already have for this. But yeah, there's always a thing like this is just a few percent ahead of the Mark 17, but the Mark 17, oh yeah, I was gonna say has a much better sustain, but then there it doesn't. But this is also then, this is 15, right? Yeah. 15, this is 40, 30, and this is 40. There we go. And also much better handling overall, and less reloads. Okay. Your oh yeah, pre-talent, this thing, because it has 10% headshot, so that kind of makes up for a little bit of it. Let's make sure we line up here, actually. Let me catch up on chat for a second, so I'm kind of very much in my own world. I'm gonna match for mana conservation, that's what it's called. Shouldn't be. Or do you remember some people still complaining about Australia or like, you know, Asia servers having bad matchmaking? I don't know, is that still going? I don't know if anybody kind of in the nighttime there. I'm not sure if there's any people from there. Actually, well, it's in the morning now. It's late night, I think so. Submissions, I'm going to invade missions again. Yes. I mean, I'm going to guess somebody already answered that. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. As Ash said there, you can just toggle them back. Thing is, though, that, yeah, it's only the missions that are, you know, invaded this week. You can't do just any mission. It needs to, it needs to be part of the invasion. Oh, I mean, 70, no, it's a Super 90. If it was actually, I mean, 70 would be like a little bit OP because, you know, Headhunter. But Because it basically, yeah, it has a higher base. It has, you know, Lexington / Harvest style, a higher base. That would be a little bit too good. Like Lewis Super 90, yes. Using Ringo, since this would almost. And do 25 meters max. Yeah. Especially if you need all pellets to kind of land on target. Because I think a lot of people are will kind of have the wrong impression of like 100% accuracy means it's, you know, 100% accurate. No, that's not. That's not how that works. Basically, halves the accuracy circle of a Super 90 at 100%. So it is definitely a lot tighter, but yeah, so let's check our numbers here. So without overdogs, because I have non-equipped. And yeah, we don't have anything to charge up or anything, so 1064, 65, 4. Then oh no, we're off by some. Oh yeah, no, great. Then we're still off. Oh, we have 18 DTAC. There we go. 1064, 65, 4, 1064, 65, 4. 30, 12, 97, 11, or 97, 1. 30, 12, 97, 1. So actually check headshots because we have different values for headshots here. So let's do our due diligence. 23, 20, 946. 23, 20, 946. 42, 69, 26, 4. 42, 69, 26, 3.7. Yeah, that's close enough. Yeah. Let's just in case as well check the Mark 17. Uh, 671202, 671202, or well, 01.7, close enough. Well, I'll round out to 2. 20, 33, 74, 1. 20, 33, 74, 1. Nice. Let's do headshots as well. 30, 96, 099. Yeah, and the crit will be fine because we already checked that with the other one. So I mean, yeah, that's basically it with the thing, right? On the damage end of things, we're just comparing to other rifles. And yeah, it's not going to compare favorably with damage talent up, but it doesn't need to, right? It has its own thing that it does. One thing I wouldn't mind is trying out. Wait, let's consider this. Wanna. So what do we set this one to 100? We keep that one at 20. Okay. That might be a decent thing to look at, kind of, yeah. Because even with this, so while the bittersweet has that bonus, yeah, it kind of, you know. Let's make sure we have that in there. Yeah. So for that 8 seconds, it is actually doing a lot of damage. We're comparing it to like landing 1 in 5. Honestly, for rifles isn't isn't too far off the mark. What do we want to take this to 0? No, let's get this at 20, and then let's actually. Yeah, let's actually make this a separate comparison. Oh, I want them swapped. Yeah, let's do that real quick. That's fine, actually, that way. Then this is this divided by itself. With this part locked. Let's make it second set. Right. That is just for 8 seconds. Like killer by itself is super easy to activate in 10 seconds by itself. So, oh yeah, let me catch up here. Indeed, if that thing was the M870, like that would be the go-to hunting thing. I think no, you couldn't put it next to an Regulus, but like alongside of a Harvest, it would be the de facto headhunter shotgun. Do we need anything else to tell the story of the bitter? Well, I mean, well, we can at least spreadsheet wise, but yeah, we need to kind of explain all of the things around it. But from a damage perspective, I feel this is it. Let's just to spoil everybody's fun. Same build, but Lexington. Just to kind of explain. Well, we don't much go with rifles in the end. 58. Oh, we just got 58 for a quick and dirty comparison. Yeah, so and that's even without like putting in the new brand sets. Lexington 130. Actually, yeah, let's put the grading back. So 88, 18, 0, 21, and 58, 189. Don't even have this in there yet. Well, in this one case, like, because we have the foxes actually there. So actually, if like this wasn't here, but yeah, this would be here. It's kind of the thing. Yeah, 3% behind. Actually, it's not as much. I expected that to be quite a bit better. Sustain will still be off because this is... So expecting the Lexington to be a lot more ahead. Let's check its numbers for a second. Yeah, so just body shots. D42. Oh, that's with overdogs there. And grade. 259. Where's the discrepancy? Oh, I don't have the... I don't have the 15 weapon damage from the specialization. So I should go get that. But also that kind of checks out there. It's likely that missing 18k that we had there. Yeah. D59880, yeah. 571. 97, 97, 48. 97, 97, 48. Yeah. That is odd. I mean, yeah, the thing is like strikers and stuff. That makes all the difference there. Actually, on the high end, these two are closer to each other than I thought they were. Thing is actually for instance here with this, or actually with, well, no, with the rifles we need the extra crit, at least for the exotic. But with the other one we can go to 5 rate of fire, which in here would be way more. Then maybe we do actually go with that. Which am I on? Alright, so still 58. We shift up or do we shift down? Oh yeah, we can shift up to 60 exactly, but it's not worth it. This is just as a just minor comparison thing. The question is then also why wouldn't we just take this for the rifle end of things? Let's just leave it like that. It's just a comparison. It's just another point for reference. It's all over the sheets. Well, I mean, everybody does, right? Once in a while, especially, you know, reaching puberty, sometimes you just go over all of the sheets. Yeah, let's just leave it as this. Yeah, so that's bittersweet symphony called life. And yeah, that's more than enough to kind of tell the story. And then yeah, let's shoot the sheriff. But we do not have an item called the deputy. What do I even put this on? Because on this fury actually doesn't make that much sense. Actually, because yeah, the whole premise of this thing is like you can actually shoot a lot further than shotguns generally can. Well, we still take Hunter's Fury and just that'll be our basis. Because we're gonna go with the OD shotgun, but the OD shotgun especially needs to consider Tinkerer. Yeah. Now let's just stick it in on this Fury shotgun. And then we see what we do with it later. Oh yeah. Super 90. Oh yeah, we need to actually even. Although, well, we have the metrics for these. But we need to also actually add them into here and stuff. That might be handy. There's only these two, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's maybe do that in a bit. Super 90. I mean, first things first, we need to back calculates this thing's base. How do we do that? We take 3 blue cores. Okay. 55 plus 45, yeah. So now we can just divide by 2. You know what, let's actually let's just do that now. At least for this thing. Doesn't matter where I do it, not particularly. So sheriff. Oh, it's the other way, right? It's 1R double F. So 160. Max size of 8. Reload of 423. Oh, it can't have the... Ew. That kind of sucks. It can't have the minus 20 reload. Weapons. Shotguns. It is Super 90. 465. 423. I'm gonna guess, yeah, 465 is likely. Is 463 divided by 1.1. 423, yeah. Optimal of 100. We can take this over here. It doesn't break, right? No, that works. Now just the base. Uh, then 52.82.4 is this number divided by 2. Why does it change the formatting when I do values only? Guys. Wait. What are you formatted to? That one. Wait, what? Why are shotguns not formatted in the same way as everything else? Because yeah, I've been formatting them more recently with specifically this. Yeah. Okay. Guess we forgot about shotguns. Truly the Dr. Dre of the... Oh, because all of them have zeros. But then, yeah, nah, we still do it like that. Consistency is key. Just for my own sanity. Oh, yeah, so that's the sheriff. Is that 35%? Is this number divided by this number 34.99999? Yeah. Oh, well, not that many nines actually, but close enough. So that is 35% on the base. Yeah, let's just quickly do this. So wait, although we should name this, put this year 7, season 3. Yeah. Column I. So it's the new dub sustain. It's gonna beep all of the other ones. Insert one row above. Insert one row above. And insert one row above. So IH. Nah, it's kind of deceiving to put them up against stuff where. Although, well, the thing is with this shotgun, this is the first shotgun that's just a damage shotgun. Like this is the chatterbox of, or the chameleon of. Well, not even like that, but just because all of the other shotguns don't really have in like just the damage thing. It was actually surprising to kind of realize of just like, oh yeah, we didn't really have just a shotgun that just is damage oriented in the exotics. But now we do. Ooh, yeah, actually, so we need it like this. Yeah. By B. And then yeah, we have to kind of prep the talent ones in the DPS tables as well and stuff. Because also, yeah, the builds underlying them will change. So I'm gonna rejig these actually. We're gonna change them a little bit so that I can just put in a build up here and it just pulls all the stats from there. It's gonna be kind of annoying. But then at least for future changes, we can always a little bit more easily alter it. I realize actually I would need to also have RPM in there. Because also, yeah, it becomes a thing of like, how do we deal with then? Because sometimes for things like streamline and such, we alter the build itself. Honestly, yeah, we can just do minus crit plus chance for for most of those anyway. Or in most cases, actually just they'll suck implementing that. That means just going. I mean, it's going to become going weapon by weapon anyway, but otherwise it would be that anyway. We need to do that anyway if the underlying build changes. It's also, I didn't do the pistol still the whole season. Although, well, we did add Tempest to this, but yeah, this is the old build actually. But the thing is, from a percentage perspective, it works out still, man. Definitely for next year. Although actually, so this one, because this one doesn't take a unit alloys. There is no place for it, right? Actually, yeah, we should check. No, well, yeah, no, it has a Cheska chest nowadays, right? So we should see if unit alloys beats it there, but that's a pretty simple calculation. Oh, yeah, so is that the sheriff? Yeah, that's the sheriff in here. You know what, while we're at this, let's just get the bittersweet in here as well. That one's easier anyway. Because we already know its metrics. It's basically just so bittersweet. It is the same base as the classic M1A. Let's make sure. Although its truncated number was the same, right? So yeah, I mean, it's going to be within 100 otherwise. So it's going to be the same. Classic M1A. 180, just the bigger mag, same reload. 36, 236. Same optimal, yeah, 60. Let's already do this. Oh, yeah, let's sort all this. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, maybe 75, yeah, again. Year 7, Season 3. We take that as the name. Because they're always subject to change. So that one's sorted. This one isn't. H. Actually, this one's already sorted. Incidentally, it fell down like that. So is this one. Okay. Because just bittersweet is second place in all of this. And I do Minky, indeed. We're spreading all the sheets. We are basically like an infestation, spreading the sheets all over the place. Yeah, so actually, yeah, so that's good. We at least have it. Got these two items in here. There is only two that need to go in here, right? To think of recent items. I mean, no, well, we have covered everything, right? Yeah, so that's all fine there. Slight detour because we were starting with the sheriff, but that works out as well because now we can just use what we just made to get that number into there. So this is HF sheriff. This will be HF super 90 nomads. Yeah, the loss of that reload mod, it needs to just have some reload mod there. Or they should just add a mod to it. But honestly, that accuracy they could just do with the mod as well. But just what's the next size? 8. So it's base reload here. 465. I think I want to do as well actually in these base charts is actually I want to have the reload speeds underneath this. So that we're just doing the calculation underneath here. That way don't always have to go to the other gear thing. But still we can just have the calculation in here and then just, you know, just the base number and then divided by 1.1 for if we have the watch. Now for these shotgun things, we can have it divided by 1.3 for having the magazine slot reload as well. I copy that. Yeah, so that's that and 160. So this is 1. This one is divided by 1.3. Ah. Is divided by. Oh no, actually, so that one isn't. That one's by 1.1. So where's the Super 90 here? Oh, actually, that shotgun is an MA70, the named one. Huh. That'll be super good for headhunting, actually. The lockdown named shotgun. Totally, like, hadn't even looked at that thing yet. Wait, didn't I have a, like, clue for this character? What is this gear? What is this saved as? Oh, it's saved with 2 SASGs. Let's take a like glue. Let's actually save this loadout as this. I'll help later on as well. And actually for shotguns like this, we're not gonna take unit alloys, for instance. Because yeah, I'm not gonna be able to shoot. I'll actually unit alloys with ACS, but yeah, that's not this anyway, so. Checking the mods, yeah. Mods wise, that checks out, and then 358, yeah. So, Brazen 6. Brazen 8. Pummel. Or do that and then Pummel plus reloads. Anything else? Killer? Yeah. So that stays the same. This goes here and everywhere else. Get these blue cores off. Keep any blue cores. Doesn't per se matter for most of these talents except Pummel. 48, 58. So this does have a long rail, right? We're gonna take 2 crit damage mods for both. Although, do I really have a way of getting more crit chance then? Because it is where we can go. Oh, the mod slots. Let's go with that. It's actually shaving in. Okay, so 6106. It's actually not in balance, but we'll just go with that. Because he'll likely even 54, whatever there else is going to work out to be better. But yeah, this way at least we can kind of keep it the same for all of these. Oh, we have Intimidate. That's fine though. I'm just gonna steal an implementation from somewhere else. Oh, where did we have? Tempest still have implementation, right? Somewhere. Well, actually, yeah, now that I see this, it's not that hard. One thing we would want though is this to be because yeah, intimidate is a self-multiplicative, so we need to deal with it like that. It's basically 9 stacks of 1.04. Right, yeah. What was 100 killer actually? It was for a second there. Wait, is that not 100 killer in my head? But no, that's just a normal one. Oh, yeah, so 65. 10. 12. Zeros. Anything forgotten? Actually, yeah, we should totally have Brazen 4 as well. Because actually, I forgot, yeah, we have like glue available. So I should change this to that. Almost reload killer, yeah. And then we have still like a slot available if we need something else. Oh, yeah, so we need also, yeah, the 20 HF proximity buff. Some factory work. So honestly, this ends up being faster than just copy pasting. Shotgun 65. Oh. Oh. Mm. And the zeros aren't percent needed, but and then yeah, we just have to get the talents in there, and then also yeah. So this is actually the shotgun has 20 crit damage more, isn't it? Yeah. So this is this, and then from here it's 126. So that's Nomad. That's mostly there just so we can see that is a 35% increase. No, the other way around. Actually, let's get this over here so we have the formatting. Okay. Now we just need to implement all of those. Reload wise, all of them are this. We just need that there as well. Let me actually get up here. Kind of in my own world. Do you think the new? I don't think this shotgun is a thing that requires any that much of attention. I feel the gear set and the gear set could use a little bit up. The brand set, well, especially the equalizer could maybe lose to not be as good as it is. But I don't think this shotgun has. This isn't OP. I need a DAG. So that share is a configurable blueprint, but that would be obtainable. I think maybe they've learned a lesson. Because yeah, if it's a climax item again, you know, we'll need the blueprint. I think they like kind of didn't think it through last time's true. And a theory. Dragon sniper. Thing is though, that's still even with 100% accuracy, this thing, right? Like, so this is a normal Super 90, right? That's a normal Super 90, but this isn't like still like there. You know, 4 pellets, 2 pellets. Wow, that was a kill, man. Even like you need it to be actually like you can't. It still doesn't, like 100% accuracy doesn't mean that it's that accurate. Thing is though that yeah, actually at Warhounds or Marauders, even at those ranges, you can put out some shots. The thing will also be for Headhunter, for instance, where you don't have the drop off, so you don't lose so much into your stacks and in the current shot. But yeah, it's still not a like. There is also a downside to it because winging. You just kind of aim general direction and you just land some pellets, right? If you on a quick aim. With this, actually, you don't have that, but then that's the thing, right? Like you have to actually aim. But yeah, the shotgun definitely is not like super OP in any real way. Mostly because talent, like, well, we'll see here in a second, actually, how it stacks up against, for instance, Brazen. Because it is just is 3.5 times 4 times 6 times 8. Oh, actually, maybe it was a little. Although, well, it still loses out to like Tinkerer by a little bit. Oh, actually, that's surprising. Although, looking at it now, not that much. Because a Brazen at max X is 28, actually. Hmm. But yeah, just the utility of some of the other stuff. But actually, from damage perspective, that's although it's always on, it shouldn't be maybe 35 then. But I would have expected it to be losing out by more here, but because it loses out, but still just barely. It does lose out on a lot on the sustain end because yeah. I think actually what it could stand to have is maybe if the weapon part of it was 30 and it would get a 20% mod for reload. Because then the reload would be the same, the sustain would be pushed up, but then you lose like a little bit here against Brazen. Would kind of put it in line with Brazen 6, which is already pretty powerful. And then you have the accuracy and everything on top. No mass mission. I don't think they'll make that mistake again. Because yeah, it was a very specific mistake that they made there. That wasn't like a something got turned on or something. That was just the Tempest had the same item ID as Tinkerer. I don't think we'll have we'll have that happen again. This one on help with the Sheriff Shotgun? No, not much. The thing is, as with all of these, like as with all of these kind of stats, the stability, accuracy, and stuff, the more of it you have, the less each that you add to it, kind of in the same additive sense of like weapon damage and stuff, you get diminishing returns effectively. Because if you're reducing it by 100%, that's a big, you're going from a, because the way that accuracy works is basically it takes the, that area and it just, with for instance 100%, it halves it. But adding another 10% on top of that, that doesn't actually make that much of a difference. Honestly, I think if you add 10% to here or some weapon handling to here, it basically gets lost in the static at that point. No, yeah, inversely. I would not add more accuracy or weapon handling to here. It's gonna give you barely anything in return. And indeed, well, 100% accuracy means just the accuracy stat is increased by 100%. The thing with shotguns, though, is like that bar is pretty low. This isn't rifles or stability on some of the ARs where you add stability on top and you get like a shit ton in return. This is basically taking that radius, which is based as where this stat number is based on, and it's adding 100% to that. And because of that, yeah, you don't get pinpoint accurate. This isn't the slug or Sage. But yeah, adding another 10% to this is kind of wasted in comparison to, the other things you could do to increase its damage a little bit more. Somebody's on my idea way. Yeah. I guess going forward, they're just going to make for everything and then see if it's needed or not. There's a healing with the people getting better. Oh, which one? So around the second one, you can play it felt impactful. It is another 10% accuracy. You'll notice it. Although, well, like by side, I don't think it's gonna make. That's kind of in the same effect of most of the other stats. You just have diminishing returns into it effectively. Because each percent that you add into it, it basically does less and less and less and less. Like it'll maybe make it a little bit tinier. I mean, we can also play around with it here because even adding in, for instance, here. Actually, do I have not on hand, but I can grab one. Because the thing would be, I would maybe go more for weapon handling if you're adding anything on top of here. I think it's also, well, that piece is 30% accuracy, like, yeah. Oh. But I think actually the reload on this is like the tedious part of it. Let's actually see. Gonna AB it. So that's about, you know what? Let's basically any stat that's already high, feeding more into it doesn't, like, makes it less and less and less. Like, that's 15 weapon handling there, which does make a difference, but not like majorly so. Thing to remember as well, like, still the spread will be within that cone. Although actually, well, if you're maybe going for really long range shots, but I also per se wouldn't in general anyway. Like, that's not how we end up playing most of the time anyway. Right? Like, we don't close the distance just because we don't have the weapons to do so. We close the distance because that also kind of helps in other ways of just being closer to the enemy, it being a larger target to be able to hit it. Because the difference between these two and the cost between these two is pretty immense. Because, yeah, can I can't do a capacity here, can I? No. But yeah, I can't crop here either. But yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, that's also a brand bonus plus a stat. Turn this one further ranges actually feel better. I mean, it's that radius indicates how far of a spread it will be. There's that also for those kind of longer ranges, you just also run into actually, you know, setting it up on target and stuff like that. It's probably worth messing around with, but, you know, in the same way of a lot of other things, giving up too much damage for that kind of stats, especially a stat that you already, like, this already has in spades. Not the way I'm leaning. So no doesn't feel like an AR, yes, but it also has now then lost a lot of damage. Because also, yeah, you can't have overdogs now. Those two pieces as well. Then you can't have like both Fox's Prayer and Sacrifice and 3 Langmos, even if you're going just high end. The thing to remember, yeah, you can make any weapon feel a lot better. I don't disagree with that. Thing is, does that cost really make a difference in, you know, does it really make a difference if I'm, because I wouldn't per se like engage at, although here we have no optimal range, right? So maybe we do engage at those kind of ranges, but yeah, let's actually finish these. I'm actually, yeah, this is kind of eye-opening how much of a, although actually it kind of makes sense actually now seeing it in number form. I don't know why I expected Brazen to be ahead by much more than this. But oh yeah, Pummel. 40, right? Yeah. Then this is that plus that. It's also like for a large part of things, shotguns will never just be like the main usage ones. That reload is always going to get in the way. I think actually, yeah, I would lean more towards this thing, even if, yeah, it could stand to lose like 5 damage and then have maybe a 25% reload mod or something. Oh, yeah, we need to put it up against the M870. Although, actually, well, we don't need to because we can just go. Although, well, the M870 also gets off 2 headshot mods. So we do. 526, a 703, okay. Although that is definitely kind of usable. Wait, where does it land up against? Like 526. Okay, so yeah, no, that's not gonna. Although if it has enough damage, but we'll leave that for the in-depth look later. So that's that. Killer. And I think I'm gonna already consider doing this. Or actually. Broke it somehow. Wait, where's it breaking? Oh. Oh, wait, which one did I take then? Broke the shit out of me. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So Yeah, let's have this over here. Versus Sheriff 30. So equals this number divided by this number. Let me just lock the second one. Oh, even this actually is. Because that's an 8 pummel and that's killer. Alright, that's killer. It's so way ahead of most of them. Because though it still needs an exotic slot, so you can't just have it. There's still a cost to it there. But actually, yeah, but if it had 30 weapon damage and then maybe actually some reload to go with it. Because also here, dropping 20% reload is like painful. Because we're basically dropping that mod that you would always put in shotguns for 20% reload. Like... that feels significantly worse of a reload. Yeah, let me catch up here as I'm kind of in my own world for a bit. So I'm going to Sheriff make the build better. The damage support versus Scorpion. I think Scorpion isn't used in there for damage purposes. It's the CC and the damage debuff that it has. Because yeah, if we wanted just damage, we already have like other talents that can do that. But yeah, Scorpion gets used more just because it's also like disorienting and you know, shocking and doing stuff like that. Already that's a new gear set. Quite a bit, yeah. At least, well, numbers wise, we've still need to do the pesty one for that one. So basically, yeah, let's take a gander at what we still need to do. So we have the gear set with Pestilence, the brand set with versus some of the exotics, and then with some of the exotics as well. So there's the 3 new exotics and the weapon talent. Okay, so we have 3 things left to really put together. Because yeah, I do want to actually, I do need to record it even this evening, so likely we'll go till late and record actually my thoughts on the PTS thing. Turns out tomorrow morning I have shit to do. So oh, that's essential. But thing is, it's not even that like from that, because there's definitely value to accuracy and stuff, but the thing is, how much the opportunity cost of it, right? Like how much do you give to how much you receive kind of deal. Because I would if you're going Eel's Grasp and thingy, you're reaching kind of the area where you could go braced at that point and have also the reload be better because of braced. Instead of those 2 pieces, you lose basically like 2%, 3% more, but you gain so much more weapon handling from that. Or just smart cover. Like smart cover with a few tiers and stuff that will cost you less. That's more the reasoning there. Because I'm not per se against like handling and stuff, especially with a bad reload like this. This the BDS? Yes. You can generally tell as well, usually if someone's in the PTS, they have, well, in that corner there, the PTS number and the name up on display. No, nothing in the PTS, and I didn't feel I was doing any more damage than the standard Meta Striker build. I'm missing something. I mean, not much. Yeah, no, it doesn't do more damage than one of the biggest damage dealers in the game. But also, well, it's not even coming close is one of the issues. The thing with it is the stacking is... I think actually what they should do with it is maybe... I was kind of thinking about what I'm going to say about it, and I think actually they should take it to 12 stacks. And then make it 30 seconds per stack lost. So you kind of keep the same time per loss, but you stack up so much faster. They can't really raise the cap on it because now you're feeding so much weapon damage in that it becomes the de facto thing to use for, like, if you need regular stuff or something. Or headhunting would become way too good with it. So the other option is just to reduce stacks. But yeah. But even then, at max stacks, it needs to do more than it does. But that's within the realm of reason to expect them to maybe look at it a little bit more. Yes. This is saved, yeah. So that's the Shatkin. How much is normal immobilize? I still haven't looked at. I'm gonna assume it's 20. Yeah. Assumption was correct. What do we take as our comparison point? I mean, I just take a striker, right? I mean, this makes, yeah. We'll just take this one just as a simple one. Let's remove that. So no. Let's get the same. This for it. Is 1.5. Yep. Plus Emo Immobilize. Immobilize. Okay. That's how you spell it. Oh, do we need to put a vector here then? Let's just do immobilize first. Let's also just double check that we have actually. Let's craft a few ARs, see if we can get the talent, and then go from there. Organization. It's in. Yep. There's a new auto setting build. Well, which one? The one I have here? No, this Fury is just this Fury. Striker is still the God King of damage. That's gonna stay the way. Meta next season, shotguns like this is one of the more powerful shotguns and such. Especially if it reaches game as is, but it's also like a striker with ACS and Tinkerer and Brazen plus Pummel is honestly still like the best shotgun build, most likely. Just best striker is striker. But yeah, it's at least is a good use for that. It'll also be useful actually maybe for actually running it as a secondary on striker and stuff wouldn't be too bad of the worst of ideas even. It'll be interesting to use at long range. Because yeah, optimal is actually an issue for a lot of people. Yeah, let's just craft a few. It needs me an AR with the new talent. Actually, I should check the talent slot. It might have a placeholder talent icon. I was just looking at over there, man. Although I don't think it does, right? Actually, it has an icon already. Oh, in there. I like the icon as well, actually. So let's go to actually, or we can just do this. I'll make this one just this. So to make sure that it's a separate multiplier and everything's working correct there. Because that's also important. Plenty of times. Because did we actually check everything? I mean, well, yeah. We've checked everything aligns. But also nothing else is... Because at the gear set as well, we've made sure it aligns. Because the brand set is whatever it is. The rifle doesn't really have a bonus. This is just a base increase, and that lines up. So just this thing, we need to make sure that it is separate multiplayer. The interesting with this one is, although I still... Well, so the shotgun is actually pretty... like this for... especially speedrun stuff. You know, 25% to ensnared enemies. Because if you're running, you know, legendaries and you... oh, this is a skin? I totally don't remember this skin at all existing. Huh. Because it's just for that shotgun. Would it be worth running the new shotgun striker setup? I mean, you can. Especially, yeah, for some long-range shots. Honestly, that shotgun is going to become kind of one of the better ways to take some long-range shots, actually. The 50 weapon on striker will help with that as well with the reload and even give it a little bit more thingy there. You would be giving up your option of exotic for that, but honestly, like... But yeah, you would, because actually, what is it? Stacking potential. let's just do it here. So is 160 times 8. Its stacking potential is 1200 RPM. I mean, so yeah. So for instance, the actually, you know what? We should have that here. Let's have that here. So we do. Stacking potential. Then this is super 90, and this is ACS. So is 160 times 8 is 300 times 8. Yeah, so basically double. That's still, you know, higher than ARs as long as you're landing all your pellets. Thing is, though, ACS, it's not just that it's that stacking potential, it's also that it's auto. You just hold the button down. Because actually firing this thing at RPM is going to be a thing. What's the best gun for Tinker? Depends on... Well, it's basically between the Super 90 and the SASGs. Overall, they are kind of the burst kings. The M870 can also even be kind of okay in general use, but then that's the Headhunter one, especially. ACSs can be pretty good as well. Have high burst, but you just eat too much ammo to use it for just regular use. But if you're using it for something specific or just for one fight or something, like, yeah, the Brazen plus Pummel or Brazen plus Killer kind of setups for ACS are really high burst. But it's not even that the sustain side of things is pretty low. It's also that you just run out of ammo pretty quickly. Because the ammo reserves for shotguns is pretty low. We'll look across the map with the like the Heiner. It is. Actually, those guys miss plenty as well. The thing with this though is, yeah, it's still not like 100% accuracy. Doesn't mean like it's like a sniper rifle or something. It still has a little bit of spread. Yeah, let's make sure this all works. Because we basically have the same. But then 20. Make sure this actually lines up. This foaming an enemy depends actually on how long the foam is. Let's like I want to see that first. Oh, I should kill it through it. Did these guys just not get foamed? Wait. The foam effect on me or something. Or... Oh, okay. That is a decent length foam. Actually, how much is it? Okay. Why does it sometimes not go into that state? Because now it's in the right state. One of the nice things about the range is also you can use it like this. It's like a 5-second one, but 5 seconds is a lot. But wait, why does it sometimes not... Oh, if I shoot a dead body, it tries to foam that. Huh, that's annoying. Yeah. No, it's not. Gave up on life. Was there something in the known issues for this? Yeah, if the last shot... Wait, ignited and stuff doesn't work like that. At least not currently. Let's have a look. Pyromini-ik. Also, it's interesting that it went for 4, even with the... Although wait, does a 4 go to 3 as... Or did the perfects go to 3 as well? Oh no, the perfects also go to 3. That's still, yeah, no. Yeah, I landed some shots on that guy there, and it still didn't. So why does this work differently then? So 1, 2, 3, 4. There, it's not working, or now it is working, but then let's see if we can get it to fail again. Need to, yeah, actually it said just keep shooting. That's the answer. Oh, now it seems to be just working normally. Maybe it was wigging out in some other way. Any case, let's actually check our numbers. But it's like a 5-second foam. That's plenty though. Um, 381, that already doesn't line up. What's happening? Oh yeah, great. Yeah, so 381, 786, 784, 736, 846, 736, 843, close enough. And now we need it with the foam. And full stacks. Oh, there it ate it again. On the dead body. And now it doesn't want to charge up anymore. Wait. Why are you so broken? It just doesn't want to count up. Here's to see if it still will foam at some point. It's just a visual thing. No, it's not just a visual thing. Actually, I can always foam. What am I trying to do with this? I can always foam them with just foam. What's the highest number here? Yeah, so 458. Yeah, 458, 410, 413, close enough. 884, 215, 884, 212. Close enough. Okay, so yeah, it is a separate multiplier that lines up. I think it's kind of dusty in here apparently. Yeah. Do we just put it up against Killer or something? Or no. Plus 70. Let's just put sadist here as well, even though it's the boring thing with these ones. It's just a separate multiplier. There is no. There's no like this. Yeah, 70 crit damage turns into 24 over there when Killer is active. But yeah, it's just 20%. Honestly, this is all we need for this, and then we'll do an in-depth look onto it right when, because it's pretty simple. Thing is though that yeah, the so it's on the attack vector. It's on attack vector, and it's on a M870. The M870 for headhunting alongside of, you know, like legendary headhunting and stuff will be super good for that alongside of a foam eclipse. Because it is just that 25% amp. Because there weren't good talents there. Like, yeah, you could try to get Brazen go in and then, like, kind of, you know, have that stored on it, or get, like, the heavy on the second shot and stuff like that. But here you have 25%. It'll be interesting to just run the attack vector, because that is a top-end weapon. Oh, actually running this for stuff like rogue fights and stuff will be interesting as well for like PFEs, because you just run a foam and a shield. Things I'm trying to, like, my brain is going like, this ensnare is actually way more important, but it's still like, than, like, for instance, yeah, sadist and like the ignited and stuff. But is it? Because like we also have thunder. Well, actually no, thunder doesn't apply on kill, does it? On kill can't. Yeah. But yeah, this will have a, both of these will have a place. Same for the normal town. Like actually, if we're running legendary and we're alongside of a foam eclipse, the downside though is like now when the foam goes to Narnia, it's even worse because now it's also the damage of the damage dealers. Like when a foam just goes through the floor and doesn't get anyone. Now you're at even worse of a disadvantage. The thing is, there's also like yeah, it's still smaller than Killer, for instance. At least the normal variant. So, yeah, let me catch up here. There's a chef on Discord. I mean, yeah, feel free to. I'll check it out later, though. I shall open up Discord. I haven't been in there the whole day. But I'll catch that one later. Not a lot of players in PTS, not find anyone. Because most people in the PTS are doing their own thing. Like, there's not going to be matchmaking going in PTS and stuff. People are out there testing. So, and the Vinky. Well, that was an ad. I'll make sure to
I've got the biggest
catch up on those in a minute. You know what? So yeah, what do we have left? Is this all I really need for this? Right? Yeah. I mean, it's basic. It's a 20% and it's a 30 or a 25%. And then we especially need to discuss that the perfects are on good weapons. So we have that. We have all of the exotics. Let me actually pull up my thing here. So yeah, we have the modifier, but actually I'm not going to do any calculations for the modifier. There's only a few damage related things in there, and most of them are pretty basic. Well, actually, how much is that? How much is that basic one? Well, even that's 25 crit chance for 12 seconds. But yeah, this will just get... Nothing in here is calculation worthy. So we have that. As I said, we're gonna in a little bit also record stuff. So, but yeah, first we need to kind of get. So we have a bittersweet. We have the sheriff. We have the bacon. Unit alloy still needs one. Right, just one. Yeah, unit alloy just needs one. Concentrated company just needs one. And then yeah, mobilized weapon talents we have. And then some of the miscellaneous, yeah. Okay, so we just have 2 to go. I don't want to go play this game a little bit though. Let's go play the game a little bit. I'll say we're out of the ads. No, yeah, just as well again. If you didn't get, if you were caught up in the ads there, Paul. Yeah, most people on the PTS will be doing their own thing. So generally in the PTS, it's like matchmaking and stuff doesn't work out too much. Because yeah, people are in here to test. No one's in here to like just chill. And yeah, and the Venki, yeah, doing good. Like the new exotic. Especially the 2 weapons are pretty good. The shotgun might actually even be kind of too good, actually. But it's not super OP anyway. It's not like Ouroboros or anything, so I'd be fine with it as is. That chest is honestly kind of outclassed by just Overwatch, I feel. This could use a buff. Same for the gear set. And then, yeah, the brand set is just going to be the new meta. This is going to become, like, basically everywhere where we're using a blitz rate, this is going to be our obliterate chest going forward. On the one hand, it is a little bit power creep. On the other hand, it's also easier for newer players, right? Because now it's just go get this chest. And this chest is going to be easier to get because as long as you get it with one stat, right? The core stays red anyway. It's just optimizing it up. So also, though, I still could see dropping here a few percent, maybe. Well, at most 2, though. No perfect builds. Well, we'll look at their like that kind of level and in the in-depth looks and stuff. Because also keep in mind that the PTS is just basically a few days. So for my thoughts on the PTS, we're not gonna go super in depth and then leave that for the final version because sometimes they also change. So it's not even sometimes it's not even worth going that in depth with it. Oh yeah, I don't know if anybody is out there in PTS land and is maybe interested in doing some shit together. Let me change character though, because I would love to actually try out a little bit of the gear set and a little bit of this chest. I might even do both together.
Safe area entered.
Which companion? So overall, I think just for general use, that assault one. The engineer is kind of broken here in the PTS, so it's kind of hard to tell how good that guy is. The medic is a little bit too timid, and the support station is just too short of a duration overall. Let's actually pop all these so we have some space here. But yeah, the assault guy is just, just a good decoy. He's also a little bit tankier than the others. And does okay-ish damage, and you can just have him be... You can kind of see it as an extra drone. You have a 6-tier drone with about the same amount of armor and health and stuff, so... And about just a little bit more than a drone's damage, even like a 6-tier one.
Agent, good to be seeing you. Thanks for the business.
Let's just drop all that. Oh, hello, knee pads are working exotic. Sorry, what? Okay. If you want to see how they work and stuff, like I'm in the PTS here. Although we can get, I don't know. I should just say if your has them. No, but I'll link you to my YouTube. I did a recent video on them. That's honestly going to be much easier than me trying to show it here. Good for Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Actually, I haven't even thought about the tech tanks yet. Will be more for the Striker Tech Tank. Oh, the Heartbreaker could lose even more crit. Like, that's fine, actually. Although, yeah, actually, no, Heartbreaker would be the full 5%. Oh, yeah. That would beat Cheska. But that's the kind of stuff, like, we'll do with the final version and kind of have an in-depth look into it. Actually, I wasn't even thinking about the tech tanks yet, but actually, because even here with the pistol Tempest one, but yeah, the Cheska piece. But also, for instance, for the Striker one, although no, actually, well, for the Striker one, it's going to be the Equalizer, of course. Oh yeah, Heartbreaker with that, OD with that, Negotiator with that, with the holster. Or well, no, actually with the Equalizer chest for Negotiator, but Heartbreaker with the salvo. So You tried a new AR armor? Yeah, of course. We've messed around with most things by this point. The new, like this new, especially the equalizer is just like if you're running obliterate, this is now your obliterate. This chest is going to into the stash, at least for obliterate. But also if we're going glass, we're going sacrifice. So only Cheska chests are going to become kind of more for, you know, spotter, intimidate, those kind of places. But outside of that, like obliterate is going to become this. At least if it stays as is, which I don't think they're gonna. If I were them, I would have done this differently. I would have taken here maybe like not adding to this, but adding to the time. Because that would have been still a good buff to obliterate. And more than good enough of a perfect obliterate. Like if this was 20 seconds, that is a really meaningful difference. If this was 15 or 20 seconds. But yeah, the instant went for the damage, so. Yeah. Notice booster arrival and smart cover boost the damage of your companions. Okay. No, I would actually expect them. Well, just boost arrive applies to him, right? It doesn't actually, or does it actually increase his damage as well? Oh, from the rate of fire. Yeah, it will. It will beat Cheska outright. We'll likely separately calculate that at some point. Like now that we know the metrics and stuff, the next few weeks, I'm just gonna although mostly I'm gonna leave that also for like the start of next season. We're gonna go through the build collection and literally build by build, right? Like just go through it and go like, does unit go into this build? Does unit go into this build? Does unit go into this build? And just go one by one. Because we basically now have a new brand that is competitive with all of the other ones, and we need to kind of figure out where. Because there are situations where the crit is so low that Cheska still kind of edges out as long as it's not against the salvo. But then also when it's not against the salvo, it's like, then it's usually a Cheska, or it's a Cheska chest with obliterate, which now is going to get replaced by by unit. It's not too much better on what one? Where were we? On which one? Just yeah. Although I mean, that's still, it's going to still be usable for other things. And also, yeah, you know, that's new stuff coming in, changes and stuff. I mean, I have plenty of weapons here that just are at, especially weapons, right? Of like SMGs, for instance, yeah, 20 Banshee, likely a 20 MPX, yeah. A 27 Ouroboros. Yeah. Again, if anybody, I don't know if anybody's out there interested in joining for some fadden. If you are, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna go and I wouldn't mind trying out like the gear set and stuff in group settings, but for that we would need a group. I should go back to the gear set. I did on this guy, right? No. I'm not even on the right person. Should have made notes who I put what on. It's annoying we don't have the thing here anymore, like where you could see what gear is equipped, because it's likely equipped. Who wants to win? Yeah. I think Goku would still kick my ass, especially without the modifiers this season. Now, if I had Zealot, Where did I? Okay, it must. Yeah, so it is character trainer. Oh, okay. Well then, maybe in a bit. I'm gonna go play though for indeed a little bit here. As long as we haven't yet, and I've been going for 3 hours already. What am I just shooting something?
Safe area detected.
Ah, there it is. Yeah, well, let's try. Just see what happens.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Sure. We'll just try. And the matchmaking. Because I'm kind of curious actually how much of a difference a group makes to this gear set.
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena leadership in one decisive.
It's one way to
get in there and hunt them down.
So the personal mission. Wait, what? Started a personal mission?
Yeah.
Is that? There was a pop-up in the lower left of something, but not sure.
Get routed. Throwing grenade.
I may have stacked. Yeah, maybe it just needs
Now, Mr. Special Forces.
something alongside of the weapon damage then.
Changing mags.
Thing is, you can't push up the weapon damage too much further higher.
Damn, you see that shot? Grenade!
Here's what my buddy's running. Okay. So I'm pretty getting high up there in stacks and stuff.
I'm out!
More so than I expected, actually. Here, even with just one teammate. Thing is though that even at max stacks, this thing is not at, like, it's so much harder to get to max stacks than
Serious trauma
I'm gonna be dead here.
What the hell?
Do you even know what you're for?
Surprised I survived that.
Go for the bus on his flank! Down! He's all healed up! Bridget!
So actually one thing I was thinking about yesterday as well is, like, I'm instantly going like turret and drone seems like an effective way. Honestly, if we're just needing something, the skill to kind of damage it, it's What's the wording on this again?
You said wall to flank!
Each alloy is skill that contributes in killing. If I oxy that doorway, all of them will be, you know. Although the thing is, I need to also then get the mark onto them. Is the thing.
Local power offline.
281,765.
Detected.
So it was with a graded weapon? No. Oh, I don't have a overdogs for this. I'm running the bloody as a stand-in for the overdogs because it has the same stats, but then not a brand bonus.
Changing mags! There's no hiding from us!
I still need that retaliation against hyenas. I need some overdogs. Just don't want to be pushing them around. I'm at full stacks. Maybe it isn't too hard to get 2 full stacks. The thing is also then, yeah, here we're just losing 1 stack per 10 seconds. So when I'm going to this other room, I've just lost 2 stacks, basically. So that is definitely also, yeah, the wording on it needs to like really be clear on that, actually. I mean, it's like a 2-second test, but still. Because the way that it sounded from the
Immediate medical assistance needed.
from the patch notes, it was just like, oh, it's all your stacks at once after 10 seconds, which was, you know, backfire style, but that's not how it works. It's 1 stack every 10 seconds. You just add a rate of fire component to this then or something? Just some different stat or some crit or something per stack.
Shit! Need another mag! Get round him!
And actually here as well, if I am stacking up this quickly, I would have enough on a drone and I could have a revive hack. I'm gonna take actually because my teammate isn't super high damage. Neither am. I mean, I'm not doing poorly actually here, but
Throwing grenade! He's flanking behind that car! Fuck this!
it's flanking behind that car.
Reloading!
Excuse you?
Give up, asshole!
Are you drunk?
Set up in the mall. They're not getting through here.
Where do you see a car?
Not a chance.
He's flanking behind that car who is standing fucking in a building. It's not a garage. I'll flank you around that car. Oh, that ends matchmaker actually. Okay, so I'm mostly still at full stacks even. So there is this, but is this worth it though? Because honestly, this doesn't feel too horrible. The thing is also, well, like I also have the,
Dragging it out, you!
of course, the
Cover the target! I'm reloading! Go for that car!
like new and improved the blitz rate. So in my head, I'm kind of comparing it to just striker, the blitz rate with like kind of full stacks, but that's moved up 7-8% as well. So.
Serious
Good night.
trauma detected.
I'm gonna get down myself, aren't I?
Agent out of action.
Not so special now, Mr. Special Forces!
Wait, is that guy making fun of me? Oh, he's coming to you.
Stay low. I'll cover you.
Chave me. Why did you run up there?
agent deceased.
All that guy needed to do was not die. It was literally the Diesel thing of don't die, motherfucker. And it would have been fine.
Now you'll think.
Now you'll think? Not twice, just in general, now you'll think? It would be nice if this guy would match make. I would love to have some more teammates, first of all, but then also maybe like just better ones.
I'm out of ammo.
Or at least better equipped, like I'm not paying attention to how is this guy's playing that. Build wise, they made some poor choices. Well, yeah, maybe if anybody's interested in joining us during the PTS, let me know.
Target is active again.
My brain still can't do the... Yeah, that'll take a while. So I see, like, I know I have one teammate. I need to just think like I have two teammates, right? Actually, is the thing. But also, it's not on the minimap. That's the annoying thing. I wish the ally was on the minimap, but also likely whenever he's not in sight, he can disappear and reappear. Very likely. But there, for instance, yeah, I had the teammate in front of me, and then there were shots from behind. My brain went, oh, there's an enemy behind us. Because I have one teammate, and he's in front of me, so... But yeah, I need to just add a +1 to it the whole time. Right. Curious to see, the 30 weapon handling on this is actually very nice in comparison to the 15 from Striker. Very noticeable that, yeah, we have 15 more.
Gonna use that cover to flank. Oh, for fuck's sake!
It's still, it needs to be competitive at full stacks, though. And it just isn't.
Deploying frag.
At least an obliterate striker, like, yeah, it won't, it doesn't need to reach levels of a chest striker. Still need to also check Vigi.
Moving around the side. Damn it, they've healed. Fuck.
Well, the thing was, yeah, Vigi, because I'm comparing it with overdogs in there, like if we're dropping overdogs for Vigi, then that's like gonna lose by a lot anyway.
Give up already. Huh? Reloading.
I feel most of the... So actually, even without my drone out, just with just an ally running around,
Offline.
it's doing decent on stacks. Does the set mark show for everybody? I'm not sure. That's actually one of the questions that I have. That's why I want to try it out in a group. Well, we will, likely.
Gotta reload.
Because also I have some questions about the chest,
Going for their flank.
the exotic chest. But I'll try that in a group. Worst case as well, I can always dual box.
Tango down.
But I'm hoping a little bit later on, Open World already said they'll be available. Maybe we'll find some other buddies. I wouldn't mind trying this in a format. I guess I think you need someone or something to increase the damage dealing for it to stack. I mean, yes. But here, I mean, we're just shooting the same enemies and stuff. The thing is, though, that, yeah, I don't need to get the kill. It's kind of OD style. That saves it quite a lot. Like, the marked enemy just needs to die. I need to have done damage to it. Anybody else contributing to it contributes to it. But also, especially because we don't lose stacks fast, right? This is actually the reason here that kind of works.
Reloading! Cover me!
Why is this guy so
Nothing will
aggressive?
save you now, asshole!
Because he doesn't have the build to be
I'll protect them!
that aggressive. He's just trying to get revives from his from his team. Oh yeah, I should have just let the guy revive him. But here as well, I'm adding a drone to the mix. This guy also has a turret, but he keeps forgetting to actually bring it up with us. His turret is in some other room. His turret lives in Canada, goes to a different high school, you wouldn't know it.
I'm reloading! Grenade!
Also, let's turn off damage numbers.
Direct hit! Agent, we need you to stabilize the East Mall.
God damn it, way he's small again.
Trying to surround us!
Wait, is that mark not refreshing every time I hit the enemy?
No mercy!
Throwing frag!
It's kind of hard to tell here. Oh, it's not refreshing.
I'm dry!
We're set
It's a
up in the
weird
mall.
choice.
They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a
Still
chance.
fine. Well, why wouldn't it be refreshing? But it won't work solo if I'm not using Turtle or Companion. I mean, it still will. You get 1 stack per kill. It would take quite a while to build it up. That's also kind of fine if we have a piece that is just,
I can't see a thing!
you know, group related.
Shit! Gotta switch mag! Gonna use that cover to flank!
As it still, in a lot of places, won't work well. Because you still need the kills. One of the main reasons Striker is always that powerful is it doesn't even need kills, it just needs something to stack off of.
I'm out of ammo! Going for cover! Gotta fall back! Damn it!
You still there, sweetie?
A little bit better.
Fuck. Everybody get yourselves ready. This situation is serious.
Or just a, well, third drone hybrid would still get hurt. But the thing is, especially here with a teammate that's just shooting. Because I am kind of starting out, I was kind of aiming for the same targets they were shooting for. Like I would kind of match them in their target acquisitions. Because a third and drone quite often take a little bit, especially drone takes a while to actually get on target and kind of, you know, do its thing.
Going for that
Oh.
car! Stay clear of that gun!
Let's go get that back. Can I have it?
The tactical
Okay.
vest!
I forgot I no longer have a turret.
Reloading! Target that gun!
Let's just try it here with the best thing.
Guess you weren't in cover.
Now we have some stacks going.
Another agent has joined your group. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Grenade out! Yeah, winged him!
Windings.
Fuck's sake!
Shit, do I not have a great 31?
Going for their flank!
Diesel, what's going on down there?
1.39s
You inbred son of a bitch.
without
Everybody get to the
overdogs.
arena, now.
That's not bad. Pesty stacks. Because yeah, the obvious weapon for this is also kind of pesty. It has a weapon damage bonus. But yeah, I really need overdogs actually for this. 3 damage skill is same for to mark. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I need to do damage to the enemy in some form. Like if you maybe direct impact them with,
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
foam or something, that would work. But that's also, you know, just
Air quality acceptable.
because you are doing damage. But yeah, the thing will be like this: just mark all the enemies, and then just they die. At the very least, you get 2 stacks per enemy that way. Because, you know, I put some damage on them and the mark, and my allies kill him.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters.
Thing is, though, it's still, yeah, at max stacks, it needs
We got
to,
devils in our house and they mean to
it
kill us
needs
all.
more.
Stand
Just
and
needs a
fight.
little bit more.
You hear me? Stand and fight.
Even though here actually it kind of feels fine. Which I'm like, why does it feel fine here?
Deploying frag!
I mean, the reason is because I'm comparing it kind of to the old striker, right? Where
Moving around the side!
that would just be a chest obliterate chest. Here, the chest by itself is already a 4 or 5% more, so it kind of takes the edge off.
Take that! Reloading! Cover me! You want a piece of this? Does nothing kill?
Actually,
Use that cover to
because
flank.
yeah, you'll be able to answer this. Open roll though. Do you see my marks? So just marks from the gear set. So I can see them go both ways
Give up,
Serious trauma
asshole!
detected.
with that. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so yeah, allies can see who's marked.
Taking out the
Nice.
hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray. I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those bastards were hoarding. And I'll let Odessa know.
How funny would it be if I
The
got it to
settlement will be able
BFE
to
on
rest a little
BTS?
easier now.
I wonder if anybody's ever gotten that. Yeah. We did wipe one, so that's why we have so much more damage there. I feel we just reform.
An agent is no longer in your
They'll leave the
group.
world to us.
Another agent is now group leader.
But yeah, I don't know if anybody is up for joining us for... Although actually, wait. Which retaliations do we have? Because I should have an easier one.
You have been promoted to group
We
leader.
can go to... Let's maybe do your one. Constitution Hall, which is a little bit quicker. But if anybody wants to join us for retaliation here in PTS, just for testing purposes, let me know. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna just go grab my grade 30 bestie. Just as a... Just to have that real quick, because I'm curious how much... Oh no, that's going to be on the character one, isn't it? Whale thick. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna grade this one real quick. Expertise. Still annoying, actually, that that this is through this. I feel this should, like ages ago, have been through. The tinkering system. Yeah, just for testing, I kind of want to know how well this does. It's annoying that it takes forever. Oh, but also actually, so to be clear on the mark is only through you. So when you shoot something, you mark something from that point. Anything that kind of... It would be nice actually if there was a number in that. Maybe there is a number actually in that thing. Maybe it's like the chatterbox is kind of hidden. You should look at the icon a little better. But yeah, the icon gets applied by you. Then any enemy that kind of shoots within that time adds to the count. And then if they die within that, they seem to. But also it seems to be if you reapply a new one, it doesn't get all of them. No, we will. Likely will be. But yeah, indeed, if you're up for, because I would love to see kind of. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do one thing of testing here, real quick. Although for that we kind of need. Well, we'll need 3 for that actually, so we'll do that later on, likely. Which is the companion chest or the beacon chest and how that part of it works. Yeah, sorry for the wait. As well, we're in the subject session. Well, it doesn't matter. We'll go to my session when we go into retaliation. Yeah, let's just go. Oh shit. Yeah, that's fine. I did these small, but doesn't per se matter. The weapon damage is all the weapon damage on the set? No. It's just weapon damage. Just the all weapon damage stat.
Secure the area.
And Striker itself is also not total weapon damage. Striker is a separate self-additive
Hostile control point detected.
multiplier.
Secure those control points, Agent. Quickly.
Even though it says it's total weapon damage, it isn't. But yeah, this one says it's weapon damage, and it is weapon damage. Because it lines up only with that. And actually, yeah, so thing to go to with this will also be what I'm kind of doing here. I'm going Lexington until I have high stacks, and then I'm going Bestie. But yeah, so for instance here, my turret is hitting it, or my drone is hitting it. That doesn't mark. It doesn't mark until I hit the enemy. Nope. Don't do it, drone. We don't want to go after the control point already. Oh, yeah. I'll call my... At the start of this, we need to always, yeah, kind of... One of us needs to call their companion, so I did it in this time.
God damn it!
That'll be interesting with this as well. You can kind of use it as a... Even in other places of like... Hey, if you see the mark, kind of like with... On enemies that are on fire. with the clips. Hey, if you see enemy on fire, shoot them, but then also here it's... Navigator is actually like, yeah, well, turret and drone kind of seems like the obvious things. Because I think actually if you use like Oxy and you know the spawn, you know, you basically turn every one into two. So here I'm already at like 13, 14 stacks or something like that. So I should go into defense right away.
Reinforcements incoming.
And I am going to go grab ammo.
Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Gonna use that cover to flank.
Hey, the overdogs worth using? Yeah. I would generally say actually overdogs is currently the general meta. It is on average, especially for instance just doing stuff like this, control points and activities and stuff. Depending on which faction you're fighting and what activities you're doing, you run into a lot of enemies that are basically, because yeah, with overdogs, which I should be running here as well. I actually have a Bloody Knuckles here as a as a stand-in because still, you know, we have just one overdogs.
Damn it, they've healed.
Oops, all engineers.
Lost contact. Moving. Suck on this. How the hell?
Yeah, now that it's actually so in the open world versus missions.
Damn head down. You got cover.
Wait, is that guy? Okay. Yeah, yeah, put all the sniper turrets here. Like that.
Agent down.
When did I get health gated?
Hit their flank.
Well, for instance, in a mission where we're kind of fighting forward, here our fire is a lot more spread around.
Target. Oh, fuck! Trying to surround us. Take that car.
There we go. With 20-ish stacks. Things also here, I'm not per se looting too much. I already forgot. The one on the right is the replacement, right? Yeah. And the engineer definitely is, because yeah, actually in the patch notes it says as known issues. The engineer is a little bit broken. Doesn't work as intended. So it's also on a range and use it after. I mean, you could. I think, well, that would be kind of like super tedious. The thing with it will be is just use it in a group. Like, you know. Here we're doing much better with just even in a group setting. Sometimes though I am, for instance, letting go, letting off, just to like, for instance, let the last shot go to my ally or to my companion.
Here's more company.
What?
There's a kill squad in the area.
Was my drone targeting a dog? Just like wildlife dog?
Pedestrians. Eat this. Ah, shit. I'm going for their flank. Give up, asshole!
Oh. Like, why am I reloading this much? Keep hitting R instead of T.
Take that! Kill squad eliminated.
Hostile control point nearby.
The interesting thing with this is also then it becomes a gear set where normally we would want to go for the on-kill stuff. Although I still would here because I have killer, but I don't have any more killer. Just go pesty. But yeah, you can kind of leave the kills to others because it doesn't need to be your kill. It is an on-kill set, but it doesn't need to be your kill. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. So this one. Well, this is additive to itself. So Striker is basically as a separate stat in the same way that, you know, any of the stats are basically. I'm gonna just engage from here actually.
I see you.
I'm gonna use that cover to flank. Throwing flag.
Yeah, so now I'm at full stacks. Thing is though that takes a while. Like we took a whole control point and then also on kill squad and some like stuff in between to be at full stacks there. Oh, that's upstairs. Okay.
Reinforcements en route. Detecting additional hostile
You're
contacts.
outside.
Heavily armored.
But yeah, this is a separate multiplier to this, but yeah, it is self-additive. So each of those stacks adds into a pool and then that multiplies against
Lie down and die.
everything else. But yeah, it isn't total weapon damage as it says. Neither is Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker says increases weapon damage, I think is the wording. But Heartbreaker is the exact same.
Armored hostile
It's a
detected.
separate multiplier that is additive to itself from stacks and then multiplies against everything else.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Is that a winter is coming, spring is coming? A 1.47. Interesting. So this will... This is with this, okay. Huh. Is there a dumbass of a sacrifice? One sec. It's good enough. Because that wasn't even with a sacrifice. And that wasn't also with the overdogs here. So likely this can actually outdo the Lengmo SD at full stacks. Which is... duh. But yeah, it has a much higher stacking time to reach there. I'm not sure if anybody wants to join us for this retaliation. Let me know. Because yeah, we're gonna go past the safe house here, so actually when joining here it's not an issue.
Going for that car!
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I am glass now.
Moving to
I need to
engage.
watch out. At least I need to be a little bit more careful. And my pesty stacks going around and killing wildlife. I'm not having a hard time keeping up the stacks here. So actually maybe the stacking on it is fine. It's still kind of slow. But this will be fine for coordinated teams, especially. And even if you're kind of like matchmaking, because even in that mission there, especially if we have even more allies.
They're trying to surround us!
Still want to do the pesty calculation for this, and I still want to do the Vigi calculations for this as well. Vigilance is definitely going to lose to the backpack. But not up front, of course. So we could kind of have a little bit more up front by going Vigi. Keep forgetting this isn't real, this gate.
Agent out of action.
I've been downed in that exact same spot before. Which is dumb. Of me. But also a little bit of the game. Although, in the game's defense, it is just it's just a like chain link fence with some cloth over it. Don't think it would stop bullets.
Eat this! Gotta use that cover to flank!
You know, the reason it does feel fine is actually because, yeah, we have that damage consistently up. This is more about consistency then. Is to kind of... So maybe it is fine. Maybe even if it doesn't reach the heights of a Obliterate Striker.
Uh-oh!
Kill squad incoming.
This time it's actual kill squad, not a chill squad.
Guess you weren't in cover!
Serious trauma detected.
Reloading! Cover me!
I need to put it up against a glass red, actually. Or just, yeah, an Obliterate red or glass red. It's annoying that
Take that!
the mark doesn't refresh. So, for instance, with OD, as long as I'm shooting the target, it'll just keep being at full duration, basically.
Kill squad eliminated.
But on this one, it runs out. Because, yeah, we had like 2 kills there that died just as like kind of the mark ran. Is with overdose, so I'll look at the build. Yeah, actually, so wait, I'll just link to the recommended because likely that will be easiest here. You know, do that in both chats. Sorry, being a bad teammate there. In the recommended, there's a pesty setup, the high-end variant. So it's basically you take sacrifice plus overdogs, 3-piece Langmo, one of them being the backbone. Actually, you're on the YouTube side, right? Yeah. Actually, one of my latest shorts is the Pestilence layout, the new Overdogs Pestilence layout. And yeah, Overdogs with Pestilence is really good, but also just with Strikers and stuff. Like, overall, using it in most builds, it's honestly to a degree that I'm totally for maybe bumping it down. to 25. Because actually now at 30, it's kind of it's really pushing everything else out of contention. Like, yeah, one of the main things why I definitely didn't feel I could recommend Blacklister is just Overdogs exist, and Overdogs is more than it. At least if it's kind of like not that much more than it, it's a little bit more.
He's behind that cover.
It's a little bit more, you know, sellable. And let's go into defense.
Reinforcements incoming.
I think some metal pieces will be out or not really.
Heavily armed.
Oh, I mean, obliterates that. If obliterate stays as it is there, with perfect obliterate, that's the new obliterate. Like, there's no reason to go for a different obliterate than that. Kind of similarly, you know, generally when you're going glass, there is really usually nothing that beats the sacrifice. This is kind of similar, so. So when it comes to obliterate, yeah, we're just going to be using, because also anything that we use obliterate, we're already going to be, you know, going for that RPM a little bit. So the RPM, even if it isn't completely in line with what we want for the build or something, that's fine, because also it's enough. And it's honestly, you know, on par with Cheska. And then yeah, the ulcer is really strong for any place where that can fit in, especially alongside of an exotic. So for instance, Chest Striker is going to be Salvo plus Overdogs or Salvo plus Tinkerer as like the meta for them. Going to help. Just staying at max X. Maybe this thing is actually.
I see you.
Let's put it up against the glass red as well. Like another consistency build. You know what? I'm just gonna just for my sanity here for a second. I'm just gonna loot here for a second. Because this, like, even if I'm looting here, right? Like, this is like one extra stack lost or something, right? Like, yeah, that was like a stack. I'm going to. That will be the thing as well. Like, yeah, now we're just rushing. I'm kind of looting as well. I lose a little bit more stacks, but so I don't seem to be struggling with stacks at the way that I mechanically thought I was going to. Let's go to crash site.
Oh, fuck me.
An agent has gone offline.
Am I about to be raptured as well? Because a Delta wouldn't per se surprise me, but.
Can't see for shit.
Oh, a crash. Oh, this is actually working retaliation with disconnects and stuff. Because yeah, I've had actually plenty of retaliation where, like, well, not plenty of, but we had some, or we had one like earlier where we all deltaed. Well, where does it even put you when you come back in?
Hostile control point identified.
Gonna work my way over there and do the assault, and then I'll wait with defense till you're at the very least, still defense till you're back in. No, but it just puts you where you were, because we were pretty close to here, so I can kind of double back to there.
Medical assistance needed. An agent is back online.
Target eliminated!
Okay, but you. Maybe I make my way back to kind of link up and then. Because I have the time.
Shit, over here!
Yeah, definitely solo, I'm struggling a little bit more with. Well, as long as we're kind of in high stacks, because that's also the thing. Like, each kill, even if I don't have anybody helping me out, is a stack.
Watch out.
Is that-
There's
oh.
a kill squad in the area.
It's likely by where you are, isn't it? Or did it put you? Oh, it put you all the way back there. Okay, I'll come back to you. Although I just run away from him. That's likely there. But I'll come back to you. It did put you at the safe house. Okay. For a second there, it looked like it put you near where I was.
Throwing frag! Reloading! Cover me!
Because yeah, also, for instance, here, the companion is just by me, basically. Oh, did you actually get the kill squad? Timer went up by a lot. Where are you? Let me catch up here. Regency Overdog, does it say Overdog's build? Wait, let me. Oh, well, actually, I'll link you to the, because that's easier for me to find likely. All right, this is the old one, because there's two as well. Why does it take so long to, oh. This is this one. I'll look for it in a bit, but yeah, it's on the channel. It's one of the latest. Actually, I can find it through that. It's one of the latest shorts. So it says actually literally the latest short. And there you go.
There you are, asshole.
Okay, I should had found it already. Should have actually read ahead. The damage reduction is actually a little bit painful on the hostile modifiers there. I can find the PTS in my library. Any suggestion? Do you own the game through Steam or Epic, or do you just buy it through UbiConnect? Because I think still for Steam and Epic, if you've bought them through there, I don't think the PTS works, if I understood correctly. Otherwise, also sometimes if you do own it through Ubiquinect, or you know you've bought it through basically that it's a Ubiquinect install. It doesn't say like Steam or Epic underneath it in the Ubiquinect thing. Then try restarting Ubiquinect, but usually, like, I'm assuming you've restarted your PC in the last few days. Hey, these guys reset because we were too far away. It's interesting that, yeah, the second I was solo, yeah, the stacking basically became nothing.
Eat this! Hit him! Hit their flank! Out of ammo! They've got reinforcements!
Serious trauma detected.
Huh? Just give up and bleed out!
Is well, at the very least, like those kind of callouts, just it should be obvious how quickly that will become grating.
Target down!
But at least some of the things like that, like target down or something. But even that can be a sound thing or something. Like when he gets a kill, which actually there is already a sound, right? When the ally gets a kill or the companion gets a kill.
En route. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'm reloading!
Heavily armored hostile detected.
He is not. Is there a range limitation? Trying to get him to fire his bazooka.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
It's no longer flashing.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
There we go. Here's is actually when the retaliation ends here, if I keep my stacks. Go and find it in Steam. Yeah, but they should just give access to people access to a normal version. Like, it doesn't matter if Steam, because in Steam they could just add it as well. Like, so many games have it there. But even then, like if you just own it, but then still be able to install it through Uplay.
The civilians are safe for now.
But yeah, I wasn't sure if it was still a thing. You would hope at some point they would. God damn it! Give me the blueprint. I just want the Overdogs blueprint. Just so I don't have to keep shifting that Overdogs around. But now it's become more of a thing than. Okay, now so I did lose all my stacks. So I should murder these real quick.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I forgot to look at the end screen, what it shows for XP and stuff.
Someone cover me. Need to reload.
That's actually what I'm gonna do. Although, do I have one on this character? Oh, well. It's annoying that you can't change the active in combat for this season, because normally you can. You can change your actives and passives.
Another
But
agent is now in your group.
oh, this feels so big when it's at 0 stacks. I'm out of medpacks. Why am I not healing? I'll catch up actually. Looking for maybe only a. Maybe we can.
Yes, I can't see them.
We did it.
Can't believe I'm still alive.
But does it let you through, or does it? Because yeah, I don't have the. I don't own it through there. Oh wait, do I have healer or something? Oh, I don't have one yet. Okay, so level 3 is max. I'm gonna take the. Although, yeah, let's. Oh, actually, now that there's 3 of us, if you guys are up for checking something at the range, real quick. I want to see that 10-meter thing on the. Although it might be easier actually if does one of you have the chest? Because then I can just confirm it here. Because I'm curious to see if we have first of all the icons for it for allies, but then also if like 2 people are close together. In what way? I haven't looked at anything from anybody else. The last few days been a little bit too busy. Like, does it not work at all? Well, key shops and stuff will be fine as long as just it should be done. Yeah, because that's usually just looking on CSC or something. Oh, it only gives us crit damage, not the skill efficiency and stuff. Oh, I saw the regen working. Because I've checked the crit damage and I've checked the regen. I haven't checked the skill efficiency, but that's also like a non-issue. But yeah, if either of you two can, because yeah, I want to see actually if it has an icon for the allies. I'm going to assume it will. That has it equipped. Oh, interesting. Wait, let me try to get out of range and then back into range. Does it just not have an icon for allies? Oh, yeah, it even shows the... Because that's the icon, right? Yeah. Huh, that's odd. Wait, does a crit damage show up here? 37. No, actually, wait, let's just get it, make sure we're out of range. I'm not sure what the base crit of this is. 170. Okay, so it even shows in the stat screen. But yeah, there's also, yeah, so this was my question. Because the wording on it is if, you know, if 2 allies are close to each other, but then yeah, it's everybody needs to be within 10 meters. It's only in the 10-meter range. I was hoping this would actually be like if 2 people are within 10 meters, all allies receive this, because that would be much more workable. But yeah, that's not the case. Because yeah, for instance, the 2 of them are together, but when I'm too far away, I don't get it anymore. And if I get into range, just kind of more over here, then yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so that thing is... It needs to have more than... I think as though the 1% regen... Wait, does it stack? It doesn't stack, right? Would all 3 of us be wearing it? to check. It does stack. Yeah, 126. 158. Yeah, so that's not 3% though. Are all three of us wearing it? No, I think we are, right? Yeah. Wait, let's do this. Or is this 3%? Maybe it is 3%. Let's see how long this takes. Oh, it is. Okay. No, so it's 2% something then. Maybe I'm not in range to everybody. Well, let's write it again. If you guys can be closer to here, because I'm going to use this timer just to check. Wait, why can't I reset the... Doesn't matter. Wait, why can I not reset the time here? Is that only the... I mean, I am the leader. What? Oh, actually, it starts to count down when I shoot for the first one, right? Okay. Wait, but this is more than... This is more than 1%? Because we're at basically 2%? Yeah, 25 seconds we were halfway full. So why is it 2%? Because you would expect it to be 3. 3 would mean in 33 seconds we're bang on target for 2% at 50. But I wonder if then just maybe like my own one doesn't apply to me. Or maybe just one other person's apply. Wait, actually with the 3 of us here, 158. Wait. Wait, I need a chest with equivalent crits. Like that. So 138. 158. Let's have one of you remove it. If you remove yours. So we're gonna have 2. I think you can just maybe it's something like you get 1 from yourself and 1 from somebody else. I think, did you already do it? Yeah. So it's still giving 2's worth. So if I now remove mine, and go to a piece that has equivalent stats. Yeah, so we'll test it on the final version, but it looks to be like you can get 1 from yourself, 1 from somebody else, but it doesn't go to 3. That also would mean, which is other things have been bugged in that way. That's why I'm kind of considering it that way. But yeah, let's maybe go do that retaliation. If you guys are all set up, feel free to fix up your builds if you need a second. I can catch up on chat as well in a second, and then we'll go and do Open Worlds 1 Hearing Constitution. Do the armor break rather than shield break. Does armor break rather than shield break? No, I haven't per se tried too much. Would actually be interesting if it did it on both. Wait, let me catch a ratio here. There's only one group of busts can be active. I mean, yes. that is what it says. But yeah, I get the feeling likely because we've had something very similar. I don't remember what it was. It was another. Oh, a FI. A FI you could have it like that. But if you had two, basically, you could have one from yourself and one from somebody else. But this is like ages ago. So that's kind of where my mind is instantly going. The thing would be to test it in a 4-man, but also that's kind of the testing that we'll leave for the final version. I'll make a note to kind of at least have them check on their end. And they'll have the distribution of the PTS on board. Okay. All right. You ready, Doug?
I think we all deserve a break from the news. Here's a little music.
Yeah. Although, yeah, so make sure to at least, if you haven't, because I'm not sure if that was clear, check the in the UB Connect launcher, because it's a separate item. It's not like you have to, it's a completely separate item. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm going to take this companion medic because I don't have one yet. Actually, let's have them, I'm going to have my medic hat for a little bit. Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's just go the usual route, right? Let's see how quickly I charge up here.
Secure those control points, agent. Quickly. Am I on guard duty?
Feels so weak at the start. But I'm already at like 6 stacks or something there, so. Although yeah, so the idea here would be indeed, as I had it there, just like use the Lexington until the pesty becomes usable. And also everybody still sees the marks, right? Curious to see if the marks will be buggy or something. Eventually. Because yeah, marks have been an issue for a long time. And let's go into defense.
Reinforcements incoming.
Like 2 patrols and a control point, assault, not even like the retaliation one, not even a full one, and I'm already on decent stacks. Okay. Maybe this thing is kind of fine then. Yeah, just to make sure like it didn't break in some way. So that'll then be the thing of this thing. So it'll be slow-ish to charge up, but also, you know, not that slow. And then it's kind of fine. Thing is, though, that this will feel like I mean, although, yeah, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be a thing for all occasions. Because you wouldn't want to take this into Legendary or something.
Serious trouble detected.
Going for cover!
Because it would just feel painful.
Give up, asshole!
At the start. The start is painful. But that can be a little bit mitigated with if I like don't use the pesty. Because the pesty is especially kind of extra weak at the start otherwise. But I'm full stacks. Ultimates of the talent on armor break. That's also not something you want to have happen. Although armor break would happen more often. So not bad. Yeah.
What now?
Although I'm tryharding a little bit, so. Because I'm definitely sometimes just leaving targets on a sliver just for one of you guys to finish up, or I'm like looking where you guys are shooting and I'm shooting, like even dropping my target and going for like whatever you guys are shooting at. And so here as well, I'm actually damage-wise because I have a Bloody Knuckles. I don't have the overdogs equipped here. I should have just grabbed the overdogs by now from the other character. So imagine the overdogs on top of this, or you know, let's say a 17%-ish on average, depending. That's kind of like the momentum. Okay, maybe I was too short on this gear set. And that's why we have to play shit. Sometimes it's hard to interpret from the numbers, especially if it's not like an equivalent thing available. Well, you know what I'm gonna do for this last control point? I'm gonna grab a striker. You know what, actually, let's go with Lexington here. You go. One of the things that is very noticeable, I've already said it actually, I'm repeating myself here, but the 30% weapon handling instead of 15 from striker is very noticeable. Okay.
Reinforcements en route.
Sure, this is being ran just for curiosity.
Detecting
So what is that
additional
other
hostile
mark that I
contacts.
sometimes see?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, I totally forgot to have a companion out even.
Heavily armored hostile.
Wait, is he actually going for the gun? Sorry, Ooh, they do use the minigun. See? Sorry, I was really curious about if you actually was gonna go do that.
Agent down.
Is that in there or not?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Spawning upstairs again. Wait, can I not target the medic?
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Bird's the word.
Serious trauma detected.
Nice. You know what? Just as a sanity check. Oh, actually, I didn't even have. But that's actually better. Let's take. Oh, I'm in combat. Let's get out of combat. Let's bravely run away.
Watch out. There's a kill squad in the area.
Damn it, game. Trying to shot barreled. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, that actually kind of, that was like, this feels a little bit better than like a little bit ago. But that's also, yeah, I'm running Grupo there now instead of the Bloody. So we actually have a brand bonus that's coming in instead of the Bloody that I wasn't actually activating at all.
Come on! Reload! Reload!
No clear shot!
Kill squad eliminated.
I come at you. What? Already in combat again? God damn it, game. Give me 20 seconds. You know what? Just do it like this. Bish striker build EU. I think my crit is way too high, but it's fine. Yeah, just as a A/B test. Is that is what the gear said? Not yet, but it's gonna be just better than the Grupo there. So I'm just in my mind kind of, you know, adding another 10%-ish on average-ish kind of on top of on top. But here's what I've just swapped to Striker for this last control point. I just want to see kind of, yeah, A/B test between them.
You're not cut out for this!
Does the medic just not target onto enemies? Oh, is it? Does he target onto allies? Is that a... I'm not sure what this guy does outside of his... It's also bugged because he's not showing any command link gain. Because just getting kills and stuff should give me some command link, right?
Serious trauma detected.
And these blue enemies will be kind of hard to kill.
Get the hell away!
defense.
Reinforcements incoming. Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armored hostile detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Don't give him time to heal!
Oh yeah, we need to find out what the crossover is between the two builds. That'll definitely be a point.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Serious trauma.
Especially when Striker's kind of at 100 stacks. It just feels better, but then
Heavily armored hostile
the
detected.
thing with that thing is that it feels like at the start of fights also a little bit better. Because yeah, this feels substantially stronger actually.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Which it is, like we already know. I kind of want to get a feeling for it. Especially kind of starting up there. I kind of had some time needed to get up to. We need to actually find out what the crossover point is, and then that will be important information for that. Oh yeah, need to remember to actually look at how the XP thing works here now. So I'm guessing now it's then whatever active you have equipped, then likely, right?
Everyone's talking about you.
Oh, it doesn't give XP anymore. That's the solution. That's why I didn't notice any XP. Okay. The credits is the replacement then for it, right?
Never thought I'd spend half my life on guard.
I know. Finally got the blueprints for the overdags. Let's actually take it back to base. It's interesting I didn't get a loading screen there. Oh, and hey there, Lee. And yeah, welcome in and welcome in raiders. And so we're just doing some retaliations here in the PTS here. Let me make sure we get a shout out there. Oh yeah, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. How we can tell which one is the command? So the icons on the skill thingy there. So if my one is out, it'll show a health bar under with my stat thing, or next to my ammo thing. If somebody else has it out, then it'll show like the icon. Their icon will be orange, the one next to the
Nice to
skills
see
down
you,
there.
Agent. Thanks for the deal.
Oh yeah, let me actually make a. If you guys are up for it, we do maybe one more thing here before I go and finish that spreadsheet, and then also we go and record. Because yeah, I got the overdogs now. Oh, I need automated defense parts. Sure. How much do I need? 30 something, right? So I need 2 crafts. Oh no, you need 3 crafts. This feels really weird that you need 3 to get, overdogs, because you need 35 instead of 30. It feels very much like, premium credits kind of thing. Almost. Yeah, actually, if you want to mess around with that, feel free to take a minute. Actually, yeah, if you guys need a minute, I need a bio, so let's do it that way. But yeah, welcome in and welcome in. Raiders actually had a kind of a little distracted. Hey, there is that. And hey there, Early. Oh, yeah, thanks for raiding this way. Hope you had a great stream, and hope you had some fun. And hope you had some good loots. Random alert level each time. The rewards that they give seem to be all heroic and in the thing there. I'm not sure, like at the end there, it might like be weird, but also I feel these are the rewards we've always gotten, kind of. Like the numbers for at least crystallized stuff and stuff like that. Because of the credits is new, but like in the PTS overall, there's a bunch of interesting things in here. The gear set is actually, having now played it in a group setting, it works out actually, which is not what I was expecting from the numbers. Still not like this is the new meta kind of thing, but enough that it'll be competitive with tipping skills and with Umbra, and even, you can run it kind of in place of some other stuff, especially Pestilence kind of aligns well with it. We'll try to see if we can get a max stick going with this now. The brand says, of course, like this is the new way to do obliterate. Like the only reason to not go with that chest is if you're going glass, which I am actually here. Otherwise, you're okay without that. But yeah, the new brand set and its named items are very much gonna get used a lot. The rifle is cool, the shotgun is cool. The chest not so much from the exotics. And even actually the new talent is cool, the on foam. Oh yeah, let me take a quick bio break here and I'll be right back, and then we'll give also some of my allies some time as they wanted to put the gear set together real quick. But yeah, I'll be right back. Needed that. And I also brought myself a energy drink because also needed that. There we go. How's it looking? Hey, yeah, kind of. I have the exact same basically indeed.
Yeah, whatever it takes is fine with me. Okay, I just want to get it resolved ASAP. What can I help you find?
But yeah, let me know once everybody's. Well, actually, yeah. What do we even do? It's maybe just a mission or something. Or just do some control points just by themselves. Yeah, if anybody is in the PTS and is interested in joining us, we definitely wouldn't mind making it a 4-man. We just do Lincoln. Lincoln's an obvious simple one. Also, Lincoln has that middle part where there's like usually full stack loss for a striker. Kind of curious how many stacks it'll be going down all the way. First an equalizer. Yeah. I think with Pesty, it depends how you're kind of using it, right? Like with Pesty, I would definitely want glass with just the weapon. Not so much. Because the thing would be also you could go Tinkerer here. I should take a revive 5 here. Actually, let me save it like this. Well, actually, in here, because yeah, we no longer have the. There is a mission, yeah. We no longer have Unstoppable Force as the backpack.
True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
It's gonna be interesting to see actually. For instance, specifically because of the I'm guessing that bonus armor is from the wait, is that smart?
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
Oh, just side here. One game through the middle.
Got a visual on additional
1.6 is there. I wonder if that was max.
There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Oh, actually, no, we're not even. Oh. We're not even fully charged up on the gear set, of course. Oh, actually, the rifle, you can see each other's stacks, actually, with it. Good to know. Ooh, we have it. Okay, we have it. Like, how could it have been that? I might actually have full stacks already. You guys have dogs as well. Actually, oh, we can see each other's stacks. As well, I'll take the down road then, because it's handy if one up, one down.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Angle well there. Oh, yeah, no, so I was trying to keep us one of us up, one down. Oh, call one of your allies, one of the companions as well, actually. Why do you guys do one of yours?
Let's do this!
Screw you!
Reloading!
All clear. I repeat, compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain.
Here's to see how much like this section kind of costs us. Although this section isn't that long. Because also we're not looting here per se and such, so that kind also makes a difference. That's like 3 stacks, which is basically 1 kill here in a second. And then we see each other's marks. We should have made a separate icon for like friendly stack. Because if we have multiple people running this, it's kind of hard to keep track of which ones I marked, which ones... Wait, we don't get just from marked. Or do we? I'm gonna unequip a piece and re-equip a piece, and I'm gonna just let you get...
Area beneath you with increased security. Isaac can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
So I'm gonna reset my stacks. If you can get a kill here, I'm just not gonna do anything. Those stacks are not group shared, are they? That'll be interesting if it was.
Detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
I'll set up my drone because I know the one.
Damn it, I'm dry!
Okay, okay. I was like, wait, did we stack up so fast because it's like getting shared across between us? No. It's more, yeah, we're marking multiple. Yeah, sorry for being anchored there, but just wanted to test that. So I'm back actually to have stacks already.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I think my initial impression was way off actually. Yeah, so they're talking about 200% per of your repair skill.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center.
Because even the in-game text of 50% is... Because how much does it actually give with full 8 stacks? I'd love to see the armor bar off of that.
No line of sight!
1.965. So this one's fully stacked, which isn't that hard to do. It's pushing out basically the Lingmo Pesties thick in the same with Overdog's glass. Yeah, we'll just be curious to see and especially at full stacks how much that gives. Especially from a healer build. Let you get a few headshots in.
I'm out! Changing mag!
Almost was there. Oh wow. Well, I actually never should have done that. Oh yeah, so that's a lot. The thing is though, it's just for 10 seconds, so it's... But that's still actually like plenty to kind of save someone, because you're also healing them as well in that same shot. But you're also like on a
Go on and head
full
back
medic,
up.
right?
The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
And disease healer? Yeah. But it still has a ton of repair skill. Oh, it's actually interesting that it's that much. One second. So, yeah, I guess there would be the hazard and the.
If you hadn't stopped them,
Because yeah, PvE is also just
on us, and we would have ended up like
FI is too good usually,
tell you how
but not too good for PvP. Man. That's a decent setup indeed.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sun's infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated the stronghold near the campus.
Well, that's also all good to
Saved a lot of
know.
lives today.
Let me catch it here. Actually, I don't agree. At the very least, it's something interesting. I prefer this season modifier to current season. If nothing else, because it's not super OP. The way that current season is. Hell, we have to actually fight. We have to actually fight through enemies. Actually, wait, this does actually hold through fast travel, right? I'm just gonna fast travel somewhere. I mean, it would. Most of the stacking stuff does. I'm just fast traveling there just to see.
Civilians in distress.
Okay, yeah, it does retain. Alright, let's go maybe do a bounty with this, just real quick. Literally have just one there. You know, the only thing they really need to do is make the guy not talk as much. Okay, we have, yeah. Let's get to the bounty cheese location there. I'm kind of curious actually, especially with we're like shooting at a door or something, how that's gonna work out. I'm looking. Yeah. She retains stacks out of combat. Oh wait. Yeah. Although I can see why they don't, because otherwise you could also like prep it and have abuse it in that way. Because there are some places where, yeah, if you could kind of prep it and especially have the bonus armor go onto an ally. Here you have to do it within each combat. But it's kind of annoying because that does also mean that, for instance, in control points, when going from phase 1 to phase 2, from attack to defense, it kind of sucks for that. Yeah. Yeah. I would think that would be intended. But yeah, we'll see also with the final version. There's definitely a point against it though. Yeah, let's do just a bounty here quick. Servers one stack or full. Yeah, interesting. Maybe there's a limit to it. Because the wording is per stack, right? 200% per stack. Yeah, so in the patch notes, it was like, this is 200%. But maybe it has a cap to it. Maybe it's actually up to 200%. Oh yeah, just take the first shot here. That's less than before, but it's definitely... Yeah, but there's also like that other one wasn't 8 times that. when you work full stacks.
Serious trauma.
At least it doesn't feel like it. I just wanted to reset all the way down to 0 stacks, but it's fine. Forgot to unequip something and re-equip it.
Agent down.
Whoop.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What did you hit us? There, huh? Well, as well, actually, I got my drone out and it should be doing stuff too. Oh yeah, so this would be actually likely really good for this, for just bounty choosing. Oh, sorry, I was looking the wrong way there. I was like, let's get a companion ads. Because they can do the reviving. Oh.
Vital signs critical.
Chat for Doxy.
Agent down. Agent killed.
You know, I'm gonna respawn in and come back. Curious as why she death will that reset stacks? We'll see.
You got the target. Nice.
Oh, if it doesn't have the which okay, very nice. If it doesn't have the bar, you need to unequip and re-equip a piece. I think it's just visual though. So sometimes it does that.
Looks like you earned yourself
I ran
another
into it
bounty.
as well.
Well done.
You did lose all your stacks, but yeah, so like with me, that's like the bar underneath it, which is how it's intended to be. Also, yeah, actually, sorry, way earlier I totally missed if I think the Pagan is worth using. The Pagan is decent. It's not a top contender. Actually, it's decent with dipping skills, especially solo. But it's like, you know, do you really run dipping skills solo? I tend to go with other things solo quite often. Let me actually think. Is there anything else I kind of need to check while we're together? Because otherwise, I'm gonna take my leave and kind of finish up. Because with Bittersweet, I have enough time yesterday on it. Sheriff as well. Beacon, we know now all the things. Unit allies is fine. Now we've done concentrated. Immobilize, I'll just trust that'll be fine. So I'll do one more thing with this and then I'll take my leave. Anything specific you guys think might be worth doing? Otherwise, maybe we just do a mission or something. Or just invaded Plaza or a trade center. Sailor, it's PvP style hazard protected. So yeah, it's not F5, but that's also not what you want in the DZ. So yeah, should we do trade center? Just a mission. Kind of. It's one of those missions as well that's very forward facing, so we'll be shooting at kind of the same targets and stuff. So look at the Y25. Yeah. So on the buff bar, it should be there. But yeah, I've had a break as well where it doesn't show it, but then unequipping, re-equipping it has worked for me at least. You know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna let you be that. I'm gonna go to Striker. I'm gonna try this.
Black Tusker
I'm
going
gonna
after
shoot the
shade node.
sheriff.
If they get to it, just get in there and stop them.
But yeah, I'm just gonna use it on Striker. I'm gonna get stacks with the AR.
Be droning in. Engaging hostiles.
Oh, got what pulse I had.
Yeah, they're going for the flank.
This would be a good shotgun to just use with Centurion, actually.
Agent down. System disrupted.
Oh.
Warning.
I didn't notice how big of a difference it is.
Damn, they've already reached the shade node.
Like the cone between moving and standing still. So very much like with the shotgun or with the pistols. Becomes just stand still and then we fire.
Over here.
What's the RPM on it here? 192.
System curtailed.
Times 8. Let's say 200 times 8, so closer to 1600.
System back online.
1500 something. But only if I'm firing it at full RPM and hitting all my pellets. So 2/3, I don't know, half of ECS. Still not too bad. That reload is the killer.
No sweat.
For a shotgun build, that will be fine, but just for general play, like. Curious to see in the garage here, actually. You can just kind of like that's a long sight line.
Watch it. Jammer out.
You need to wait a second for it before it becomes actually accurate. Oh. Where ARs don't have
Trying to
that.
access the shade database. Let's hope you
Well, actually, yeah, for a super long range shot, no,
Interrupt.
it'll work
There's
out.
another helicopter inbound. Looks like Black Tusk reinforcements.
Oh, we haven't called one. But it seems to be in group things. The second we like do a mission or like fast, the same like where directives reset and stuff. Seems to reset the guy. So basically we need to like just be aware of it and one of us spawns one. If we don't see one.
You're not cut out for this.
Well, actually I was trying to do long sight ones here.
Moving for a better shot. I'll put him down.
System malfunctioning.
Hostile took out a friend.
System reactivated.
Target down.
An agent needs
I think might be the
assistance.
only thing that's a little OP.
Serious trauma detected.
They won't last long.
Well, the reload is kind of like, I mean, it's not like we main shotguns that much.
Curtailed.
Anyway, but this kind of this thing invalidates a lot of shotguns at its current power level. And honestly, I feel they could make it like a 28 or something, and actually give it some reload. And that would actually, like, overall actually be even a more enjoyable weapon.
Try a taste of my medicine. Got to
And more
reload.
balanced.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, they're going for the fly.
That's one down.
I haven't per se used like Super 90s with strikers much, but I've used like Tsunami and stuff. And this on its per shot, yeah, feels a lot stronger, which obviously doesn't have the reload of it, but...
Fuck.
Oh, actually, yeah, let's see here. I'm gonna shoot for the far one.
Worst fucking timing.
That was as effective as the... This one gone already?
Come on.
System malfunctioning.
And as a trick, you can shoot the thingy from here. Get your skills back.
System reactivated.
What? Are you kidding? Hey, I'm reloading. Oh, did that hurt?
This guy just yapping. I feel you should just be able to go into social and just mute him. Just,
Got you now.
We'll push them back.
actually, yeah, I'm totally making that as the joke. Just like, companions are fine, but this idiot is running with his mic open the whole time.
Jesus.
You can just call me IKEA.
Piece of crap.
The bot voice, you can turn off all voice. But there's downsides to that as well, because you don't hear the, you know, the reinforcements incoming and stuff like that. But yeah, you can turn off all dialogue. Or just the slider. You just turn off the dialogue slider. But then also, yeah, the callouts from Isaac, the callouts from Manny,
Don't give him time to heal.
even like fluff from the vendors. You know what? I'm gonna go back here. The next chopper's over there still, but I'm gonna go back here. Gonna snipe. See maybe how well this works for me.
Watch the flank behind the cop car. No,
Up car. What? Also, he's a little bit drunk, so there's that. Oh yeah, don't be in cover. If you're in cover, the thing actually doesn't work. The accuracy. Oh yeah, spawning right here as well, nice.
that was nothing. They're flanking.
We'll have to check the logs to see if they accessed any sensitive data. But I think we're okay.
Okay.
Good work in there.
There is actually the end of mission results here, just for curiosity. Okay. And I wasn't per se try hardened, but you know, the gear set did well enough to be competitive. Because I was mostly just trying to kind of snipe with the shotgun. Actually, it's kind of super annoying that... Is that with all shotguns, even if you have a shit ton of weapon handling? Oh, we can't actually be in cover right then, of course. Because it takes quite a while, especially after running, to become accurate. Kind of like snipers. Like if you're kind of like edging, it's fine. Like if I'm just shooting around the corner. But yeah, just running and then coming to a standstill and yeah. Whereas for instance ARs are like that. Which isn't that much faster. But yeah, let's take it back to base. Actually, wait. I wanted to check this. So how much did this guy level in the meantime? Okay, so a chunk, but I'm guessing then some of the journey stuff gave levels and stuff, because I'm still not sure how this guy got to level 3 as fast as he did, but maybe some of the journey stuff gives some of that XP. But then yeah, if you guys are okay with it, we're gonna jump back to base. I'm gonna take my leave. I'm gonna start recording for my thoughts on the. Well, we need to still work on one spreadsheet, but then I think I'm just gonna do the unit alloys with exotic on top, and then. But yeah, thanks for the runs there, and thanks for the help, and especially in checking out the checking out the gear set and stuff. Because yeah, that definitely is a game changer. Running it in groups there it suddenly made sense. It's well usable actually. And then maybe just even with the numbers that it has a place. We need to put it up against I might actually do that instead of Pesty. We'll put it up against the glass shred and we'll find the kind of crossover point between it and Striker. But yeah, I'll leave you peeps to it.
You have
I'm gonna go back to some sheeting. Let's go spread some more sheet.
Good to be seeing you.
Wait, that sounds right. Hey, GG's. Oh yeah, let me get you here. Although it's also less noticeable on other shotguns, I feel then. Because I don't feel I really stop moving quite often with shotguns. Here, this one, just because it has a high accuracy, you know, or it can reach a high accuracy, it just takes a while to get there. Because I don't feel like just running Hunter's Fury Tsunami that I care too much about just getting to stand still. With this thing, it was just like, I have to stop. I have to just complete standstill and then shoot, which felt just awkward. Still very usable because yeah, it could be, you could definitely run it with strikers and stuff just as a very long range option, because even against those like those jammer and stuff, that kind of worked out, because a normal AR would be like doing half damage at those ranges anyway. Oh, when in cover, yeah. I mean, yeah, this one's weird. That's nice. Hey. So is that like what? No, coming soon. Are you okay, MG88? You seem to be very intent on just, you know, modifier is bad, exotic is bad. I would say actually none of the exotics. Also, if you're talking about the shotgun is like super OP. Because even without that, like, yeah, it having just 35%, this makes like glue look like shit. Just because it has, you know, if nothing else, just in its damage. So, yeah, I wouldn't say there is one useless exotic, and that's the chest. But gear is, you know, as we kind of have, like, yeah, it's very hit and miss. But I would say this one is at the moment still a miss. But then also not final stats. So in here, like, yeah, keep your opinions until the last variant, because here, yeah, if you feel something is completely useless, try to get your voice to be heard and do so in a respectful way. And yeah, they've changed plenty of things between PTS and live. Was equalizer fault. Alright, but then killer Lexi for sure. Why is that for? Because why that with equalizer? Because our killer Lexi is still gonna outperform it. Because the rate of fire is just percentage, so. For the thing is, if it doesn't like alter that, like if it doesn't alter that scope in time, because I don't think actually accuracy will affect that much. Especially, you know, we already have 100 with that, so it's already likely, because there is soft gaps to those as well, to how much quicker it can scope in. There's a hard limit, if I remember right. It's been a while, but oh yeah. We had that open. Yeah, so here, let's quickly do this. Because I would really need to get to recording. It's actually not there like that. Was it? I remember which is linked to what. So 0, 30. So let's say we do 60, 70. Okay, so around a 70 multiplier, but that means more stacks than that. The other way around. Oh, this divided by, okay, so but no, wait, god damn it. Still like this. Is, or let's do it like this, is whatever's in this field times 1 point. So per as this number, so in here would be 0. Right. Oh, I'm an idiot. So we would need 80. So let's make this like this. So need 79. Yeah, so 79 to 80. So at 80 stacks, Striker takes over at max stacks against CC. Yeah. Let's leave that at 0 for now. Okay, so let's look at yeah, maybe we leave passive for a different time. So we should put this up just against some or we could just leave that for the time being. Because yeah, we should kind of put it in place against some of the things like tipping skills and stuff like that, maybe. Let's maybe, yeah, let's do a bestie calc. That'll be more interesting. Within the comparison to Striker, you can basically back logic our way to other things. But if we take Let's take. We need pesty base. Okay, and then actually I need this separately. So no of that. This would have 35. This would have 60, 30, 100. 12. This would have 18. Zeros. $30. Actually, no. 90. 98. We just need to figure out this. We can take the stat block actually just from the build collection. So this is 55.5, 141. And this is that's too low for that. And here we just balance out our crits actually. Well, yeah, no, then it's maybe better just to, or no, that's, wait. Okay, then we just put the bestie here. What are we doing? 55.5, 105. Because it Ali, we have nothing triggering off of crit. So we don't really care about it being high. We care more about it being balanced. 70. Y70. That's incorrect, isn't it? We forgot to change that. Where's the little bestie? This is a 72, right? Yeah. Yeah. That is a 60. Do I have anywhere to pull one of that from? Not now. We'll leave it. You know what, let's go fix that real quick because there's no way I'm gonna remember that otherwise. Let me catch up here, actually, for a shake. But better for some reason. Uh, alt. Thing is, the handling there makes FAMAS feel a lot more better, but I would think it would still benefit Lexington more. What things as the BS build is right now? I mean, it depends on, you know, what, because we need to qualify exactly in what way we're DPSing. Chest Striker, in an obvious sense, is really high up there. Are we adding in weapon talents? Then that with Frenzy on top is one of the highest potentials in the game. But if we're just talking, if we're leaving single target, Oxy can, in certain situations, do, you know, be doing to a dozen enemies what a striker does to like 3. So, but overall, Chest Striker. Chest Striker is, there's a reason it's the go-to for DPS settings. But then the thing is also, what is the DPS of a one-shot build that, you know, does one shot, so you don't even have a second shot to DPS from? But then it's not per se DPS based anymore, like when we're going headhuntering. So there is stuff like that. So it depends on how you qualify it. Pasty. And then there's a 60, right? Yeah. And then there's always a bunch of these small mistakes in the build collection, which is always annoying. But also they're minor. Like this doesn't make a big difference. But yeah, it should be 60. And the reason it was 70 was the previous version was, of course, with contractors, but then that section didn't get fixed because the rest of this is fixed, right? Because the crit of it is now that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, in the past we didn't have sacrifice in there, so. Yeah, so minor fix. While we're here, let's actually quickly make sure this lines up because this one's actually the easier one to line up. Oh yeah. So that was, yeah, so 30, 35. So we need that stacked up, that going, and then should have said this there. And we're just doing DTH, right? Yeah, neither has DTA, so. So 383, 483. That doesn't line up. Also, we still need the RPMs and stuff, actually. Oh, that also has weapon handling. That's why the pesty feels pretty good on there as well. Wait, what? Oh yeah. I'm like, why is the rate of fire? But yeah, pesty has a rate of fire. It's actually one of the, yeah, also a reason why the pesty kind of feels good on that gear set. So this is CC DPS, CC tick. And this is HE, DPS, HE, tick. No, actually, I should do this. Okay. Wait, yeah, so wait, why didn't this line up? 30. $924. Am I forgetting? Sometimes 5, right? 35, 98, 8. Oh no, 20. There we go. We're running an LMG and Fox's Prayer. 383, 483. Yeah, that lines up. And 924, 193. That lines up. Why is this average shot different than this? Oh, because it takes into account that. Oh, that's why we did. Yeah, so we did it always like this, right? So it's this times 5 is this times 5. So let me actually check this. Four, 1, 3, close enough. We're off by a little bit, close enough. Okay, so the predicted on that one is actually higher. Yeah, let's go back over there. Oh, no, 60. And actually, wait, we just delete the sustain. Because this is this times 10. Is this times 10. Let's go back over here. Oh, you want, are you, because yeah, no, those aren't commands. If you want access to this spreadsheet, this one is actually,
Safe area detected.
this is the one I'm going to use in a minute to record off of for my thoughts on the PTS. But I can put it in the chat if you want to peruse through it. But yeah, it's still a little bit work in progress. Although, yeah, we're basically just going to do that. We're going to quickly do some of the brand set with exotics. And then actually, yeah, we need to start recording. So, and then these multi-calculators by themselves are also You can actually link through them in the with the damage calculators. Discovered murder.
The base of operation is on high alert. Civilians must undergo a body search to gain access to the safe area.
So, I mean, yeah, you're kind of stacking into a bunch of them there. Although Frenzy will still, even without Versatile, Frenzy will beat like everything else. But Frenzy has some prep time, of course, especially with a GR9 or something. It was Pistolero next season again, right? Yeah. Because there's some shenanigans you pull with scavenge skills. No. What's the other ammo one? Ammo orders. And Frenzy. Otherwise, well, actually with you can also with you can do the same with Pistolero actually. Because the first time you swap to the LMG, it'll be empty. That's why there is a Frenzy LMG on the Tempest build. So yeah, checking numbers. Oh, we need 30 stacks. That's fine. Invulnerable Elite. Now let's actually try that for a sec. I'm also curious actually how that works. So is the range set to normal? My range set to normal. Oh, yeah, it is. Although that's maybe not even that bad of an idea. These guys are dying too fast. What's going on there? Seems to work. But all it's getting me is 2 per stack. How about full stacks? Yeah. And at least this doesn't decay as fast. That's probably and yeah, thank you so much, Rob, for the gift there. As always, much appreciated. Also, yeah, never feel like obliged that it's needed or anything. I'll do my stuff even with that, but of course, yeah. I do appreciate spending other people's money. That's much more fun than spending my own, so I do appreciate that part. But yeah, very much appreciated. Yeah, let's make sure we're hitting what we're hitting. 833,999. 833,999, yeah. So also I already saw my bestie tick there. So 2034,145, 2034,145, yeah. keep going with that for both of them actually. Okay, so we have that and that. So combined is this one times this one. No, it's this one plus this one. We just add the DPSs together. Okay. Wait, the combined is still lower. Oh yeah, the pesty tick is higher. This makes them for a decent pesty build, but then yeah, the thing is, this one is doing it from like the start, because actually the thing I want to edit this into is not red cores, but CC tracks. It's only locked into this, right? Yeah, those are fixed. So this is 35. But also actually these ones are... So this is 5. Wait, what am I doing? So yeah, this is just 6 fixed. And this 35 is now this. Yeah. Yeah, we need to actually, so let's have this. Is this number divided by itself? And then same we do here. So this is, although let's make this like that. Use this one divided by itself. Because each of these segments we want it to be comparing against itself. Okay, so just as a reminder for myself later on. So add max stacks, bigger tick, but less DPS. So actually on the combined, it's still in favor of this thing, but actually like this thing is in a decent place this way. You know what? Let's link that to that. Maybe the because I was thinking the this thing would be maybe a little bit much if it was 6%. And honestly, seeing it like this against because I thought actually this thing would be like way more higher tech actually. I mean, this is a really high tech, don't get me wrong. But yeah, for instance, taking the thing is we especially don't have that total weapon damage. Like, we can't put the backbone into here. Thing is we could, but we would lose the overdogs, which is a much bigger bonus. Although, well, in this case, actually it isn't. There's 5 less, but in practical play, it's a much bigger bonus. Just because of the uptime, because we need to stack up in the total. Well, actually, just for the pestilence specifically, because as you know, the thingy would be 35. There is no other total weapon damage, so it would be 5% more. Do we really swap anything in stats? Thing is, we can't really have 3Bs back or Lingmo. So we would be wasting the brand talent. But we're already wasting the brand talent is at 30 basically. Oh, maybe backbone is actually the way to go here, even if we're not taking. Because if I slot a backbone into this, it's the exact same stats. But then just the backbone 35 instead of the. Right? I mean, let's try actually. Do extra backbone in here. I mean, no, why would I? But actually, wait, so it will be just. Because our vigilance would be less, but thingy wouldn't be. Backbone wouldn't be. Otherwise, we just leave that. We just leave that for a future look into it. We'll address it, but then just leave it for now. But I could also actually see this set going to 6. It's actually at 6. It's outputting quite a bit better, of course. Yeah. I realize now, actually, yeah, let's just do this. It's just lingering in my head the whole time. Oh, this is okay. So this is with this. So was it 6105? Yeah. Let's do this real quick. Because now I'm really curious how it compares to Umbra and OD. And the big scales, actually. Let's do that. But it is going to take some time to put together. That's fine. It's kind of really needed there. Overdog's record seems to be very good. Yeah. Overdog's is the DPS. Overall, yes. It's between that and the Tinkerer. The Tinkerer can also be really good. And the Tinkerer also can be just outside of damage. You can also, for instance, I like Killer plus Fast Hands, for instance, a lot with it. Which doesn't, like, from a burst DPS sense, isn't the highest, but especially from a sustained DPS sense, kind of is. And then also you get to have, very quick reloads. But Overdogs has become quickly the kind of, and it's mostly just because it's such a big number, even though it doesn't have perfect uptime or anything like that. It doesn't need to. It's a little bit too good. Just very nice. Oh yeah, we need to actually finish this up and kind of start recording, but yeah, we're gonna make it very late tonight, but that's fine. It'll have to be. Yeah. The annoying thing is also, yeah, I can't reuse old numbers because, for instance, when it comes to OD, although actually no, we'll do OD. Actually, I'm gonna do OD Overdog. We just say this, just to keep it in line. And then yeah, this is gonna be actually this. Epic. 893. Well, actually, what am I doing? Let's just take all that out. This can go. That can go. This can go. This can go. Let's put a thick line there. Let's already do this part of it. This is basically a second set. Okay. Yeah, so this will be OD. So we OD to or Mark 46. Sadist, Umbra, or not UI. How many stacks is Umbra max? 50 actually, right? Lexi Killer. And HE Ugly. HE Ugly VG. Yeah. So that's this. And then OD like this. The VG actually. There. Okay. Give me stats. Are we over cap? We are over cap. Wait, what? $6.5. Okay, so 2 crit chance mods, yeah. Oh, the question actually here also becomes is, you know what, we're gonna actually answer that while we're going through here. So 850, 150, 324. So the question here becomes, actually, let's do that as well. So 130, 30, 5, 6129, 85, 12, 0, 0, 30. And then another 30 here. That seems off. Let's actually check it here. This guy's invulnerable. This guy's... Um, 394257. No, something's missing here. What am I missing? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, 50, yeah, 50, 30, 30. But now we're over. Where are we over? Yeah, 394,902. Order. My Mm. Oh, we don't have a graded weapon. Oh yeah. That's fine. Yeah, just do this. Keep forgetting. Yeah, we're over here, or we're over there. Yeah, so 394257, 394258, and 902842. That's off by too much. Is that... Did we change this? Yeah, we changed this. Nine oh two eight four eight 902 8521. So yeah, close enough. 3 off. Okay. Yeah. If this was 6. Okay. Although this is without killer in here still. Oh, actually. That's gonna bump it up. Ah, okay. Let's go to Umbra. Actually, wait, before we go to Umbra. That as a stand-in. Wait, was I still like super over crit? What? Wait, maybe. Actually, we're going to check this here. So 56.5. 149. This other one was done. Oh yeah, that messed up the crit there. So the other one is 6139. 39. Okay. Oh, which one wins actually between these two? The 56 here. So we'll take that one. But then now, let's just take the Fenris, but we won't. We'll just act as if there's a rate of fire here. So this will be is 850 times 1.05. 50. Okay, so this would be although we have that as an option as well. Oh yeah, we have this as an option as well, actually. So what would land? 59.5. That sounds like a... Yeah, so 59.5. How though? Does this backpack have a crit chance mod? No. Mm, 139 minus 12. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Because here we can take the backpack with the new gear set. Look, I should catch up for a second. I'm kind of was in my own world. That, yeah. So it's best for try to believe how I love the RPM. I mean, yeah, the M249 family was actually like 600 RPM. The M60 was 550. That was a big buff for that whole section of things. So actually, this is interesting as a one, because yeah, we can either go with the new brand instead of Cheska. We gain more in burst, we lose a little bit in sustain, but we also lose quite a bit in damage per mag. And seeing ours, especially here as well, we're not per se caring about RPM to a high degree or something. I would actually lean towards this DPS difference not mattering enough to lose sustain and damage per mag, especially damage per mag on OD. So actually there, for instance, likely we'll stick with Cheska, or at least I'll stick with Cheska. Because there as well, we have Sadist, we don't have Killer or something, which would benefit as well from being on that other brand set. Okay, so at least we know that now. Yeah, Umbra. Time is becoming an issue. But let's quickly just do this now. Wait, no, not that one. Damn it. So with Lexi. So this would be 1.4. I'm misremembering now. So 100, 30, 30, 30. Uh, 25. Let's make sure our crit lines up. Six, like that. 6151. 60 is 151 plus 120, right? At max stacks. Oh, yeah, it was 100 stacks, right? Yeah. 100 stacks of 1.2. Things accounted for plus killer. Okay, what happens if this goes now back to 6 again? Yeah, maybe 6 is a maybe 6 is an idea. Let's go high end. And here we definitely take this plus this. Is Cheska still making sense in here? Because we also have Fenris as an option. 55, 129. We can shift 3 down. No, actually, yeah, we don't really have that as an option, right? Oh, yeah, actually, on the contractors and the Fox and stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Well, no, not that one, but this one is fine. We'll just go this route. 58, 139. 5, 18, 8, 21. Oh, actually, we need to make it okay, so this becomes 0. We need to make it and then over the eggs. Do we do it this way? To have a Fenris mask. I guess I actually do lately. Actually, I don't. That's fine though. We can approximate it basically by let's first put this all to crit damage. How much am I? 54. So let's make it this 59. Actually, 51, 162 Grupo will still be. I don't know, Fern as well. Actually, no, we're gonna also add. I mean, we can actually look at both options. 100, 50, 30 is 25 plus 25. No, 25 plus 24. 30. Okay. 961 50. Okay. That's weird. Let's check this one real quick. Then check the Umbra, but actually we should. Need the obliterate stacked. Okay, so 377-121, 377-121, 988-0588, 9. Crit is off. Oh, killer isn't active. That's still the same. 125-2042. 125-2038. Okay, close enough. Yeah. Let's quickly just do it this. Is this number divided by this number. Why are these two so different? Oh, killer is active here. Yeah. Then we don't do this. Or do I have an obliterate striker with killer somewhere? I mean, we do over there. So maybe we compare it against that. Yeah. Actually, there we go. Just that's kind of ballparks. Because it especially needs to be ahead of OD, right? Like OD is super consistent. Anything behind OD is like, why bother? So this is like 7% ahead, but honestly, I'm not against this being like this. And then if we have 6 as our with backpack number, I feel it makes suddenly a lot more sense. It's still not catching up to Obliterate Striker, but it doesn't need to. In the pesty sense, it makes a lot of sense. And then also, as easy as it is to keep at full stacks, it's kind of catching up to Umbra here as well. And yeah, Umbra, Umbra is a little bit behind. Tipping skills is a little bit behind. Striker, Obliterate. And then it goes Heartbreaker, and then it goes Chest Striker. So maybe that'll be the thing to go with there. Yeah, let me catch up here. We need to do one last thing, and then we can hit record. Start hitting record. Spreadsheet are meant to be used with directives in which spreadsheet? Like the ones I'm doing here. Depends on the directives. Generally, like headhunting and stuff is pretty easy for directives because, yeah, Pistolero, for instance, is in there. But also, yeah, depends on which spreadsheet you exactly mean. Because, yeah, it could also be the gear spreadsheet is kind of in my head. Yeah, so we just have this. Yeah, let's quickly do this. So this starts with this. Actually, we have that already here. Okay. So this goes to just plus 0.5. All of these need to be actually. Honestly, let's just do this one like this, 1.95. Or this is all striker in the same way. This already. A bunch of places here. This becomes 20, 24. Now in order to create this here. Oh, actually, it's calculated there. Yeah, because the other one also already had crit chance, of course, on the salvo. So this is 105. And actually, we need this. And unsurprisingly, Overdogs, when active, kicks its ass. And then maybe what we need is Overdogs inactive and then active. Because we need the over-under. Actually. Oh. Okay. So actually check this one real quick. Mm, 456, 614. There's a grading again. You have a grade 11. Why don't you get damn it? Killer inactive right now. Yeah, so 516, 172. That also doesn't line up. What happened? Oh, why is this 20? Five 172, 516, 172, yeah. 1161, 386. No, that doesn't line up either. Why you... What? Oh, this has different mods. Uh, 1058, 152. 1058, 152, yeah. Okay. Should still have this in here. Zero to 15. There we go. Yeah, so mm, 49, 129. It's actually very awkward for the mm, let's shift it forward one, but we can just do that in calculation form. So let's shift this to 50. And then we shift that back to 120 minus 2, 127 plus 10. Yeah, so 100 30. And actually I will need this section 24 5 10 0 21 90 nothing. And then this whole section can go over here, and this becomes plus 0. And this becomes plus 25. And over there. Okay. Should really do Tinkerer, but Tinkerer is also like an annoying one. And yeah, let's do he shall not be named. But let's do it anyway. Let's name him. Did you know if you say ninja bike 3 times, you suddenly find yourself wearing a ninja bike? So we're just wondering. Name this yes, stack broker might have on it. So we already know it's basically it's 360 RPM and some loss in weapon damage. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be plus 20 minus 20. But yeah, it's you know, as the name implies, therefore stacking. Regarding the overdogs, this is true. They stop working when drones or SRCRs are on the field. I mean, they don't stop working. It depends on what tier you're fighting. So if you're fighting an engineer and suddenly an RC car goes down from, you know, you were fighting like a controller or something, more so. Like basically we're on the middle tier. When a drone comes or a car comes out, that's the lowest tier. So that now that's the one that is bonus basically against. So so what even becomes what even do we have here? So we take that, we take Nanji. And then we take this and this. $55.93. But drones and stuff are basically always the lowest tier. So the second they're on the field, unless there is something broken with it, but I haven't seen any like that it's just them or something. Because definitely in testing, I've shot like assaults and stuff, which are also the lowest tier. Yeah, so basically when the overdogs is talking about, you know, these any other enemy or skill proxies, all those skill proxies, that's also, yeah, RC cars, drones, and stuff like that. There was just the one, where is Bomber? Bomber. This Bomber is the drone from the cleaners. And for some reason that's separate. But yeah, these skill proxies is also, yeah, turret deployeds or RC cars or lawnmower thingies and stuff like that. So it doesn't make it too clear, but yeah, you just have to know basically. So this actually becomes this. This actually becomes times 1.5. Actually, it is 75 rounds, right? Yeah. This stays the same. No, it's 213. Why is this 213? 72 and 95, yeah. Actually, and this needs to be over here as well. Wait, why are we here? Switch us unequipping and re-equipping. 213. Yeah, why is it 213? What is usually the number that I have here? This is not a good sheet for that. Yeah, let's go here. Yeah, normally 195, right, for striker. For Lexi, why is it? Oh, what? Wait, let me just log out and log back in. Because that should be 15, right? Yeah, we're minus 10, plus 10, and then 15 from striker. And I was showing 5%. As if my watch wasn't active or something.
Entering safe area.
Yeah, 195. Okay, what the fuck was that? Should have fired again. That might have reset it there as well. Although unequipping, re-equipping usually works. Is it the range? No. No, we would have ran into that already. Okay. Don't remember ever running into something like that. Minor thing at least. But yeah, so 195 is correct. Where were we? Over here. Oh yeah, so 100, 30, 30, 24, 75, 10, 0, 21, and 65. Just the damage per mag goes on. But it is a reason to not. Hello, well, actually, I'm off by this. Oh no, wait, the other way. You know, for a blue and a yellow. The thing is, though, we would also just take a blue and a yellow there, and we're still ahead on burst. Yeah, nah. Nah. What if we take... Although both of these two pieces are too good. Just for my curiosity. How much is it? 224. Is 224. Divided by fundraise is 30%, right? So 1.45. I have a Fenris piece for that one. And this also goes. $105, 75, 10, 0, 21, 65. Definitely need to do checking numbers here in a sec, but so this would be even 60. Yeah. Mm. Let's just check this one. Just to check if it as listed, right? So 55105. Yeah. Oh yeah, we had that blue car. Let's make this a red. This is a pleasant reload. 384 599, 384 597, close enough. 788 427, 788 424, close enough. So okay, yeah. The other one's derived from this, or like this one's derived from the other one, so. And yeah, this is kind of the reason why that magazine size is not per se, like even from a sustain standpoint, that 25 rounds extra, this Fenris actually adding basically another bonus, and then also the reload speed instead. Like actually that works out to be more useful. Like actually the equal plus, oh no, actually, no, that's not right. I have a mistake. I was gonna say I wouldn't expect it because the salvo is also really good. But yeah, we have that one too many. But yeah, on damage, just this still beats it. But if you're going this route, yeah, might as well. Well, I kind of like this reload. This will be better though for other ARs. The thing is the Lexi already reloads really fast, so. This might be interesting actually for maybe more so LMGs or so, but yeah, we're not gonna go down that route. But yeah, at least it's one of the better ways to use Ninja Way. as silly as it can is. Yeah, let's spend some time colorizing all this. Then I'm gonna take a quick bio, and then we're gonna start recording. And I'm gonna make it very late tonight. Turns out. Which I already knew, but because I kind of need to record everything, and then tomorrow afternoon I'll have time to edit it all together. But PTS, of course, just available today, last day. So seeing as we want to have access to the items. Well, maybe I keep the red for something else. Yeah, no, let's. Because honestly, this doesn't deserve red. Well, sounds like a. It's more. It's not gonna top the damage here. But yeah, so this gear set is well usable for what it is. So we'll go with that instead, and then the striker can be red. It's giving it also a once over. As we go through. So I should select this. I'll just keep making this the purple. So actually, all this text white. OD. We make blood red. Let's go with that. High end. Well, yeah. Pretty sure was this hotkeys for that, or just a pop-out thing that you could leave to the side here instead of clicking that thing every time. It might be actually even. Sunburst, yeah. Reason, you know. So let's take it like that, and then we just do this. First, I actually did this. Okay, so these are obliterates and these are glass, so I need to watch out for that. Just separate them that way. This didn't catch. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Let's do this first. Jesus, we made a lot of them. It's especially this new brand set is just basically everything changed. It's gonna take the easy way out here. Just gonna alternate like that. And I'm pretty happy to kind of rush this, but on the other hand as well, just we need to get her done. So it's usually I kind of like leaving this for a bit and kind of I'll stare at, especially with like build showcases and stuff. I'll stare at it. Usually I'll find like the last few mistakes. But here we checked basically everything going through. Also, actually, this afternoon I did check a few of the ones from yesterday to make sure everything lined up there. And then also whatever mistakes are in here. It is what it is at that point. And we're taking the lazy way with all of those. Okay, yeah, so That's next door. Beacon is the only thing that really could really need a little bit of loving. Everything else you could just kind of put it as is into the game and be kind of fine. But Beacon especially versus Overwatch, because also Overwatch doesn't have, like, yeah, you need to be in cover, but it's so much better. You'll just be in cover if you need that. Although, well, the regen and stuff exists, but it always takes longer than I even always think of that it does usually. But it's fine. With that, it's also always just so hard to kind of, even for me, to just kind of parse stuff here. So it's well worth spending the time. What is this last part? Oh, it's with the headshot active. Okay. Kind of felt reductive, but yeah, no. This is with the headshot 100% active. Just to kind of highlight that that is a lot. And then this last one is different, so we need to highlight it as different. Because that's not a real one. Yeah. As you know, it should be very more like that. So wait, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 multi-calculators. I think is that a record? Not sure if that's a record or not. I think it is. It feels pretty good. I mean, it will, yeah. There's also at the full 5%. The Heartbreaker Tech Tank is gonna have to that, likely. To the salvo. Yeah, so let's start kind of getting ready to hit that record button. Let's get rid of this shenanigan. So where do we start? We start with, can I have my text file? Windows, thank you. Yeah, with the modifier and then bittersweet. We'll go to Umbra. And well, let's have the bittersweet equipped. It's just not gonna show, so that doesn't matter. Actually, we're gonna remove these gloves just so we have those gloves. Now we start kind of down there, but first we're gonna show the thing and scroll through it, so we have it there. I'm gonna make sure everything here works. The AI thingy, it's like not having good luck with my hair there. I just have a pluck of hair that it's trying to recognize. Anything else recognizable from this season? Not particularly. Oh, the wall. The Overdogs isn't per se from that season, so. Yeah. Now I realize actually I wasn't even thinking where to intro this. I was thinking of recently using this thing and then I used a different thing, so we could go for that. Or is it kind of like a true sun thing? When there's a bunch of places. Because also we can use the companion. Somewhere where there's like truce and shenaniganery. I mean, most of these missions. Actually, you know what? Let's go do that one. I'm on the wrong scene. It's a quick test recording. You know what? We'll just go for that. Being on the roofs here. Yeah, it's over there, right? Yeah. We have still a bunch of daytime available to us, so that's good. This looks off. You know what? We'll equip the
Friendly control
that
point
backpack.
detected.
Well, you know what? We'll equip the gear set. And then with the bittersweet.
Something would happen already.
That supply drop is gonna aggro me at some point, isn't it? Oh wait, did they fix this spot? Can I make you take cover out of combat? No. Will you just follow me? I want you to be on this side. Take the fat chopper as our...
Supply drop detected.
I don't hate this. Okay, so Salva. I mean, that's gonna be the general new meta anyway for a lot of places. So it doesn't really narrow it down because that can still be anything. Yeah, we'll just take this as our standing with her. I wouldn't mind having that through some flag in the distance. Nothing too fancy, but also it's fine. Hyena leading a true sun. Yeah, so this is an in-depth look, right? In that series, yeah. In the past, these used to be rambling talks. But nowadays, I mean, we're looking at it enough to say it's in-depth look anyway. Yeah, let's get going. Focus on everything. It's always the worst feeling when you like go like, was it in focus, and then you try to get it again, and then you can't get it for a second. But yeah, let's get going. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA. Oh no, this wasn't ready. Guess I'm not IKEA. Ready now, yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have an in-depth look into the PTS for Year 7 Season 3, as that has just come to pass and has ended by the time you're seeing this video. But I definitely wanted to give my thoughts on some of the things in there, as there's a lot of interesting stuff and things. We're getting a modifier through which we're getting a companion, just a waifu to drag along along the way. Or in this case, well, they're all husbandus. Not sure if that is a correct term for them, but it is now. And we are getting a bunch of interesting items, a brand set that is definitely looking to be part of the new meta, and we're getting a gear set that is actual upon use, pretty interesting and works decently well. And some exotics, of course, to go with that, and then also together with all of that, also some new talent. And yeah, all of this is planned to come out in a few weeks. And everything will be timestamped down below here so you can jump around to your heart's content, as we'll go through all of the items here. Starting off with the patch notes, we'll link to that, of course, as well. And yeah, I'll link it to the spreadsheet, the big one that we have ready for this session, as yeah, we have 11 multi-calculators, which I'm not sure is a new record, but I think it might be. And part of that is especially because of the new brand set. We kind of need to look at it in situ with a lot of builds. And actually, even then, I don't feel I've done it a full justice, but good enough for now. And then, of course, in the future, we'll give it a full in-depth look by itself and then go much further. But yeah, let's go get started. Don't feel that joke landed that well, but eh. Eh. We're going to have an in-depth look into the PTS for Year. So that's our intro. So now, as your Trello isn't fully loaded in the background, there we go. It's better like this, maybe. Mm. Let's put it at 200, which would be basically normal scaled. Yeah. Oh yeah. First off, that's not why we want to. And let's start that by going through the patch notes really briefly, although we're actually not going to read them out loud, but just I'll link to the patch notes down below. It does list, of course, all of the items as we have them here, going through the modifier and then through all of the items, the exotics, the gear sets, the brand sets, and the talent. And yeah, there is actually in the PTS a bunch of things that are actually known as to be known issues. So we didn't get to test, for instance, the engineer companion, as we see here. There's a lot of known issues with them. And some items as well have actually intended or are intended to have different stats than we'll finally see. And I'll actually be presenting them basically with the stats in the patch notes as here. As for instance, for the bittersweet exotic rifle, we'll see in a little bit, they actually have a different in-game value for the repair skill and how much bonus armor that gives you versus what they intend, at least the intentions that they've told us about here. And yeah, there is actually a lot of things here, but it's also not that extensive. Mostly because also they haven't gone into the minutia of the modifier, and we won't either here. I'll broadly cover it. And then, of course, in the future, we'll give it a full in-depth look, and then also likely an only tips. But the patch notes are well worth going through, especially to catch all of the hard values if you missed something here, or to just double check. And yeah, that'll be linked down below. Okay. That is patch notes. Just a brief, just like, hey, this is where you find shit. Oh, where are we going now? Modifier. Right, so yeah, patch notes, command link modifier. First, we'll do some out of combat, and then we'll get into combat. And I've kind of already gathered what I want to say here. Yeah. And let's start our actual look at things by looking at the modifier. The modifier for next season is called Command Link, and by itself, it isn't actually that strong of a modifier. It is centered around a companion, which we'll look at in a second. But this Command Link is, from a power perspective, definitely one of the weaker ones, modifier-wise, that we've gotten so far. Which I'm also totally fine with. After a season that was very OP with its modifier, I'm kind of actually looking forward to, and I've already in the PTS really enjoyed actually going back to something a little bit more tame, even though there is a lot of power here as well. Because for instance, as we'll quickly look into the command link basically allows us to use that on PC T button, and then whatever button it is on controller to activate, for instance, the modifier and such. That now actually has different uses depending on what we're doing. So for instance, aim plus that modifier key is attack target, just holding it without aiming for a long press, basically we're getting the triggering the active ability, and also just without ADSing or aiming, we're just telling them where to move, but we can basically only do that to cover. And this True Sun Companion, as we see in here, they just follow us around. Here I have the medic out, and outside of combat, we can't actually do much with them, because actually outside of combat, I can't make them go somewhere specific. In combat, we can, and we'll see them in combat in a second, of course. We have three variants of them: a medic and a support in the form of an engineer, and then also an assault guy that is kind of the beefy guy that also does overall the most damage. But then, for instance, the medic here can deploy a support station to revive allies and such. And the engineer has, of course, a turret. And this modifier as well, for doing certain actions, we're getting some bonuses, just part of the main modifier before even looking at passives and such. And standouts in here are basically that, for instance, a companion kills a target you marked for attack. So actually, if we target something for it, we gain 25% weapon handling for 12 seconds. On the damage end of things, this is actually one of the bigger ones where crossfire kills you and your companion damage and kill the same enemy. So if we just both have hit the same enemy and they die from one source, we will get 25% crit chance for 12 seconds. This doesn't seem to raise the crit cap in the way that some other things did. This is just 25% crit chance. And it is for 12 seconds, so it's not the longest of durations. These are not the long-term buffs that we've seen from some modifiers. And honestly, 25 weapon handling, 25 crit chance, 20 reload, 15 weapon damage for 5 seconds as well. That's one of the shorter ones. Or 35% bonus armor for 12 seconds, depending on things that we do. All of these are pretty timid in comparison to, let's say, By the Teeth, or for instance, microwave coils, or for instance, Zealot or such, or even the RPM increases of Year 7 Season 2. But that's, to me, also not too bad of a thing, because what we are getting is, alongside of us, that combatant, basically, they are a decoy. They work pretty well at that. You can target them onto enemies. And also, actually, for instance, with the assault guy, all of them have a decent amount of damage, but especially with the assault guy, you can kind of see it as having a 6-tier drone with similar amounts of health and armor basically to it. And yeah, as we see here, actually even much more than a drone, because yeah, they have 1 million health, 10 million armor here. And this is also based on a leveling system again, and that leveling system is per character, or no, not per character, per ally companion. And then it is account wide again, so that's nice. But then also we recruit these guys out in the wild. If we encounter any, we can recruit them. Each of them has 2 different traits attached to them. And those traits are actually per character. That one is per character. So the allies that you recruit is just for that character. So we will need to go around, and yeah, if you're likely, we'll figure out a meta in this, and then everybody will go likely for the same ones. But overall, these are actually somewhat effective, and because of that, that's kind of where the power lies within this season. The way that it also works in group is actually notable, where it is just one companion for the entire group, and basically each person can call in theirs, which is kind of annoying because you can just do so without really, especially if it's just with a random team, every person can kind of call theirs in basically with a 90-second cooldown in between. And yeah, that can kind of be annoying, but also whatever companion is out, they're kind of useful. They can only be commanded by the person in the group whose companion it is. So it is actually important to kind of have it be, on somebody that kind of knows what they're doing and maybe is actively making them target things and such. Because as we saw with the main modifier, yeah, for instance, having them target things and us killing them together, we get, of course, bonuses from that. And then, yeah, the companions themselves are that active modifier. So that system is just to swap between the classes that we get. And then we have a ton of passive modifiers. From here, there isn't that much that actually adds quite a bit of damage. One of the bigger ones, for instance, is this Shock and Advance, where after your companion uses their active, you gain both plus 20% movement speed and 15% rate of fire for 10 seconds. And that's one of the bigger ones in here. And of course, this season, most of the time we had closer to 30% rate of fire, and then we had Zealot or or Sanitation or things on top. Because yeah, there's a little bit for headshots, but there's also a lot of things in here, and we'll look into these in depth, because also some of them may change in the future. But there are some things for making, for instance, your ally a little bit more tanky for when they take some damage. If they take 30% damage, they heal that back up and then gain a rate of fire bonus. And then this is just on a cooldown, especially so that they can still be downed. When they get to 0 health, actually, they do get downed and they don't die. You can still revive them. In a group setting, though, actually, if, for instance, my companion is out and they get downed, if I have a group member with me, they can actually activate theirs, and then that one pops in, and you don't actually have to go and revive them. So that might be one of those times to, for instance, actually use that system. But yeah, there isn't that much damage here, to a degree that actually we're not including them into the spreadsheets of here. We will actually make some, of course, for some of these things going forward into next seasons, once we have the final version and the final one in the game. I'll definitely do an in-depth look. In that one, we will look at some things, but yeah, there isn't that big of a damage grade here, because there is, for instance, 15% headshot. That's not that much. Now, 15% rate of fire, that is quite a bit, but that's, of course, also an on-kill, basically. And then together with that, it's also just on a 10-second timer and a 15-second cooldown. So, or that's with using your active, actually. So there is actually not that much power here, and I'm kind of okay with that. The hostile modifiers are actually not that invasive either. There is actually just one that kind of is, which is that they can have up to 40% damage resistance, and then also plus 25% damage. And this is also basically the one that then kind of makes it a little bit harder on some enemies. There is no regenning or such. They seem to have learned a lesson when it comes to that. But yeah, there is some damage resistances both from the Commander one and the Fire Team one. And there's actually this interesting one in the Jammer where they can provide some skill haste and such to us on deleting them, but they make it so that we gain command link slower, which is the resource that we use for the active on our allies. Overall, I am enjoying this modifier. Let's quickly see it in action for a second, and then we'll move on. Yeah, 9 minutes, that's already... I need to keep it briefer, because I realize there actually I'm going kind of... Because yeah, this video is already kind of looking towards the being a little long. And also, I just want to get it recorded and go to bed. Just run this. Some control point or something. Or something. Yeah, let's go over there. Just record a quick combat segment, 2-3 minutes. Modifier is a big part of the season, of course, so we do need to discuss it, but I wouldn't mind actually like redoing that segment, but likely we would just add information and not make it shorter per se. You know what, I'm gonna evade this side. I'll take the little bit longer way around. Wait, is it that street? No. No, it is this street.
You're screwed!
And if this is not a drill, you're screwed. Right. Oh yeah, let's actually swap into the assault. Sucks that it's nighttime. Oh. Let's maybe take this guy out. What?
Who's that over there?
Yeah, he did toss grenade.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
And for that, we'll come to Navy Plaza here, just to take out some through some violence, getting some of that going. Because yeah, they are of course mutineering, and yeah, we'll just help them out along the way. And as stated, yeah, if we aim and use our button, we can make them target some of the enemies. Next to my ammo counter here as well, you see that there is the icon for the ally, and then also for our companion with their health bar and armor bar, and then also that is the command link charging up. So as we get do actions as listed in that list, we gain command link, and as it fills up, once it fills up, we have access to an active. And of course that active, as well as we saw, can be used to trigger some parts of for instance some of the passives. Yeah, we've added some more things alongside of it. One of the annoying things is, while likely next season we'll have True Sons and Black Tusk actually fighting each other, that does not come to pass here, as we get down there by a long shot there. And now we can actually target them onto enemies and try to let them take the aggro. And one of the things that may be already very noticeable is that they are very verbose. They like to chatter a lot. They really want you to know what they're doing. It's like, you know, just having a puppy, and they really want you to know that they need pets. This guy is kind of like that, and it is very annoying. I do hope they change that, actually, as yeah, it would be better if there was a toggle there, or at the very least that there wasn't as much chatter, because a lot of it is also not per se in any way useful. Here we'll see him go down, as yeah, they are tanky, but they're not, you know, unkillable. We'll get them back up into action. One of the things is, of course, we can heal them as well, so actually having a heal isn't too bad of an idea, and they can definitely make use of that as well. Of course, the new rifle of the season that we'll see in a little bit, that has a lot to do there as well. I'm gonna cut it here. Why do we get like 5 extra patrols here? Because we have now another extra patrol.
Just lie down and...
Like, this is becoming annoying. I'm just gonna mulligan that. Because that fight doesn't need to be that hard. That fight isn't that hard. It is when it adds a bunch of stuff on top. We'll mulligan there. Is we were open on Monday? Yes. They basically close at like 2 at the Monday. 2 at night on Monday. Or well, 1. The time thing. Jammer. I still don't really understand the jammer one. I'm just not gonna talk about it basically. I know it reduces jammer, or it does like you gain less command link when while they're active. But there was also something about their VFX not working or something in the patch notes. I'm not sure what exactly.
I'm fucking bored. Like it close!
Oh,
Where
yeah.
did they come from?
It's actually, seeing as we have a random here. Let's talk about this. Wait, why can't I? Wait.
Guard duty's so boring.
Okay. Well, then we don't. Wait, you catch up here for a second. Yeah. Fresh goals and it starts with double season XP, and then also the second week there is the double season XP. Also, this time is gonna actually apply. Game. Wait, I want to just starts heavy raining, which like completely disables this guy as well. Let's go to New York then. New York will be nicer to me. FDC.
Safe area entered.
This is 1-to-1 engagement. Not that one though. Oh yeah, let's go on top here. I'll be fine there. The rest of this we'll record in at the range anyway, mostly, so
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
that won't matter that much. Vision is here? Like this.
Supply drop nearby.
Yeah. And let's take our friend into a little bit of action just to show just the controls and how they can act. This is the assault one. And with all of them, you can just aim at an enemy target and then just they assault that one. It is kind of in the same way as a drone. Honestly, you can kind of see them as that. But yeah, with a lot more health, with a lot more armor, and actually a lot more damage. Interestingly, they do actually get affected by some choices that we make on our gear. One of the things that I'm not sure if it's intended or not, but it definitely is working that way in the PTS, is that, for instance, glass is transitive. So glass will apply to our ally as well. And of course, as we saw, as we kind of target enemies and such or kill the same enemy together, we get, for instance, bonuses there. For instance, we got likely the rate of fire increase and such, or the crit chance increase, actually, I should say. as we killed the same enemy together. And they do an okayish amount of damage. It's not anything a lot, but yeah, it is a skill's worth basically, but a 6-tier skill, like an actual drone builds drone, effectively. They sometimes can be a little bit annoying in trying to get them to actually target the thing that you want them to target. And here I'm going to use their active, and let's see how good that works out for us, which is their rocket launcher. Yeah, he's really thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Well, somewhat effective. And that one, for instance, can be very effective in if you get a spawn with it, of course, in the same way that for instance, oh, actually we have a random here as well. As for instance, the same as a grenade launcher could be or such. The medic has a support station, the engineer has a turret. The engineer's one, in the PTS we're going to really test it. It seems very wonky and doesn't really want to work out well. The support station from the medic can actually be very useful and yeah, has actually decent healing properties. Nothing too excessive. It's not like having an FI healer, but it can also, for instance, do cleansing, which is, for instance, hazard protection-wise, pretty interesting. What we see here as well, actually, is that in the world, we'll have random ones just popping up. They'll be engaging enemies. They'll be in, for instance, yeah, activities like this. And the way that this system works is that we can recruit them to our side. But at any one time, we can have only one medic, one tech line, well, one quick fix, one tech line, one spearhead, as they call them. But yeah, medic, engineer, or assault. And their traits are listed here. And once we have one, so for instance, in the case, I already have a medic, but now we can, instead of the one that I have, which has low profile and contingency response, we can take instead cool-headed here and combat stimulants. And if we recruit this guy, this basically overwrites the other guy that we have. And with these traits, it's going to become likely over time we'll go like, oh, these two are pretty good to have. Or actually, maybe in several ways, we'll find useful ways to have them be. And yeah, a meta will emerge. We'll go for those. And this one is per character. So when I recruit this one, this medic here, on this character, it is only on this character. The levels are account-wide, but the recruiting isn't. Which is kind of understandable. That way you can also, if you have dedicated, you know, you might want to have one where you're more aggressive than some other one, and you want another one to be more tanky than another one. You can have that across characters. But yeah, that one now becomes the traits of my medic as we recruited them. And yeah, this system is partially a little clunky in play, as with drones, as with just allies in general, as we see them in gameplay. Sometimes they listen, sometimes they don't, and I've had quite often with this guy especially trying to use their active and it just goes somewhere else, or basically he takes forever to fire. As we saw there, he didn't fire instantly. It took a little bit of time. Sometimes it takes no time, sometimes it takes a little bit of time. And of course makes quite a difference in their consistency. But overall, it is an interesting mechanic. It is, as far as mechanics go, something different than we've seen so far, and I've quite enjoyed it so far. The one thing they definitely do need to change is how verbose they are. As a tip, and this you can do just in case they come to the game in this form until they kind of change it, their dialogue is part of dialogue volume. You can't just turn off the dialogue volume to 0 and they will stop yapping, but so will Isaac and so will Manny and so will everything else. So it is kind of, it kind of robs the world a little bit of some of the chatter and stuff, which I quite enjoy. And also the call outs from enemies of, you know, sending a grenade or I'm going to go flank and stuff like that. All of those also disappear. So those can be pretty handy to have. So hopefully they'll give us either just make them shut up a little bit because I feel for trained soldiers there we get to say how much they get to yell. Otherwise just having a toggle for them might be useful. But yeah, the modifier overall, it is pretty interesting. It is definitely not as powerful as last season's, but I would also hope nothing that we get is gonna be as powerful as we got there. As yeah, that season was very OP, and I've been actually enjoying going to just playing around and not feeling super overpowered, even though actually gear-wise we're getting a little bit of upgrades and such. Let's already go and start looking at that. Yeah. And for those maybe coming in or such, recording for a video, so that's why I'm talking the way that I am. And such, and things and stuffs. Because yeah, we're gonna do my thoughts on the PTS. We know when the new season comes out, the 5th or something, right? Or 2nd, 5th? 2nd of December. Well, they already announced that basically with the thing. There could be a chance at delays, but I don't think we'll see any delays. I wouldn't expect any. There's a wild dog up here. So yeah, that was the command link modifier. So yeah, bittersweet. I know for the rest of it, we go at the range.
Yeah, really soft.
So there was one on Umbra. Sweet bitter. Just do it like that. Okay. Let's go and be down here somewhere. And yeah. Catch up here for a sec. Couple weeks, exactly. Well, 2 weeks for stretch goals and then new season. This season was pretty short in the end. So what's 13 weeks in the end, right? Or is it 14? So at least also, yeah, shorter than the Oh, isn't it third? Oh wait, no, the thing was 10 indeed, yeah. Still, yeah, so 10 was that, 11, 12. Actually, yeah, 12. Interesting that they went for such a short season. Because that's actually 3 months instead of the 4 months that they... Guessing they're trying to get the... trying to get back on schedule of the years. Maybe. Okay, is there? Yeah, I'll trust it. Yeah, let's go to. That's not bittersweet. That's bittersweet. Yeah. So here and then here. Oh no, that's not right. Here and then here. The order doesn't matter. We'll start with the bittersweet. 12 more resource scout, I guess. Weeks for stretch goals and stuff. Well, no, if the scout is, if it's again 12, then it's going to be 14 likely, right? Because yeah, it's going to be on week 12, and then week 13, and then week 14 are going to be the stretch goals again, likely. Which is also 2 weeks shorter than, you know, the 16-week schedule they kind of had going for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to get back to March or some point. Let's see. Oh yeah, bittersweet first, so in that order. So and let's start going to the weapons and gear. We'll start here with exotics first. Going to the bittersweet exotic rifle. This will be the season pass, the item on the season pass, the weapon on the season pass. That's also not the season pass, like on the season track. Let's start again with that. And moving on to the weapons and gears, we'll start with exotics here, and then we'll go to the gear set and brand set. Here, the bittersweet rifle. It is a bittersweet symphony called this rifle. The best kind of double-edged, and this is a classic M1A at its core. It has the same base damage as a classic M1A. Same RPM. The max size is 20, where because of the mods, it gets to have plus 10 rounds, where normally, of course, we only get plus 5. For the rest of it, it is actually an interesting rifle because alongside of its just base stats, it has transfusion. And transfusion is kind of an idea that I've always kind of went like, yeah, they should totally do that, which is shooting your allies to heal them. Because yeah, hitting headshot builds stacks up to a max of 8. When shooting an ally or skill, repair them for 50% of the shot's damage for each stack. Healed allies will receive 50%, although actually in the patch notes, as it stated, it is 200% of your repair skills bonus as bonus armor for each stack for 10 seconds. And this can do actually a lot of bonus armor. But then also, if we are at full stacks, all hits are guaranteed headshots for 8 seconds after healing an ally or skill while at maximum stacks. So every time we do a headshot, we gain a stack up to 8. If we use it at 8 stacks, we gain this bonus of all hits are guaranteed headshots. And interestingly, this is even true, for instance, things like warhounds or turrets or such. We normally wouldn't have a head, but you still deal guaranteed headshot damage to them. Same is true as actually for helmeted enemies. This isn't determined in that way where it's putting the damage to the head. No, if you hit the body, you're doing headshot damage, and because of that, you can just drop them pretty effectively. The repair skill leading into bonus armor makes it so that you could actually use this, for instance, on Vi or such as bonus armor. On the other hand, the healing is based on the damage that you do with the weapon. And that, of course, actually leans more towards, for instance, using it from a red build. Although we could, of course, hybridize and such, and that'll be the interesting thing to do with this, is to find a good hybrid way to, for instance, have some weapon damage, have some repair skill, and then, yeah, for instance, have the healing be pretty plentiful. Although I have to say that just, yeah, even on a red build, if we are at full 8 stacks, we heal up an ally, even with, for instance, a blue core or 2 up to full pretty easily, because, yeah, this is an M1A and this can hit hard. So 50% per stack, that actually adds up to quite a lot. It is actually also visually an interesting rifle, as yeah, it is an M1A, but then with a drum mag and yeah, some embroidery on top by the look of things, and a pretty hefty suppressor. The way then that it works in the game is, I'm gonna cut it there, then we'll come back in again. That whenever we headshot an enemy, actually. We'll cut it actually between these. Wait, let me put this segment away. And for that, we'll come to having a puppy, and they really want you to. Yeah. Although we should just put this thing vulnerable. Use this for... is that whenever we hit a headshot, so here, the second I hit that headshot, we see on my buff bar, I have a new icon there. That is the rifle's talent. And as we get more and more headshots, we build that up. And if we add 8 stacks, shoot an ally, then we get that bonus. So here, for instance, I could put out a skill or something, and then, for instance, shoot that, and we'll do that actually. And that'll eat up our stacks. As we see there, now it's a timed one that is going down. All my shots in this duration that hit an enemy will do headshot damage to wherever I shoot them. And then once it runs out, it runs out. One of the things is, as you may have noticed there, I'm back at full stacks. And that is because after I started, all of these shots are actually building up the next stack. And as you can see, we can get way more than 8 shots in there really quickly. Meaning that once you get it going, if you do it right and trigger it at the right timings and then start shooting the enemy, you can actually make it so that you can cycle and cycle and cycle. As we'll see in the numbers in a second, this can be really powerful. The downsides of it is a classic M1A. We are giving up, of course, on a talent. Mods-wise, it is only with 2 headshot mods, and then that rounds, plus 10 rounds. There's another crit chance going here for it, but of course that headshot feeds into its talent quite a bit. I've tried it out in several ways. Definitely headhunting comes to mind and kind of works for that, but actually I've tended to go just much more the crit chance, crit damage kind of route. Although it will be interesting to play around with it and maybe make a build that is centered around, let's say, maybe a red FI, but then with headshot as its as the stat that we go for. One of the things is, though, that it being a classic M1A, while you can kind of just fire at decent distances and still kind of land those headshots as need be, especially unless it is at a very close range, trying to just spam fire it at full RPM, it can work, but it's not as effective as you would want it to be. A little bit of weapon handling can help there, and especially, for instance, using it on a thing like Umbra, which has actually been the build I've been mostly using it on, because, of course, yeah, rifles work pretty well on this. We might, especially at this full RPM, kind of want some maybe extra handling if we're going this route. The thing is, though, that one thing we can also do is just close the distance a little bit more and then, yeah, really be aggressive with it. And then, of course, intermediately, we'll go and shoot an ally, heal them up, and of course the companion counts for this, of course, for this season. But actually, yeah, using it on teammates is even more powerful. And in that time, we'll build up the next stack and so forth and so forth. It actually does work out pretty well. One of the bigger downsides of it is, and we'll actually just do that here, is if I go out of combat, which leaving there, of course, we do, actually here in the range, yeah, no, there it goes. It does not keep the stacks. So whenever we go out of combat, it does no longer keep its stacks into the next fight. That means that you, in each fight, have to build it up. You can't kind of keep it at 8 stacks ready for the next fight. The second we leave out of, exit combat, it drops its stacks. And that does actually hurt it quite a bit in gameplay. Let's go look at its numbers. I didn't go far enough. Because the combat, while here, like I'm outside of the thing, I'm not out of combat until there. But that's fine. Yeah, let's go to its numbers. And for that, we'll come over here, where for numbers here, just to compare it to some of the other rifles, we've put it on a high-end glass. And of course, this spreadsheet will be linked down below. So if you want to just read along, basically, yeah, you can open it in there. This one is a little bit further down. All of them are named here anyway, so you can find the one. And yeah, this with a high-end glass Vigi. So basically just with Fox's Prayer, 2 pieces via, and perfect glass, perfect vigilance. And wait, what was the build? God damn it. No, because that's not it at all. Because also this has overdogs. No, that it does have perfect VG, right? Actually. So it's perfect glass, perfect VG, 2-piece via Fox's Prayer. Yeah, Fox's Prayer, and then the overdogs, yeah. And we'll come to the spreadsheet here. I'll link, of course, to the main spreadsheet in the description down below. All of these are in here. This one is a little bit lower down. And in here, we're going to look at comparing the Bittersweet to some of the other weapons that we could pick, of course, but with a damage talent, just to kind of show the difference that it can make. Because, of course, here, the big thing of it is it's kind of a utility talent. And here we're putting it on a high-end glass. This one is actually with Sacrifice, Gift, Overdogs, and then 2 pieces Via and a Fox's Prayer. That's the layout we're kind of going here for this comparison. And the Bittersweet, just by itself, is actually putting out a decent amount. If we actually take away Killer from some of these other weapons as we have them here, we see that, for instance, just the classic M1A is just a little bit ahead, and that's just down to, of course, that it gets to have 2 crit chance mod slots. And with that, it actually pushes out ahead a little bit. Here, though, we're actually keeping it at 1 crit chance, 1 crit damage mod on that weapon, just to use the same build, both for the Bittersweet and some of these other items. But of course, all of the high ends get to have that crit chance mod to push it up a little bit. Without the damage talent or a damage talent active. So instead, if we were just using, let's say, preservation, although preservation would of course be personal healing, with this you cannot heal yourself. You can only heal others or your skills. And damage-wise, we're just a little bit over 5% behind the classic M1A. So damage-wise, this thing can actually hold up, except of course the second damage talent comes into play. Then yeah, it falls a little bit behind. But of course, it has a very interesting trait that we can use. And its healing is strong enough. Because of course, we also have the Dr. Home. The big issue with the Dr. Home is that it requires kills. And that really changes the metrics of things. Because we need kills with the Dr. Home, where this just needs headshot, we can't use it, for instance, in parts where actually healing matters more, where for instance, boss fights or such. This can be used. Also, with the bonus armor that this has, it can actually effectively keep someone upright, because the bonus armor will take a little bit of time for the enemies to eat through unless they're getting shot by something really big. And because of that, they might regain their health gate. And that is actually, of course, one of the main things with the healing, is that really what matters is that the health gate is there. And if they're getting 1 shot to health gate, even if you heal them back to full, that doesn't matter if the second shot comes through and just, drops them to the ground. That bonus armor, though, then can make that difference, because with that bonus armor, that's big enough that actually, even a sniper shot, unless you're running, maybe let's say you're running the new knee pads, then yeah, that might hurt a little bit more if you have blacklisters on. But for a large part, we can actually, especially with that bonus armor, keep people upright. Because if nothing else, you always even have a little bit of repair skill just from your watch points, of course. If we kind of look at here a Classic M1A, a Mark 17, and a 6 CQB, just in comparison, yeah, all of them are a little bit ahead, and that's just down to their mods, of course. All of them are also decent ahead on the sustain, especially once we trigger Killer here alongside of it. Yeah, that's going to push it to basically be, for instance, here with the Classic M1A, it'd be 23% ahead, and that's really a lot of difference, of course. Killer really good for rifles and such anyway, because you just need a kill. It's not RPM dependent or things like that. Also in here, I've put in a Lexington just to kind of compare Lexington to kind of the rifles. And actually, especially with the top end rifles, they can kind of keep up, especially on the high end versus a Lexington. But then of course, what the Lexington kind of will be in line for more is that rifles just don't have the RPM for instance, some of the bigger builds, like for instance, Striker. And that's really where they hurt a little bit. But actually, as we see here, yeah, the Bittersweet, well, we're giving up a bunch of damage. It isn't insane amounts. It isn't completely unusable because yeah, it is a decent weapon underneath, and especially mitigating that, adding 5 rounds here and mitigating that very small magazine of the classic money helps out a little bit here. What we also need to look at, and that's what we have down here, is that if we have that bonus active for 10 seconds, getting all of the headshots, once we go into 100% headshot, and this is basically, of course, with all of these calculations, we'll look at it mostly at 20% headshot rate and then a 60% armor rate, which here just will matter for the Lexington difference here. But when it comes to the bittersweet, of course, we have a way of guaranteeing every body shot to be a headshot for that 10 seconds. It is actually way ahead against a killer variant, because this is a classic M1A with killer versus the bittersweet with its talent, with that section active. What we see here, and what that basically does is just, yeah, take the headshot rate to 100%, where we're keeping it at 20% rate for the classic M1A. If we're, of course, kind of comparing them both at 100% headshot rate, that killer one definitely is going to win. But of course, if we're kind of take it like, yeah, with that one, we're hitting 20%, but here we're just hitting body shots and we're gaining that damage bonus from our headshot multiplier. Yeah, that actually is way far ahead of killer. So actually, if you're using this in very optimal ways, you could actually likely squeeze out, because you have to remember, for this, we still need to, for instance, find an ally, shoot them, and then go back to your target. That damage loss in reacquiring targets, reacquiring your ally, and then such, that's going to be way more than this 13% difference. But you could likely match up to a killer classic M1A, and that's plenty, together with healing, together with the bonus armor. So I think this item really is interesting, and I'm looking forward actually to making dedicated builds for this and looking at how we can kind of min-max it, because of course, yeah, we could just max out headshot plus reload speed and really try to go for the heads, maybe put some weapon handling in to make that effective. And of course, we have the brand bonuses to do that with Zwia, with things like Overlord. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of this in the end. But by itself, this is definitely usable, and I've actually quite enjoyed running around with this. Although actually the build that I kind of would recommend for it, although not with this backpack, as yeah, this is just the backpack that normally is equipped on it, but either going with, of course, a new brand set or with a Cheska backpack and taking Umbra. Umbra is really good for rifles, and while, for instance, we often also say OD is really good for rifles, that's really, you really need Sadist there. That leaves especially Umbra as a really good pick for this, or just going high-end. Let's move on to the next one. That was a little lengthy. 7. I'm starting to realize how long this video is going to be. Indeed. The numbers, IKEA, what do they mean? Well, this is burst DPS, and this is sustained DPS. And this little piggy went wee all the way home. Now let's go to bacon. Bacon. Salvo. Cat indeed. And thanks, Jeremy. I know, for those actually joining and maybe wondering why I'm rambling the way I am, we're recording for a YouTube video. That's also why the chat and stuff isn't on screen. And in between, I'll check the chat and stuff. But yeah, while I'm focused on that, I'm just going to focus on that. But I know this is going to be tomorrow's video. It's going to be my thoughts on the PTS. Does this line up well? Yeah. Yeah. Although actually I should totally Do that for a second. What's the hyena one called? We'll need it back after. May. Just to show it. Yeah. Next up, we'll go to Bacon with the E, Beacon. This new exotic chest is with the flavor text, with me. And yeah, this is in line, of course, with its talent here. It does come with a red core and crit chance and crit damage. That was actually very important, of course, to this. And yeah, it does get those, because without those, as always, like if we have to deal with a stat that isn't per se in line with damage, we'll have to kind of calculate it in that way. Here it has crit chance, crit damage, especially for crit builds, it can go in there. Although I would have maybe seen it be workable with a skill tier and repair skill, skill haste to maybe use, for instance, with things like MA especially. You wouldn't, of course, in an FI build, in a future initiative build, you wouldn't take it, but with measured assembly, I could use this as a chest for that. But I can also see it in the red side, except that, as we'll see in the numbers in a bit, this doesn't work out well enough. But before we spoil that, Bond is its talent. Both you and your allies receive plus 20% crit damage, plus 10% skill efficiency, and plus 1% armor regen when an ally is within 10 meters of you. But also receive, not also, either that or receive 10% crit damage, 5% skill efficiency, and 0.5% armor regen when one of your skills is within 10 meters of you. Only the highest group of buffs can be active at one time, so either or is between these two, and only one of them can be active at a time. And this is actually because I was curious as to, when I saw the text on this, on if it has to be one ally within your range and then both you and allies receive, because that would mean that the other two could be far enough away, just in case like two people are close together, it gives the buff and then everybody gets it. But no, that's actually not how it works. It's only to people within 10 meters. Within the PTS, there seems to be some oddity as well, where at the very least, two of them can become active, because we've seen that with the armor regen being 2% if multiple of us equip it. The weird thing is that if even 3 of us equip it, only 2 still seem to be active, so we only get 2% regen at most, and also 2 times 20% crit damage at most. So there's some oddity there, and I hope they fix that before release. But also, even then, that's still not per se that workable. This 20% crit damage is, of course, working up against this being a chest piece, up against very big talents. Things like, for instance, the new Perfect Obliterate that we're getting, or Glass, or Focus are way bigger than this, of course. But this can be group-wide. But I still think that there are better choices to be had here, and it becomes an opportunity cost thing. Because while we do have a crit damage, we also have skill efficiency and that regen. That regen can be very nice, of course, but it is that 10-meter range, which is actually pretty hard to kind of get going. In general gameplay, unless you're really coordinating well, in a lot of places that just doesn't happen. You just don't have two people within 10 meters. Of course, going through some of the smaller missions, if you're running through Lincoln, yeah, you might be. But even there are plenty of places where you're getting far enough away that this is not going to be active. And then if we're kind of looking at it in that way, things like Overwatch and such kind of come into the picture as well. Even though they have other requirements, you need to be in cover for Overwatch, but everybody gets it independent of range. And of course, yeah, actually a little bit more damage than 20% crit damage, because it's giving total weapon damage. This piece is kind of lackluster, and I could see it maybe getting a buff before it comes to the live game. Let's actually go look at it at its numbers. Yeah. Let's already put the Mayhem shirt back on. Yeah. We go over here. should actually watch out with. Curious already what our runtime is. 36 minutes already, and we haven't even really gotten deep into it yet. It's fine. It's all going to be timestamped anyway. The smart thing to do with this is just to turn it into like 10 videos, but I'm not smart. Also, I hate that. I'd rather just have the one video and I just look through that. So I'm doing the way I would watch, you know, somebody else's content with some timestamps in there. So, yeah. So is that, and then yeah. And we'll come to this multi-calculator where we're keeping it a little bit simple. We're looking at it here with the equalizer. We'll see that one in a minute by itself. The equalizer being the new chest from Unit Alloys, and it is perfect obliterate. So if we take perfect obliterate plus salvo, which is the new high-end or named knee pads, where it has also rate of fire. As we'll see in a little bit, that will be kind of a baseline build that we'll be comparing a lot with going forward, not just for this PTS, but if the stats stay as they are, that's going to be the general, just, you know, without exotics in their meta. At least for ARs. If we, for instance, then, instead of the equalizer, take the beacon together with the salvo, on a strikers build of the other pieces being strikers, looking effectively like the build that we saw a second ago in the game. If we have the ally buff, because there's of course two buffs to it, there's the ally buff or the skill buff. The skill buff is basically half values of the ally buff. You would definitely, if using this, you want to kind of use it as the ally buff, because otherwise it is especially weak. If we go with this, because we're dropping perfect obliterate, we're losing quite a lot of damage here. Even though we're getting that, if we had an ally within range, we're losing about 20% of our damage, a little over even. And that is too big of an ask. Now, of course, this is giving a group buff, so in the same way as, for instance, Coyote and such, we have to kind of consider that as well, and we'll look at that in a second, but the ask here is, I feel, too much already. It is definitely too low for it to be considered, because also you have to remember, in a group setting, it becomes, if one person is dropping way too much damage, the group as a whole, you have basically a DPS as the group, and if one person is dropping to buff the others, the buff needs to be enough to kind of make up for how much they themselves lose. In this case, I feel this player is losing more than the group is gaining, really, realistically. And yeah, overall, I feel this definitely could use a buff, but we're here only looking at the damage component. We have to consider that we also have skill efficiency in there, and we have armor regen in there. And that does make it a little bit more of a, yeah, it kind of muddies the waters if we're kind of just looking at it just from a damage perspective. So do keep that in mind. But even then, I think the damage could be bumped up a little bit higher just to make this competitive in a little bit more of a sense. Because also, of course, it is an exotic. It will eat up the exotic slot that we have available. And yeah, there especially is kind of the issue, because we have now such powerful exotics in, for instance, the Tinkerer and, for instance, in Overdogs, that here, as we'll see later on, the Equalizer plus Salvo combo is actually pretty far behind even on top of that. For instance, if we're just going Equalizer plus Overdogs, especially when Overdogs is active. But even if we kind of average Overdogs out, it's still pretty far behind. But then also what we kind of have to look at is if we take those same set of numbers here into a second set as we have them here, we have the Equalizer plus Salvo, just as the 100% again. And then we're comparing them to basically our teammates. So our teammates running Equalizer plus Salvo, and then, you know, or somebody else is basically running the beacon, as I want to call it, bacon over and over again. But the beacon is now on somebody else. What do we gain if we're close to them? Because we gain that 20% crit damage, of course. We gain that regen. That regen by itself is also decent. Thing is, though, that 1% regen by itself, 1% regen means that over 100 seconds is needed, or well, 100 seconds is needed to go from empty armor to full. This is one of the ways to kind of look at armor regen is 2% armor regen is 50 seconds, 3% armor regen is 33 seconds, 4% armor regen is 25 seconds. And especially as you're pushing it down, for instance, especially jumping from 1% to 2%, cutting it in half, going from 100 seconds to 50 seconds, makes it a lot more bearable. 33 seconds especially, which for instance, the 3% for Memento is actually pretty healthy. But 1% by itself is just too slow to really make an impact. But of course, that could be added to running Bellstone or such. But here we then see that, yeah, once we have that, with the beacon on ally, the striker build here is gaining a little under 6%. 5.64% there. But there is another. As Yoda once said. There is another, and that's in Overwatch. Overwatch on the chest. So here, instead of taking the beacon there, if we had an ally alongside of us that was running Overwatch, and Overwatch, of course, will be 14%, or actually in this case, where you're running normal Overwatch, which is 12%. We could be running, or the other person could be running Ferocious Calm, which is 14% even. So we're not even taking the higher version of Overwatch here. But just even with normal Overwatch, not perfect, the Striker build is gaining from that. On ourselves, we're gaining about 9.68%. That is a much bigger value, especially on the damage end, but that's also... Well, while it isn't the skill efficiency, it is also total skill damage. It is total weapon damage, total skill damage for Overwatch. We're not getting the regen, but honestly, I would much rather have this extra damage, especially without the range limitation, and the only limitation being just that ally is in cover for the time needed, 10 seconds or 8 seconds. Well, 8 seconds for the perfect. But that seems just a much better value proposition, especially at the cost of an exotic slot and such. And that's why I think this beacon could use a little bit of buffing. I would think that maybe actually just putting a little bit more towards the crit damage and the skill efficiency would maybe already be enough to make that a little bit more viable. Because by itself, as it stands now, especially that range as well, is kind of limiting. But also that could maybe be changed to maybe be closer to 20 meters or such, and then keeping the same stats maybe. But yeah, some ways that they could alter this, but as it stands here, I think just an Overwatch chest is much more easy to stick in there. And then also the player that is running that can, for instance, run things like Tinkerer, things like Overdogs, things like Centurion, which are then much bigger damage bonuses as well. So overall, this is the one that kind of is a little bit undertuned. That's 7. Okay. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second as we... so I'm kind of starting to lose my mind. Definitely not the best idea to kind of start this late with recording. Oh, and I did a little huge. Hey, indeed. Interesting to see you ending this early. But yeah, hey there, and hope you had a good stream, and hope you had some fun. And yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Over here, we're recording over here we're recording for upcoming videos, so that's what I'm gonna be going into and out of. So the control not stacking is not just available, basically it's stacking until you reload. Okay, I've had, like for me, every time that's, because yeah, I've had it, I was testing some of the numbers once and I didn't have the stacking going, but also every time I've unequipped and re-equipped one piece, it has come back. So maybe it breaks in multiple ways, but I haven't encountered it like that. Yeah, they're a little huge, and either Manjutaro. And yeah, welcome in everybody. Okay, not feeling the greatest. Well, hope you feel better soon. I'm gonna guess some rest might do wonders there. I definitely am looking forward to resting as well in a little bit. As yeah, making it way too late. This is about as late as I've gone. But yeah, I still want to get the footage from PTS, of course, and then we can edit it tomorrow. But yeah, we have still a ways to go, so let's keep chipping away at this. And let me catch up here. So, salvo knee pads? No. Did I say knee pads for the salvo? Or was that just when I was saying knee pads and I was like obviously struggling to find the name of Blacklister? Because I'm hoping it's that. But also, yeah, I mean, we'll definitely show it by itself. So even if I said it wrong there, I'm fine with that. Yeah, so did I put that segment away? Yeah, so next up is the sheriff. The sheriff is the climax item, right? I'm not tripping on this. And now we'll shoot the sheriff and we'll shoot the deputy. Okay, just double checking. Before I say something dumb. Or after I say something dumb. Or in between me saying something dumb. Humpty Dumpty sat on a dum-dum. I am absolutely losing my mind. But it's fine. I didn't need it anyway. Yeah, let's go to shooting the sheriff. Yeah. And yeah, let's move it on to the sheriff, where we'll get to shoot the sheriff. But yeah, hands off the deputy. And as its flavor text, it's about to get real. But actually, this is fake, because this is actually just the Super 90, as you may have noticed here. The graphics and the look of the item is not actually in the PTS, which is not uncommon for PTS to kind of happen without the final versions of the items there. So this is just placeholder art, effectively. So yeah, don't look at that. Well, I'm looking forward to actually seeing what this sheriff in the end gets to look like. And yeah, it is a Super 90 underneath everything. It is the same base damage as, or no, it isn't the same base damage. It is 35% more base damage than a normal Super 90. The RPM and the max size are the same. The headshot multiplier is the same. But then also its optimal range is heavily increased, basically up to the cap of 100 there. Of course, we can, this will be the climax item. One of the things is, so actually here I have a crit damage one. I've been testing it with a detox one on a different character. But this, of course, again, is going to be a climax item. And there is already a blueprint, at least it seems to be in the files. So hopefully we will get a blueprint for this. In the PTS here, we didn't have it yet. The interesting thing would be then, yeah, this is kind of, again, like the Tempest, we kind of need that blueprint so we can just reroll them. They should not make us, you know, go through the hell that was, for instance, getting the Tempest with detox. And then here, as its talent is basically its stats that we discussed a second ago. So it has plus 35% weapon damage, but this isn't weapon damage, and they should have actually been clearer in here. This is plus 35% base weapon damage. So its base damage is actually increased by 35%, and that effectively makes it a 35% amp. So it isn't adding to the weapon damage of the build, it is just the base is increased by 35%. And because nothing else interacts with that and it's just multiplying against everything else in that way, it's just going to be a 35% damage increase. It has a plus 100% accuracy, but 100% accuracy doesn't mean 100% accurate. That's not how that stat works. It's basically taking the radius of the accuracy and it's just decreasing it by 100%, so halving it basically. And that means that it is a lot more accurate than a lot of other shotguns, but it isn't pinpoint accurate. It has no damage drop-off, and that's just been done by setting the optimal range to 100 meters. And 100 meters is also basically our cap for doing damage. As we can see here, our damage drop off is just at the top, and then and then at 100 meters it drops off all the way. Basically, hit registration ends at 101 meters. Whenever you shoot enemies beyond that, you actually get a pop-up of immune for a few meters, and then basically the hit doesn't register at all. And yeah, these bonuses are built into the weapon's base stats. The thing of note here is that this doesn't have mods to go with it, and that does mean that on the weapon damage end here, of course, on a normal Super 90, we could have a damage talent. That could be a part of this, but also we would have 2 crit chance mods, or we could go headshot, for instance, but generally crit chance mods, and then also 20% reload in the magazine slot. All of those can't be had here, so we are just getting that 35%, but that actually turns out to be, honestly, a little bit too much, as we'll see in a second, because yeah, it is exceeding some other weapons, and honestly, for a large part, it's making a lot of weapons kind of unneeded. I think because of also the other things that it has, it stands to lose a little bit of this weapon damage. Let's go actually look at it in the numbers. Yeah, we'll cut there. And I'm getting good at just rambling. Yeah. So now we go over here. So that's brazen. That's okay. So and then pummel, killer, and then. You know, honestly, I'm gonna even go 25 here. Yeah, or am I gonna go 25 there? Yeah. Yeah. And let's look at it in some numbers. Here we're looking at it on a Hunter's Fury, so actually just a bog standard Hunter's Fury as kind of laid out here. Now, of course, Hunter's Fury is not going to be the go-to for it, although actually I realize now it is a different Hunter's Fury because it is with an Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush, and different character. But just as a stand-in, just, yeah, 4 pieces of Hunter's Fury, and then, shit, you know what? Let's go to the right build, then I don't have to explain all that. Don't be lazy. Instead of IKEA, I lazy.
Safe area detected.
So it's on this character. Should actually make sure to have the right build, because it gets confusing otherwise. It's like, why is your Shokolov there? Yeah. Let's make sure we don't keep that one accidentally. No, it's already gone. Yeah. And for that, we'll come to this multi-calculator going over the Sheriff here. Build-wise, we're comparing it here on Hunter's Fury. I'm just using it as the base for the comparison because actually, honestly, it doesn't make too much sense with this weapon. It has actually a lot of extra range to kind of compare it on a build that has very limited range. But overall, this will be our stand-in where you can kind of compare between the weapons, of course. But then also, actually, yeah, it is powerful enough that it kind of actually outclasses a lot of other weapons we would pick there anyway. Layout-wise, that would be basically just as the build that we have here with a Cheska chest and a group of backpack, Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush combo, and then, yeah, some pieces of Hunter's Fury in the other slots, and then the Sheriff there. If we go back to the numbers, that would be our baseline number here as the comparison with it. But then what we have also is first comparing it against Super 90 without any mods. And this is, of course, just to check how much of a difference it is. Now, we have it, of course, this way around, but of course, it's the other way around that we're kind of interested in, just making sure that it is 35% base and not a different number, because that has happened in the past as well sometimes where, you know, with some weapon rebalances, they've gone like, it's plus 10%, and then we check it and it's 11% instead. So here, the 35% is exactly that. And once we add in actually some mods into the mix, we see that actually without the mods and such, yeah, it's a 74% difference the other way, because of course, that's the way that percentages work. As we're going down, it will be a bigger number than going up. And, no, the other, God damn it. That's too dumb of a thing to say. Smaller number going down and then bigger. Yeah. That's so dumb. I'm gonna we're gonna restart that. We're gonna autistic yeah. And for that, we'll come to this multi-calculator where we're putting it onto a Hunter's Fury here to compare it against some of the other shotguns. Layout-wise, this build is then just this Hunter's Fury, as is also on the build collection, the Shotgun Hunter's Fury, with Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush, Cheska Grupo combo there, with the Sheriff in there, and then, yeah, filling it up with some Hunter's Fury pieces. There's a thing to be said here that Hunter's Fury, especially this weapon kind of being dedicated to having extreme ranges, doesn't align well with Hunter's Fury, but we're just using it as its base there, of course. And of course, we kind of want to see, damage-wise, how the Sheriff holds up against especially talents on some of the other weapons. And here we have the Sheriff as our baseline, effectively. Then looking at the Super 90 here with no mods on it, so if we're just taking the base weapon, we don't put mods on there, and especially looking at the base damage of it. Now, of course, here we're kind of looking at it in the wrong way, going down, and of course, that's going to be a smaller number than going up, the way that percentages work. If we kind of flip it the other way around and go like, how much is this more than that one, then it is 135%. Now, of course, we could just take the base and compare those by, by their number. You don't need to calculate it all the way out to a build for this, but here we can see that it is at 35% in the up. And that's, of course, important because quite often we've had either weird things there. First, of course, confirming that it isn't all weapon damage. It is basically a separate multiplier, and it is just the base damage that is so much higher. But also, yeah, sometimes they've gone like, we've adjusted this 10%, and then we test it, and it's 11%. And yeah, we need to make sure that that lines up. Once we start adding in some of the mods and such, so for instance, with the Super 90, we can of course put 2 crit chance mods on there and then a plus 20% reload. And what we especially see then is that it catches up quite a bit more to this Sheriff. And it is now quite below that 35%, of course. On the sustain, it catches up more because we're also adding 20% reload there, where, yeah, the Sheriff is basically just taking the base amount here with the watch on top. And this, of course, has the watch plus 20% from that magazine slot 20%. So the sustain actually catches up way more. If we then start looking at like glue, of course, perfect brazen as we have it, both at 4 stacks, 6 stacks, and 8 stacks, all 3 versions present here. What we see there is that it is actually quite in the favor of this Sheriff. And this is kind of an issue, I feel. If the brazen needs to hit an enemy with 8 pellets or a kill, if you get a kill, you get full stacks with brazen. And then for the next shot, it has 111%, where this Sheriff has and the accuracy and the optimal range and also that damage. That's too much, in my opinion. And I feel actually that it is very kind of overtuned on this one. And I do have a recommendation here at the end that we'll discuss in a second, but especially as well, brazen, of course, is one of the bigger damage talents here. And by itself, it's at full stacks is at 28% amp, and that's also, of course, what is happening here. Just that crit chances mods on top, and this 28%, it puts it just a little bit ahead of that Sheriff. Pummel by itself, of course, just being weapon damage increase, 40% of it, but just going into this all weapon damage category. Because of that, it actually doesn't keep up, of course, with either Brazen or the Sheriff. But of course, Pummel has that handiness where, yeah, we can basically get it to reload for us, especially on the Tsunami. That's a really good place to use it. But if we are taking the Pummel and here adding in the reload as well, and basically just taking the reload away, just going like, we're always triggering Pummel, which in reality, it's doable, but yeah, not when you run into a named, for instance, or such. If we were doing that though, the sustain, of course, is tremendous. And because of that, it can actually go way over. And that's actually, I think, the way to kind of balance this thing at. Because as we discussed, yeah, it doesn't have those mods. It doesn't have that 20% reload speed mod. I would be way in favor of this thing losing a little bit of damage, but gaining in its reload speed. Even more so maybe than it just won that one mod. Because here we see as well, Killer, one of the bigger talents here as well. Yeah, it is smaller than Brazen. That was already known, but then, yeah, here, of course, yeah, it's not keeping up. On the sustain end, though, both of the Brazen, Brazen and Killer can kind of keep up. Brazen can actually extend a little bit away from it, and that's just because of that reload mod. So here would be my recommendation. I'm going to cut there, actually, because there's an error there. But that doesn't matter. There's an error, like, in the segment I wanted to go to. Because also, yeah, so this is saying still 30. But then also, yeah, we should here just make it a 1.3. Let me catch up here for a second. Yeah. I guess perfect obliterate. Anywhere you're using obliterate, you're going to use perfect obliterate from now on. It's going to replace basically all obliterates. There is no real situation where you would go for normal obliterate anymore. It's kind of like perfect class, which is also the reason I'm not the biggest fan of it, but also it's kind of fine. It's that one's not a hill I'm intending on to die on. This one though, a little bit I am. Yeah. So wait, what was the last sentence here? So here with Brazen and Killer can kind of keep up. Brazen can actually extend. Here with me, my recommendation. And that is to bring it in line damage-wise with the other things, and then maybe give it some reload speed to make up for that. Because actually now it is actually, while it feels powerful, it also feels tedious because that reload is actually really painful. It is quite a difference to go from that 3.56 to that 4.23, that you do feel that. And of course, this will be used on, if it is, for instance, used on Thunder's Fury, and in this case, there is no reason not to, right? It's just better. It is basically always active Brazen. And that's, of course, the thing as well. Brazen, you need to activate it. Killer, you need to activate it. Pummel, you need to activate it. This is always on. Taking it down to 25% on the base, and this is basically us just taking that same number, 25% on the base, adding that reload, 20% to the reload on this weapon, we get these numbers out of it. Now here on the side, actually, we're comparing against this Sheriff as a 25. If it was 25, what would it compare to with the other things? And we see that actually, yeah, now things like the Brazen, for instance, with full stacks is about 10% ahead. Killer is 5% ahead on the burst. They wouldn't be as far ahead on sustain. That would basically be about the same amounts. But this puts it behind basically just a little bit. This will put it at basically 5 stacks of Brazen. And that's still very good because this is, of course, always active. And then it has that accuracy. And then it has that optimal range. So I feel with those things combined, it really could use the stand to not push out all of these weapons. Because what it currently will do is just with the only exception being that if you're already wanting to use a different exotic, so for instance, if you want to really go with, let's say, especially for instance on Striker as a secondary, for instance, instead of the ACS, this would be a really good pick and a little bit too good actually for that. And it will push out basically things like Glue, things like the Tsunami, basically all of the high ends, more DPS related shotguns will just see no use at all, because this is the de facto go-to. The only reason would be to, for instance, go with Tinkerer, which in some cases really does make a difference. For instance, with ODs with shotguns, going Tinkerer and then going Sadist plus Pummel is a really good combo. But even there, yeah, that's kind of like trying to find the outlier where this thing isn't better than every other shotgun there. Because for headhunting, we'll still use other shotguns. This thing is as well. For headhunting, it still doesn't have high enough of a base damage, even at this 35%, to really compete with the M870 and things like this, things like the SPOS 12. But it basically completely removes the high-end crit-based kind of shotguns from the field. And I don't think that's really healthy for the game. The only thing is with some of those shotguns, yeah, you could take, for instance, a Light Glue and then take a Scorpio for survivability, but do you need survivability if you have just so much more damage? I think taking this thing down to 25% and then adding in some reload speed, maybe even more than this, to kind of satisfy that it is, you know, better still in some ways than most, makes it so that things like the Light Glue are still, if you just can land all those pellets and such and can get that damage out, same for Killer, where you do need to kill to activate it, but then you have a little bit more damage, could make those make sense while still giving this a place, because this, for consistency, will of course be, you can't match it because it will always have that 25% and then just has the accuracy and then also the optimal range on top. So yeah, I do hope they kind of address this one. Let's start moving on to some other things. Yeah. And as always, I'm expecting like 12 comments on this video of like, don't call for nerfs. I mean, that's exactly what the PDS is for, man. We ask for buffs and we ask for nerfs. And on this one, I feel like this is a hill I'm, well, not willing to die on, but it is a worthwhile hill. It is beautiful hill on countryside. Brand set. Oh Jesus. Yeah, this is the long one. Let's go back to the other character. Yeah. What does it matter? Does this not have? This one has it too. Oh, that comes later. So we go here and then discuss this one first. Yeah. Something here now. Oh yeah, let's keep chipping away at this, because yeah, this section is all the way down to here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I mean, that's still a lot, but it's less than I actually remember it being. Yeah. Let's go first with with the brand set. Yeah. Put everything away. Yeah. How long are we already? $57. Okay. What do I have left? Yeah. Let's see how fast we can go. Because if we have unit alloys, concentrate company, immobilized weapon talent, miscellaneouses, and then conclusion. Yeah. Is this set up correctly? Let's do talking about this first. As we'll go to unit alloys, which is the new brand set for this season, together with 2 named items that it'll come with, and actually we'll discuss those very much in depth. We're going to go kind of deep into this one already a little bit, because this is, of course, the interesting one. First off, unit alloys, it comes with 5% rate of fire as its first brand bonus, 20% assault rifle damage as its second brand bonus, and 50% magazine size as a third brand bonus. This breaks actually a little bit of an ongoing tradition with brand bonuses where they have weapon damages on second and third pieces, where especially if we, for instance, think to things like Langmo or such, they have basically non-damage focused brand bonuses on the first and second piece, and then the third piece is then the LMG bonus. Same, for instance, with Zvia. Zvia has, for instance, magazine size, which is still DPS related, but more sustained DPS related, not burst DPS. And then on the second piece, it has 20% assault rifle damage. Same, for instance, for things as well, actually, even with Imminence Armaments, even though that first piece has 5% weapon damage, that's pretty low. And then the 60% weapon damage or pistol damage is actually on the 3-piece. Walker Harris was, of course, one of the ones that did have this, but then Walker Harris on the first piece had 5% weapon damage, which was actually much lower than the 10% that you would get from a specific weapon one, of course, and then the second piece was also 5% damage to armor, which is also pretty low in comparison to what of some of the other sources. And then actually just its third piece is somewhat okay in 10% DTH. Here we're getting 5% rate of fire and 20% assault rifle as 2 pieces in a row. So the way that you can kind of see this, as well as we quite often do with, for instance, Langmo, is, for instance, with Langmo, you can see it as 10% LMG damage, 10% LMG damage, 10% LMG damage, and then you get those other things, the other brand bonuses kind of on top, that explosive resistance and whatever it has as a second piece that nobody cares about. Here, of course, though, that's still the case. We're getting 20% assault rifle damage here, so effectively 10% assault rifle damage, 10% assault rifle damage. But then, instead of something, where, for instance, even with Zvia, we're getting magazine size, 20% of it, it's not the biggest bonus there, it's not that super effective. 5% rate of fire is. 5% rate of fire is actually quite competitive with Cheska. And then the second piece is much bigger than basically any of the brand bonuses that we have there. And then especially with the 2 pieces there together, yeah, that's a lot. And to me, this is kind of power creepy. And yeah, power creepy, I find creepy. So I'd rather not. I don't think they can really walk it back at this point, but it would have been nice to have that consideration there that, oh, for all of the other things, we're not doing it this way. We shouldn't put 2 damage bonuses after each other. As actually, when this got announced on on their stream, I actually did a full facepalm, and yeah, that's not the reaction you want out of me, I feel. This is, because of that, really potent, and then especially on top of that, we get some of the named pieces. And now we're gonna cut it there and then go into the name pieces. as there are, as often as always with brands nowadays, we got two names with them. On the first one, here, the chest, the equalizer, building them up to bring them down. Oh, well, that may have been a little bit too much on the nose with some things being brought up, maybe to bring them down, but no, I wouldn't hope to think so. This is a red core set. That is actually important to note, as that makes it a lot easier, of course, to farm, especially for us going for red builds and such. This perfect obliterate that it has as this named item. Critical hits increase total weapon damage by 1% for 10 seconds, stacks up to 24 times. Now, of course, normal obliterate stacks up to 20 times. This is 4% extra total weapon damage, which increases our damage by a chunky amount. It isn't the full 4%, that should actually be noted, because this is basically 4% additive to a 20%, so it's a little bit less than that if we're comparing it in that way. But it is still an increase to the damage of Obliterate, and it's on one of the better gear or brand sets, and that combination is also not something that I think is really thought through. So one of the things that quite often people bitch about, to me incorrectly, is, for instance, they go like, oh, why did they put Perfect Spotter on a brand that is not damage related? Why do they put, certain damage related things on build? And the reason is that you can balance them out that way. So for instance, Perfect Spotter is actually usable if you have high enough weapon damage, and especially with grading on top, Perfect Spotter actually beats out normal Spotter. Putting Perfect Obliterate on one of the better brands now for damage, so for instance, in the same way of like putting it on Cheska or Grupo, is a bad idea, because you create a best in slot, and that actually hurts build diversity. One of the things in the past was actually with high-ends, before Striker was the meta. High-ends basically had the best in slot in Fox's Prayer. That knee pad slot, you didn't even need to farm anything for it. If you got a good knee pad, just toss it away. If you got a full God roll, Cheska, crit chance, crit damage, red weapon core, all maxed out, nice piece, it won't leave the stash. I don't think that is healthy for the build diversity. And it was actually kind of nice that, for instance, because of the shift to strikers and some of the gear sets, basically Fox's Prayer kind of lost its place there, especially because it needed high crit to be there already for it to be the best in slot. Which, for instance, with Striker and such, especially with Killer and such on top, really wasn't the case anymore. But then, we're creating a best in slot here. And I'm not the biggest fan of those, especially because they had a different route they could have gone here. This is a stacks up to 24 times, but he could have also played with this time on it. This is 1% for 10 seconds. That 10 seconds actually does fall away. Now, of course, in the past, one of the bigger buffs to Obliterate was actually taking it from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. And honestly, to me, that was more impactful than the buff way before it of taking it from 15 to 25, but still being 5 seconds duration. And of course, recently they took it, recently, at this point, more than a year ago with Project Resolve, they took it from 25 to 20, kept it at 10 seconds. And that kind of was actually quite balanced, I would say. They're basically reintroducing the old version with 1% less here. And I feel they could have gone the route of just adding in 10 extra seconds here or 5 extra seconds there. And that would have actually been still a substantial buff to Obliterate, but wouldn't have made it so that basically if we're going Obliterate, there is no other choice here. From one side, that is also not too bad, because actually as a new player starting out, we can just say go farm the Equalizer, and you basically, the talent is already there. It is easier than, for instance, a free talentable Cheska chest to get, because you just need the weapon damage there, the crit or the crit chance or crit damage there, and then just, you put the other one missing, or even you might find the crit chance, crit damage one, and then find the recore, and then just recore it or core it so you can recore it if need be. Overall, though, I feel this, especially on top of a very powerful chest or a very powerful brand on this chest, is a little bit too much. And that was also always the reason why I don't, when people went on those tirades of like, why did they put perfect talents on, not this? The reason is balance. This unbalances everything else. This makes everything else kind of unusable. Then we have another piece, which, yeah, kind of actually doesn't make it much better of a story. We have the salvo here, gone in a flash. And this has rate of fire as one of its stats. It does, of course, again, come with a red core, as all unit alloys do. But then this, one of its stats is, instead of, for instance, having crit damage here, we have a rate of fire 8% of it, which is also pretty high. This one, though, is, I feel, again, a little bit overtuned. This could stand to be 6% and still be fine and competitive with a lot of other things. And at 6% as well, it wouldn't exceed, for instance, things like the Fox's Prayer and such on a lot of builds. Because we have Detox as our second stat, this rate of fire is also always active. At least with Detox, it's sometimes not active. It's not a lot, but it is still, you know, uptime of 90-85% in most situations. This rate of fire is always active. It is 8%. It isn't effectively its full 8%, for instance, especially on Striker, where it is additive to the gear set's 8%. But it is a lot again. I feel standing to lose 2 here to 6 rate of fire might make it a little bit more in line, as we'll see in the numbers in a second. And yeah, this combo especially is, of course, very strong, especially for going assault rifle damage. Now, of course, the salvo by itself, if we're just not using, let's say, we aren't going with, or we're, for instance, going with a chest striker and then another exotic. Actually, that might be a better explanation here. Going this, and let's say Exodus, let's say, but Overdogs, actually. This piece by itself is, of course, a 50 or 13% rate of fire at the cost of basically a brand bonus and minor. So it is effectively 13% rate of fire against, let's say, 12 crit damage plus 13 from a Grupo piece or 8% crit chance. And that, of course, this is going to beat the ever-loving bejesus out of that, basically. And yeah, we'll see so in the numbers. Let's go actually look at this. Too much? Or not enough? We'll see. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. On the videos, I like to just test something in the room. What? It did. What? Did some message pop up on the screen? Wait, did I not have? I was in the right scene, right? I'm not seeing it in there. Or was it earlier? This seems clean too. Well, maybe when I went to the spreadsheet, but no, I would have gone to that one otherwise. Did I go to that one? Was that? But no, the game would be there. That would be very noticeable. Because the chats is not even in those scenes. Like it's not. Yeah, I'll look through them anyway. No, that's not. Like, that's not even in your control anyway. Yeah. I'll look for it in editing. Worst case, I'll blur that. That's not hard to do. I've done that before, actually. But also, unless it's like popped up for like a millisecond or something. But yeah, let's go actually to the numbers here. Yeah, let's get to this. And we have a lot of ground to cover here, as yeah, kind of went overboard with kind of comparing some of these already. Well, of course, in the future, I actually have a much more in-depth look into this once we have the final version, especially on this PTS version. I kind of course, wanted to go over it. We'll go kind of fast here because there's a lot to cover, and yeah, we're already going long, of course. These videos are pretty long, but let's not make them overly so. Here we're taking strikers as our first comparison piece and kind of looking at it with that unit and then perfect obliterate here. And then with overdogs alongside of it, and especially looking at the comparison between unit alloys versus Cheska. And when we look at unit here, especially with perfect obliterate on top, of course, it's going to definitely come ahead of Cheska because while the brand bonus is kind of around similar numbers, and we'll see that in the glass comparison here. Of course, that perfect obliterate on top being 4% more, that really does push it further. Here we're looking at it as well at 60 and 55. This was just to look at it at multiple values for the crit, because of course, once we remove Cheska actually out of the equation, it becomes a little bit harder to hit exactly 60. One of the things was the 10 from the watch, 8 from Cheska is 18, and of course, that is divisible by 6. 60 is divisible by 6. So especially if you, for instance, didn't take 5s on the weapon, if you just took 6s alongside of the 18 that you get from the watch plus Cheska, you would reach 60 eventually in a clean way. That isn't the case, of course, in really any way for when we take unit. We either land on 55 or 60. And yeah, it really depends on which weapon mods we take here. So for instance, for the 60 with the Cheska, we do need to take 3 crit damage mods, which isn't available for all weapons. But here for the Lexington that we're kind of using for the comparison is. We're of course gaining rate of fire here. And of course, rate of fire here is already kind of diminished a little bit. One quick calculation here shows us that going from the 15 from just strikers to 20 increases our final output by 4.3% basically, instead of the 5 full percent. And that's of course any stats that we additively add to will have diminishing returns, and then we're seeing that here. The rate of fire, because striker has rate of fire, then it's diminishing a little bit, but that of course still puts it quite high. And then, of course, perfect obliterate on top really makes a difference. That's also why we're looking at it with glass. If we took that brand set, Cheska, and of course Sacrifice with perfect glass and kind of compare them on the glass, especially here once we step away from having it be with the perfect obliterate on top, we can kind of see at just the brand level what the difference is. And of course, we're here looking just at the one piece bonus of that rate of fire. Here we do have Killer available, and actually I'm going to turn off Killer first, because then what we see is that Cheska actually is bigger, which was actually a surprise to me, even on especially on Striker here, that it's still, because we are diminishing it a little bit, it is actually still ahead, that Cheska. But not by much, it is 2.47%. If we add in Killer, which of course adds into the crit of it, we actually see that the unit gains more respectively to the Cheska, because the Cheska already has more crit, so it actually is getting a little bit more diminishing returns when it comes to that Killer in comparison to the unit that is getting its true rate of fire already. And we see that as well once we activate Killer here. We see that instead of that 2%, it's now in the 1% range. And Cheska is still ahead of it though, but of course, yeah, as long as we're not going basically any, so this would only really matter because here as well we see that the Sacrifice, especially even at 20% headshot rate, so we're not even using that that extra headshot that we get from Providence, we're not using it at its full effect, just that 20% headshot rate. That sacrifice still is always going to be the highest out of this. And that was always already the thing. And sacrifice was already that kind of item where if we're going glass, most of the time, especially in a red build, we are going to go with the sacrifice. And now it's going to be the same here for actually, especially that equalizer. That equalizer, yeah, is actually unequalizing and is much bigger, much bigger because of that perfect obliterate than any other obliterate could stand to be. Because already Cheska, of course, was the highest here. Grupo and Fenris would lose even further than this. So I didn't even include them here. But yeah, especially if we're going obliterate, that equalizer is basically a de facto choice. That has its benefits, that has its downsides, but it is what it is. We'll see actually if they keep it as is, and yeah, the final version, I hope, well, I'm okay with this one. But especially as we move on forward, the combination of this with the salvo, that kind of stands out. But first, let's move on actually, because there, of course, we were comparing it on the rate of fire and on a build where already there was some rate of fire. So let's move it on to here, tipping scales. And I'm going to cut it there for a second, just to kind of, just to kind of, yeah. It's 3:47. Fuck. And we're likely just a little bit over the halfway point. Oh, no, we're at like 65%. And go. Nah, something like that. I'm gonna just start by laughing otherwise. And that is what we have here. The same kind of calculation, but then with tipping scales. We're adding in one section here where we're kind of looking at the third stat there, because of course, one of the things I realized afterwards is that on tipping scales, we still take rate of fire as the second or as the third stat on the LMG. So does that make a difference? We'll see here. Same kind of comparison here with the Cheska at just still the 60 for the unit, or well, specifically the equalizer. We're taking perfect obliterate here versus obliterate on the Cheska here. And same story here as well, especially when we're looking at it from the perspective that that we're just going with that perfect obliterate at full stacks. The Cheska with the full stacks, normal obliterate falls way behind. While the brand bonuses are here a lot closer to each other, as we'll see again with the class calculation here, and actually in the favor of unit. Yeah, here especially still, if we're looking at obliterate side of things, that perfect obliterate, of course, makes all the sense. Looking at it, does that actually shift if we're going with this obliterate? If we're going for an obliterate variant, it doesn't matter, well, what third stat should we go for? It is still actually, because it is just 5%, if we're going with the perfect obliterate and overdogs and not taking salvo alongside of it. But here, of course, we wouldn't want to take salvo, because salvo has 20% assault rifle damage. That's not going to help us out much here with an LMG build, of course. So we would just want to take the 5% rate of fire. The DTA, at least at the 60% DTA-DTH rate, basically, both the DTA and the DTH still lose out to the rate of fire, even on top there. And of course, on the sustain, they kind of catch up because the rate of fire kind of eats into that. And also on the damage per mag, they kind of gain a little bit. I still feel I'll lean here towards the rate of fire. That will be effective against both enemies with and without armor. It's just active against everyone. And kind of feels a little bit more consistent because of that. We could still, though, make a case here, more so even with the unit as our chest, that, yeah, DTA or DTH kind of become more competitive. So now it becomes way more of a choice between the three. Then we see here, again, if we kind of look at it with glass to just kind of nullify the perfect obliterate side of things, here, though, we see that unit, even though actually we're still keeping that rate of fire, third stat on the LMG. So here, actually, it is a 4.7% increase instead of a 5% because we're adding 5 to 5 effectively. Here, though, we see that that unit is actually ahead. That is also somewhat down to the tipping skill stacks, of course, kind of feeding into the diminishing basically crit damage and by extension kind of crit chance. If we actually put the tipping skills stacks on 0, we see that Cheska again is basically again ahead at that 2.91% here. That we kind of was very similar to the Striker, a little bit more actually because the crit is a little lower here. But of course, yeah, as we push tipping skills up, and that's really where we want to be with tipping skills, of course, is in the high stacks. We see that then, yeah, this unit alloys really does pull ahead, at least at the brand bonus level. But of course, if we are wanting to go glass, Sacrifice still beats or basically matches up here. And here we see actually that, yeah, the perfect, oh fuck, wait, what happened? Oh, the headshot is also diminished. Of course. My brain is no longer braining. Yeah, we need to find a breakpoint there. Or do I just do the new? We only had like 2 minutes 43. Let's just do the new. It's gonna be more annoying to find the stitch point there. That was dumb though. The thing is, I saw this as well, and this was kind of bothering me. So yeah, just one thing forgotten to change. Yeah, let's just do it new. There was a sentence I did here, right? Scales. Rate of fire. So let's move it on to here, tipping scales. Okay. As here we basically have a similar looking multi-calculator kind of laid up as well, again with perfect obliterate and glass down here, although with a third stat. And this is just basically redoing it, but then with tipping skills, of course, because in Strikers we have some rate of fire there. We're diminishing basically the effectiveness of unit. And yeah, what does it look like on tipping skills instead? Here, though, we're taking just the Cheska at 60. We're putting it up against the perfect obliterate here first. And again, showing that that perfect obliterate especially really pushes far beyond the Cheska. And we see that, yeah, if we're going to run obliterate, the de facto pick is this new equalizer, at least as it stands now with that 24% that it has. Then, secondly, of course, here, what I realized is that we're already also running still some rate of fire here because we're running it on the LMG's third stat. That's usually my go-to stat for tipping skills. If we take something else, but first, actually, let's discuss that. That 5% plus that 5% already diminishes the second 5% from unit effectively to 4.7% as we have it there. So already, even with a little bit, we're diminishing it a little bit as well. Less so than the Striker, but still there. Does that mean that rate of fire actually becomes less of a choice as a third stat? Overall, I would say not particularly. Here though, with DTA and DTH, although at this 60% DTA rate that I quite often use, and this of course is, yeah, grounds for debate. You can definitely make an argument that maybe it's less, maybe it's more, or you want to use it in a specific way. Or, for instance, one thing that I have is I generally take a DTH secondary LMG, and as long as I'm not running Tinkerer, of course, I'll use that secondary LMG with DTH. And then, for instance, if there is 2 Warhounds and a Chunga around, I'll just pull that one out and then use that LMG. And then go back to my rate of fire one for general use. The thing is, at general use, which I would say that 60% DTA kind of simplifies to being, you know, showing towards that as an average, rate of fire still pulls out ahead because it applies to everything and it's always active. That does mean, though, that on the sustain and on the damage per mag, it is actually now falling a little bit more behind because normally it is a little bit more ahead. As we kind of discussed, we are kind of effectively diminishing because it's not that just, you know, that rate of fire is perfectly fine and this other stat gets diminished. Both of the stats basically diminish each other's effectiveness. So here, by just dropping that rate of fire, we're pushing the unit back to 5% full effectiveness instead of the 4.7 that it is. What we see here again as well is that if we go with glass, kind of neutralizing that perfect obliterate out of the equation and just looking kind of at the brand bonuses. Here though, Cheska is actually losing out quite heavily, especially at full stacks with tipping scales against that unit. And that is of course down to that crit damage that tipping scales has as its gear set bonus. If we actually drop this back down to 0 stacks, so just when we're getting started basically with getting some damage out with tipping scales, we see that then it pushes back up to beyond the 2% difference in favor of our glass here on the Cheska. But that increases, of course, yeah, that gets lost the second we're pushing tipping scales to its 50 stacks, and yeah, then of course, yeah, it doesn't keep up anymore, and that's a given. We see here as well that actually because of headshot kind of getting diminished as well, this unit actually with just glass is actually exceeding the damage output here that we have on the perfect glass even. But that is at this 20% headshot rate, and it really depends on how much headshots you get, and yeah, especially if we do push this to 100% headshot rate, we see that even there, yeah, the sacrifice kind of pulls ahead. The thing is though that especially at the 20%, and yeah, if we push down back the tipping scales, we see that moving up to that 50%, that perfect glass is actually still a little bit ahead. There is of course also a difference on the other end of things with 10% more incoming damage, but that's not that impactful actually. Going from 50% to 60%, you'll feel it a little bit. But here though, I could definitely see, especially with tipping skills, that's kind of, yeah, diminishing the effectiveness of that sacrifice as well a little bit, to maybe go unit with glass. But overall though, I think sacrifice is still going to be my pick there if I want to go glass. If we want to go obliterate, yeah, there is no better thing than the equalizer there. But yeah, let's move on to the next one. Why is this not... Yeah. I had the same over here, actually, that's fine. I should have made it a second comparison by itself. That one got a little awkward in the end, but that's fine. Yeah, salvo. Coyote here. Yeah. And for that, we'll come here and start introducing salvo into the mix. Mostly this is looking at if we went 2 pieces of high-end, what could we put there? And of course, now what we have as an option is that we can go here and have ourselves salvo alongside of the equalizer, especially if we're using an AR. Although actually really only if we're using AR, that really makes sense. Getting this 20% AR bonus on top of that rate of fire that already, as the one piece, was already ahead of Cheska. Here we're getting 20% assault rifle damage on top, and then also this rate of fire with the salvo. And that's a lot. And yeah, that is actually, honestly, it's pushing us back to pre-nerf striker level. So they, of course, brought the striker stacks down by 10, and they brought obliterate down by 5. And basically they're handing that back to us now, which kind of seems weird because, yeah, they did that for a little bit of a reason. Now, of course, this isn't a buff just to Striker because, yeah, from a perspective, this is also pushing up other builds. You know, Striker went down a little bit, but this is pushing up all builds a little bit. But really the thing that will limit this, and we'll look at that later, is, yeah, we have exotics that are really powerful. And especially if we want to go obliterate chest, yeah, we would kind of lean towards that. But then, of course, there's Chest Striker, especially with the in-depth look later on into this gear set or brand set. We'll go with strikers, with the Chest Striker and stuff as well. Here we're kind of just keeping it to this. This video is already long enough as it is, but we'll definitely come back to it, of course, on the final version. Yeah, going back to our spreadsheet here, what we have here is equal or equalizer and then plus salvo. Here, equalizer plus just a unit, a piece of unit alongside of it. So we don't take the salvo, so we can kind of see what the salvo actually adds in. Because if we just had that second piece of unit alloys, we would have that 20% assault rifle damage. We would, of course, have 1 extra crit damage in this case. And then basically it's that crit damage versus that rate of fire. And I shouldn't really need to say that 12 crit damage is not gonna really win against 8% rate of fire. Those two are not in line with each other. And we see that here. Basically, if we were to forego that rate of fire bonus, just take that second piece unit, we're basically losing a little bit over 2% versus that combo. And really, this combo only competes against exotics, and especially if you're not going against other ARs. But just for a general use striker, I could definitely see going this route, especially if you, for instance, already have coyotes in your team. You don't want to per se mess with any of the exotics kind of talents and such. Yeah, this is definitely the new go-to. So instead of, for instance, Cheska plus Grupo, which we'll see in a second as well, yeah, this is now the pick. If we go, for instance, instead of actually the chest piece, going with perfect obliterate, just with a unit piece there, we can kind of see as well that the increase from the obliterates 4% is actually more than the salvo, as we see here, as we're dropping more damage. And that's just to illustrate, yeah, that 4% of the perfect obliterate is also really impactful, of course. It's here especially the combination of the two that really pushes, for instance, going with Chesko Grupo, which definitely was one of the picks that a lot of people would go with, just foregoing an exotic, and especially in the past, of course, the go-to was, if there was enough coyotes in the team, you would run the Cheska chest with obliterate, and then you would put a Grupo piece in, or a Fenris piece in. And yeah, we're pushing basically a little bit over 7%, just a little bit over 7% more damage out just by equipping these two pieces. And that's, of course, within the range of kind of the coyote, which we'll also see in a second. If we go Cheska plus the equalizer, so instead of the salvo, we take the Cheska. That doesn't actually beat the salvo variant, of course, at all. Because, yeah, the Cheska, the brand bonus, that 20 AR damage by itself is also very large. And then the Cheska plus salvo also actually doesn't catch up to anything. So effectively, this means that especially that equalizer plus salvo combo is really potent. And in comparison to a Cheska plus Grupo combo, we're basically pushing we're dropping 7% damage towards it. And yeah, in the other version, in the other way, that's actually a bigger number in percentages even. What we can look at as well is going, for instance, equalizer plus coyote here. And especially looking at that versus just taking unit with normal obliterate just for comparison's sake to the Cheska. And then getting Cheska plus coyote. And here all the coyotes at 15 to 25 range. We see, of course, no surprise there, actually, the equalizer plus the coyote, because we're still comparing against everything to top. With the coyote in the right ranges, and this is kind of the important one here as well, with the coyote in the right ranges, the coyote is just a little bit ahead. And this is actually before we activate killer here, which killer would, of course, be a much bigger component on the salvo pieces. So for instance here, actually, when we trigger killer, we see that it falls way behind now, because in comparison, the pieces that had that rate of fire, they're not adding into the already diminishing pool of crit damage, which crit killer comes in and diminishes even more. So they gain more from killer overall. And we see that here. So actually with killer active, equalizer plus coyote at the right range is behind just taking the salvo there. So now the coyote basically just becomes really, if you're not using ARs, or if, yeah, still in a group setting, of course, the group buff section of it, it might be worth it to drop that little bit of damage to give the rest of the team that buff. But yeah, especially in comparison to the Cheska plus Coyote that we had in the past and in the right range, this salvo plus equalizer combo is actually, again, way further ahead. And yeah, this is kind of a little bit of an issue because as we see here as well, that was already a little bit ahead of going Cheska plus Grupo. Was this percentage ahead of it? And then, yeah, we're now pushing up way higher, even without the Coyote. This is maybe a little bit too much power creep, I feel. And both the combination of having the equalizer coming in and the salvo together, plus these brand bonuses, might be a little bit too much a kick in the, what I feel, in the power creep direction. One thing I would think is that maybe going, for instance, as we discussed with the salvo, pushing that to 6%, maybe considering instead of the equalizer adding to the damage, adding to the time component of Obliterate, might help mitigate this a little bit. One thing I wanted to look at as well, and let's go do that here, is looking versus salvo versus some of the other named items. We have 2 more to go. Just for, although this one's fast. As we'll come into this one, and as we see here, actually, yeah, so we have on an AR build first, and then secondary on an LMG setup, going with first equalizer plus salvo, then equalizer plus Fox, equalizer plus contractors, equalizer plus Hollow Man, and then equalizer plus Cheska, just kind of as a control there. And doing the same then for M249, but here first with the Lexington, because of course with the Lexington, we're also taking with the salvo, we're taking that second piece, of course, we're getting the 20% AR from it. And then we see actually that, yeah, none of the other named pieces that we quite often consider. Now, of course, normally, especially with the 60% here on the DTA rate, nothing already kind of usually kept up with the Cheska, because yeah, the other pieces were always generally, especially if we're kind of looking at them in this way, kind of a little bit behind. If we activate Killer in here, and yeah, let's actually have Killer active, we see that, yeah, then especially Fox can kind of come a little bit closer, but doesn't fully catch up to Cheska. And that's always why we went, you know, Cheska basically first into these, because yeah, they generally, even for instance, for Chest Striker, Coyote plus Cheska generally outperformed Coyote plus Fox's Prayer. Here now with the equalizer, we see that, yeah, the Cheska is still kind of, if we're going for a second piece alongside of it, the salvo, of course, wins by a long shot, especially on AR, but then the second piece is still the Cheska. And this, to me, feels a little bit out of whack. These items, the other ones, are close to each other. So the Fox's Prayer is definitely a little bit ahead of Contractors and Hollow Man, but Hollow Man and Contractors were kind of close to each other. And then even from the Fox to the Cheska, it wasn't that big of a jump. This is a humongous jump, right? I feel I'm beating a little bit of a dead horse here, but yeah, I do feel strongly about that. That salvo especially, maybe a little bit much. Looking at it for LMGs, here of course we're wasting on the salvo, we're wasting that 20% AR now. But even if we're wasting that, and here on the second one we're comparing again, we're not comparing at the top here, where we're comparing all of the black numbers basically to this top one. We see that now just by a little bit the Fox beats it, and this is with us wasting that second brand bonus there. Contractors, of course, with an LMG, beating it out. Cheska kind of keeping up. But this salvo is actually so strong that, yeah, it is actually, you know, it is in the range of that Fox's Prayer. But then, of course, it's also, yeah, we're actually, that first bonus was kind of still wasting that second bonus there. And that 20% on top, of course, on ARs is what is causing this. Because actually, if that second bonus or a first bonus that wasn't damage related was there with that 20% AR, then it would be fine, because we see that here in this. But especially adding 20% rate of, or AR on top of that 5% rate of fire, which is already a good brand bonus, that pushes it really high. Because yeah, here we see that actually, this, when that 20% AR damage isn't there, of course, the Contractors kind of beats out everybody else because we do gain that 10% extra there. And that does make quite a bit of difference. And I feel this is kind of to highlight that the salvo might be a little overtuned. Oh yeah, I do have it there. I couldn't catch the 40 there. Oh yeah, let me get you here. I'm getting way late in that. So what is that master difficulty? Other person. Thing is, the master difficulty, especially, you want the group. Honestly, matchmaking for it will be your best bet. The thing is, especially the boss fight with this one again, is, if you're just alone, the boss is always harassing you. All the mortars are harassing you. If you're with 3 decoys, you have 3 decoys. So I would recommend actually trying to so maybe find some players to do it together with. One thing you could try, because if you're invested enough to kind of get it done, maybe looking in the Discords, especially the unofficial Discord, which has voice channels. I still quite often see people. I don't know if there still are. I'm actually going there. Yeah, I see people like asking for LFGing for master mission and stuff like that. You might have a better time with that. So yeah, going to the unofficial Discord, and there's a LFG there. I'm seeing the LFG PC here. I don't have the other ones. But so your mileage may vary. You just really want to do it. So it is an extra challenge on that. I would say actually beyond those, I would say some of the PFE builds maybe. It's slow, but it'll get you there. It'll be very slow, but yeah, it'll get you there. So maybe the striker one. 215. Because other options, because yeah, the headhunting, I don't think getting through that mission. There are too many places where that's gonna fall apart, I feel. But yeah, I could try going with something like I linked there as well with the Striker PFE. Because also, yeah, the tech tanks won't survive it either too consistently. Oh, he's even. I mean, yeah, he's gonna go for that one. Oh, but he was doing it with headhunting. The thing is, like with headhunting, you can't. Yeah, you need to practice it like that every day, 6-7 hours before you can headhunt your way through it. But yeah, that's I would say maybe asking too much. That's a level of dedication that's if you already had you would have already done it, or they would have already done it. But I would think, and yeah, make use of Zealot a lot, especially on the objectives. As a modifier, especially as well, make sure to have it leveled, make sure to have it ready, use Zealot to do the objectives when needed. Maybe watch a guide or two on it. Maybe watch as well like some of the speedrunners master runs. You'll see the spawns and everything. That's because usually, but switch on the mouse for the function. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how proficient you are with it as well, as with most things. I'll catch up here actually for a sec. What gives us anything to be for stretch goals? Overall, doing priority objectives, as we kind of discovered as well, if you can, with a group, do summit floor 100 over and over again. That's likely the fastest. But for general play, doing priority objectives, because you basically get, whatever you're going to get from doing the thing and then and then the priority objective on top. First select on master. It's easy. Honestly, actually, that might also be a thing, as Rob says there. You might be better off, if you even want items and stuff, just grinding it on heroic. It's much more doable on heroic, I would say, than master solo. Because on heroic, you just trance through it, kind of, solo especially. Yeah. Things though that in a group set, so again, that's why I would recommend going and finding an LFG, because in LFG, like, people will stick around because they're intending, they're not just random matchmaking, they're there to get it done. So that's why I would say LFG being looking for groups. So there's looking for group channels in some of the Discords, especially the Reddit Discord, because there's also voice channels there, which if you're comfortable with that, jumping into voice, likely, like, somebody will get you through. Because random matchmake is random matchmake, but LFGing, at least there's a little bit more cohesion. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I also wouldn't recommend Perfect Glass Scan. I would just go PFE. Hell, you could actually slow boat it with Turret Drone, honestly. You would need to really slow boat it, but it's definitely doable. Ooh, got an unpleasant tricky. So yeah, for instance, that's actually not a bad idea either. If you really want more the items than the completion, maybe just grinding it on heroic might be. But yeah, it is a 7% drop rate. Like, that's a 1 in 14 for each item. So, oh, the older one was brutal, yeah. Although we have such overpowered, like, they really had to throw something heavy at us. Because yeah, the modifiers were insane. Well, this season still. Yeah, let me go record. I'm turning into just chatting, and it's also 4:20. It's the wrong 4:20 for that though. It's the other 4:20. I already forgotten what. Oh yeah, we kind of just thrown off. Okay. And then quickly as well, of course. That didn't record. And then quickly as well, of course, we want to know, especially taking that Equalizer plus Salvo combo against some of the exotics, of course, because that's the other thing that we could put alongside of the Equalizer, especially if we can obliterate. Again, here, I'm kind of leaving out Chest Striker for a little bit. We'll look at it with the final version with an in-depth look when it's out, because we're also, of course, going already way too long here, just to not scope creep too much. So if we take Equalizer plus Overdogs, Overdogs is, of course, way bigger, especially when it is active. The thing with it is, of course, it is not always active. That's why we're looking at it here, both with it inactive and then active. So inactive, it drops 10% behind. active, it drops or comes up 17, almost 18% ahead. So the over-under is pretty hefty, of course. Overdog's a pretty big buff. Overall, though, I feel if you're just running overdogs and kind of on average, kind of half of the time are shooting the right enemy, that of course puts it kind of in the smack in the middle of this, where you're still ahead versus the salvo. The thing is, though, that the salvo is just always on, of course. The thing to also remember, though, is that actually one of the downsides of just pushing into rate of fire side of things is that your sustain doesn't per se go up, nor does your damage per mag. Anything adding to the damage side of the calculations, because rate of fire, of course, is basically on the RPM side of the DPS calculations. We have the damage, we have the RPM or RPS, effectively, where we're dividing by 60 to get a rounds per second from that rounds per minute. That's times the damage, so how much damage are we doing, how many times we're doing it in a second. Here with the RPM, or with the rate of fire, we're adding to the side of the how often we're doing that damage. That doesn't actually change how much, that does change our DPS, but that doesn't change, for instance, how much damage is in a mag. And because of that, actually, for instance, the overdogs, when it is active, it is way further ahead on the damage per mag. It is way further ahead on the sustain end of things as well. Because, of course, as our rate of fire goes up, we're just firing faster and our reload hits more often. So we're reloading more often, and because of that, our sustain drops quite a bit. Or well, doesn't raise as much as if we put it into the damage end. That's actually the right way to say it. And we see that here. The overdogs is 20% ahead on the sustain end of things as well. A little bit more than on the burst end. And of course, on the mag damage end, yeah, it's way ahead when it is active. The downside, of course, is it's not always active. We have some control over that, but not all the control that we would want. But overdogs has quickly become kind of the meta, I feel. It is, even if you're not focusing on getting actually it on target all the time, most of the time, more times than not, especially because how the tiering is set up, a lot of the enemies, like grenadiers, like rushers, like assaults, like snipers that are in that lowest tier will always be bonused against them. Because of that, yeah, it actually becomes generally a bigger bonus than most of the other things. Because as we saw already, yeah, the Coyote actually not ahead here as well, including the Coyote in the wrong range. So if we are setting it up for that 15 to 25, what if we're in the 0 to 15? We're actually quite a bit ahead, behind the Salvo. And even with the Coyote in the right range, if we're, for instance, solo, the Salvo actually wins that, at least in its current incarnation. And the thing is, though, that, yeah, the Coyote, it is a group buff, so we can provide it to 3 team members. In Countdown, we're providing to 7 team members. That actually, of course, has some value. So you could stand to, to lose that a little bit of damage, especially in comparison to the overdogs and such. It's a much bigger gap, of course. But then giving that group buff out, and as a whole, as a group, you're doing more damage then. And especially with the Coyote, that does hold true. Then also, actually, of course, one of the things we kind of have to look at is what if we take it with a ninja bike? I forgot totally that that's what this ends on. Let's go to the other character. Because there we have the ninja bike, because I want to show it. Let me catch up here. Indeed. Although, well, it's the wrong 420. It's not the I'm at a school 420, so let's smoke some weed. It's the 420 at night that go to bed. That's the other thing, yeah. Oh yeah, it has to be. I need the footage. But I can't. I was planning on doing this tomorrow morning, basically. But that's not gonna work out, so. Because I can sleep for a few hours, do the things I need to do after, and then sleep for another few hours, then get up and edit this. We're making some sacrifices. I have the blueprint, so I can make some sacrifices. How is that not a GIF meme? I feel that should just be that should just be a meme by itself. Just you're crafting over and over sacrifices and just just the text on top. We're making some sacrifices. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We should totally make that. Yeah. Sean's always into it. As far as Ninja Bike builds go, this is one of the least worst one. It's still like, it's still like you stepped in some poop, but it didn't like fully stick to your shoe. Like your whole shoe is under shit, right? Just, just a little bit is yeah. There's was my 13 BFE showing? Yeah. This is the character that has the 6 BFE, 13 BFE setup. Because I have 9 in total on this account. So the other 3 are on the striker, where they kind of make a big difference. But yeah, I did grind quite a bit for, like, I've done a lot of legendary summit and stuff in the past. Yeah. That one's fake. This one is. What if we take it with a ninja bike? Because actually, the ninja bike is, of course, always kind of there. One of the bigger downsides for the ninja bike is especially that Strikers is kind of the general meta in a lot of things, and it really likes its backpack. Here, if we take Striker with the ninja bike, we, of course, take 3 pieces alongside of it, and then, yeah, the equalizer and the salvo. As we saw, the equalizer and the salvo are pretty potent. But how does this land? Because especially here, we're getting this 50% magazine size if we're taking it this way. Now, 50% magazine size is at least still towards DPS, sustained DPS in this case, because it doesn't add to the burst DPS, but we're doing our burst DPS for a longer time, at the very least as well. We are getting 75 mag out of that from Lexington, and of course, yeah, with an Elmo that even pushes further. Is this actually a viable thing to do? Now, still not really in the grand scheme of things, because if we go to the numbers here, what we see is actually if we take, for instance, just the equalizer plus salvo, and we just take the full red variant that we had with the 4-piece, or without the ninja bike in there, basically the full striker variant that we had. Yeah, neither of these on the burst really keep up. But of course, because we're getting that magazine size, our damage per mag is actually keeping up somewhat, especially well. Pushing even further ahead, it is actually competitive with when the Overdogs is active on the damage per mag, but of course, again, the burst very much isn't. The burst is even lower, even at full stacks, because of course, yeah, we are here at full stacks, but of course, because we don't have the striker backpack, nor a damage down to kind of make up for it, yeah, it is kind of falling behind, even behind the Overdogs just by itself, just without it being active, actually. So when it becomes active, it pushes way further ahead. On the sustain end of things, because of that magazine size, of course, it actually does catch up a little bit. There's another version we could go for, and that is actually taking the equalizer as a chest, because actually taking a 2-piece to get the 3-piece bonus is actually not as valuable as taking 2 separate brands. So we get 4 bonus, because basically with this, of course, if we're taking the equalizer and the salvo, what we get is just 2 bonuses becoming 3. If we take instead Fenris, what we get is the rate of fire, the 20% AR damage, 10% AR damage from Fenris, and then 30% reload. So we basically get 10% AR damage, 30% reload instead of that 50% magazine. And we see that that is actually a little bit of a better way to go. Our damage from mag, of course, doesn't actually go up by that much because, of course, yeah, 50% mag damage is, or 50% damage, or 50% magazine size adds quite a bit to your damage from mag. But also, it doesn't add 50% over R because, of course, yeah, our burst is somewhat lower, so our damage per shot is actually lower because of that. Even though we're getting 50% more rounds, we're actually only getting 25% more damage into that mag. Here, though, our damage per mag doesn't go up, of course, because we don't have a magazine size, but our reload, because of that reload, our sustain is somewhat keeping up. And of course, on the sustain end, all of these kind of do keep up, especially because of the salvo kind of being a little bit worse on the sustain end. Of course, against that overdogs, yeah, no, especially when it is active. But here, especially, those bursts really hurt this. And that's why I generally wouldn't go for this. What you do get for this, of course, is a blue and a yellow core. The thing is, though, that we can actually, what I can do is just take this number, 100, take 2 cores off, and we just put it to 70. Now, we can take a blue and a yellow on just 4-piece striker, equalizer plus salvo, a blue and a yellow on those pieces without the ninja bike, basically getting that blue and yellow, and we're still 5% ahead on the burst. We're, of course, not ahead on the sustain, so you could make that case because, of course, this eats into this. Well, this doesn't add as much to the sustain because of that rate of fire bonuses. But especially there as well is, yeah, that we can kind of reach much better burst. And yeah, even on the damage per mag here, of course, we're kind of keeping up with that, except for when we get the plus 50. But the burst is still behind here by a significant margin. But of course, again, what we can do is also just be full red and actually just take that damage and use that damage as our way of surviving. And that's kind of the way I lean quite often. There's definitely things to be said here for that blue and yellow core that we get. Here, at least with ARs, we do get to use it. We can get a shield going with it, maybe even a skill alongside of it, although most of the time you will just take a revive hive. But yeah, that ninja bike is, as always, quite a hard sell. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. And yeah, we ninja baked. $139. Good damn. Yeah. Gear set next, right? Yeah, gear set, talent, no miscellaneous. Fuck miscellaneous. Nobody gives a fuck about miscellaneous. I'm just editing it. I'm just deleting that segment. There are no miscellaneous things. Oh, no miscellaneous things, actually, there really aren't, really. We're going to cover everything here. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Good, yeah. Not as well. There's only at least worse. Oh yeah. Although there is actually, for instance, the Ninja Bike Headhunter Tech Tank. I do actually really like that build. And the Ninja Bike variant of that one really has a trait going for it. So there is a build that I do actually like the Ninja Bike for. There's also actually the Hunter's Fury one that we kind of showcased recently. I don't mind that one at all. Like the Hunter's Fury 2-piece Imminence Armaments, 3-piece Hunter's Fury Ninja Bike. On the sheet, they go in Brooklyn with to take on fire. Yeah. Oh, to just well, the thing is, the fire you can kind of just mitigate it with a shield. So any of the tech tanks kind of works decent enough with that. You'll get set on fire, but slower. You can have hazard protection, but that eats into a lot of your survivability. Honestly, the way to survive fire is just to kill it. Kill it with fire. As well, a little bit. You could go with, for instance, the backfire build that has a bunch of hazard protection, but actually that one's also not too bad, honestly. Backfire is okay-ish. Actually, yeah, I should. Although I kind of need a pee break. But yeah, I'm doing actually the worst thing, which is actually drinking sugary energy drinks, which really makes it for thick saliva. So we're making a lot of mouth noises. Wait, sorry, what? Oh, I have no idea what that says. Oh yeah, in general, if you could keep it to English in the chat, because something else. Okay. Because yeah, it turns out the translation for that is my favorite chubby guy. I don't understand him at all, but he has something that's so appealing. Well, glad to hear my sex appeal is effective. Well, yeah. And Yanish. But yeah, we'll take it all in good fun. And either, yeah. I'm new to the game. I just heard what game mode is just right now to get a decent build. I also complete the New York DLC. Overall, going with some countdown runs, especially when starting out. Retaliation can also be a decent mode, especially if you kind of do it. You can kind of do it as well on lower difficulties. Retaliation is, you can trigger it with some of these projects and stuff, and you don't need to per se be on heroic and such, and just kind of slowly build up. Retaliation, though, if you can find some players to do it with, oh yeah, I should. Yes, wait. Like, oh, actually, no, I've done the retaliation project. Is the thing. Countdown, especially, you can matchmake for countdown and then just matchmake for challenging countdown. The nice thing there is it's 7 other players, so you don't really need to contribute too much. Just follow the team. Don't use skills that can do damage, because there are hunters at parts, and you can set your own target on these if you didn't know. So you can. There's a button here which is, well, it's behind the mic there, but that's select targeted loot there on PC's H. You press and hold that. You can set your own targets. I'll link here as well to recommended build list. I'll put it in both chats. But yeah, there's a bunch of recommended builds. Just making our striker can get you up to speed pretty quickly. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, there's no dumb questions there. But that is indeed a game mode, indeed. Reaching this level, some people don't do that. No. In Division 2 especially as well, the DZ isn't really great for loot. Like Countdown, you can just do a run, and you will get a ton of loot out of it. So, if you really want to as well, if you're kind of like want a little bit of guidance or such, because honestly, that I quite often do as well when in other games going for some game modes. On my YouTube channel, which I'll link there, I have some guide videos basically. So I have a countdown guide video. You can likely, if you just go into my channel and then search for countdown, or even just search for countdown in general, you'll find plenty of people that made, just quick guides and stuff. It's especially stick together with your team. Don't use offensive skills that can do damage in front of the hunters, because they can hack them, and that's at the start and at the end. And don't flare until the last 5 seconds at the end. That'll all make sense once you get in there. But that's basically the rules there. And honestly, you don't even really need, especially if you matchmake on challenging, you don't really need too much. That's also why it's kind of recommended starting point. Overwhelmed. Understandable. The thing is, there's a lot of systems. There's a lot more systems on Division 2. Because I quite often still jump into Div 1 and stuff. In the grand scheme of things, Division 1 feels a lot more simple because, yeah, it just didn't get to grow to the point where Division 2 kind of is. But also, everything is kind of, if you spend some time on it, watch some videos and stuff. I have a bunch of guides on that YouTube channel. Other people have as well. It's, it takes a little bit of time, but you'll find your footing. And that's actually not a bad list as they made there. Although, yeah, I would definitely add not using offensive skills in front of the hunters as well, somewhere in there. Because that can be deadly. Yeah, no worries. Actually, I always feel free to ask your questions. Like, yeah. We always enjoy answering some sometimes. Yeah. Should I run? I'm running MPS. Honey Badger. So overall, when starting out, some of the exotics can be quite good because in Div 2, the exotics are with fixed mods. So for instance, especially things like a chameleon or an Elmo can be pretty good because you won't have all the mods unlocked to make high-end weapons their best because you kind of need to get especially this like plus 20 round mag. That's through the blueprint system. You'll get those eventually. So especially starting out, the Elmo is kind of a recommended one. But also actually with that recommended build list that I linked there, there's also a recommended weapons and talents list. So if you click through onto that second link there, that was there, that'll take you here. And that's kind of that. There's a bunch of recommended weapons. Basically in each category, some of the better talents, some of the better weapons in general, including the exotics and such. And kind of as well, what they're good at and why they're being recommended, kind of. But especially early on, if you get a chameleon or an Elmo, you can target loot for AR and try to get those. Especially with, because of their mods and such being set, it's a little bit easy to get, good results on this. Yeah, and that's kind of what it's made for as well. I feel that's also why actually it's annoying on the YouTube side, that message that it is with both of the links is kind of too long actually, so YouTube doesn't allow it. That's why it's only the recommended build list on the YouTube side, but on the Twitch side again, I can't have both, but I should just make a second link there as well. Although there's a link for it as well on the YouTube. I can't put them both together. Challenging, yeah. So challenging is basically, the difficulties there are not the same as the rest of the game. But yeah, challenging there is a little bit below heroic. Heroic is a little bit above heroic in Canada. But challenging is the one to kind of start off with, because for heroic, you need 3 or 4 people to be competent and well geared, preferably more, but you just need 3 or 4. If the rest is basically not there, it'll still go. On challenging, basically one good player can carry the team, and that's why, yeah, it's easy to go. Because also later on, if you get some gear together, retaliations are also pretty good for loot nowadays. Oh yeah. Actually, added list there. I see. I know. Give Countdown a try. It's a very simple mode. Honestly, worst case you're out of it within 20 minutes because it's a time mode, but the time isn't per se. 19 minutes technically. That's the max it can duration. But yeah, just follow the team around and you'll do fine. Just follow they figured that. Yeah. As far as it's actually even my case, my very first countdown I kind of remember still well is just because I didn't start doing it until a few weeks into, or like a week after it came out, and other people were doing it a lot, of course, already. But I usually in the first weeks I'm more busy like updating the build collection and stuff. So I remember going in like the second week and everybody was already like, kind of knew what they were doing, and I felt really like a headless chicken just running around. But also, with a good enough team, you'll have a very easy time. With even a decently bad team, it's still pretty easy on challenge. Yeah, I mean, Division 2 has been just updated and such much more than Division 1, so. And even more to come in the future, so. Division 1. Yeah, same here. Actually, I'll be jumping even into Division 1 a little bit, likely next week. There's global events at some point. Although we'll see actually how much time we spend there this time. I think it's next week is global events, right? 24th, I'm guessing. Yeah, let's finish this video that I'm making, because I'm making a video. I'm making. Yeah, first we need to talk about the gear set by itself and show the mechanic. I'll make sure I cut it with Indeed, we're spreading all the sheet all around. Yeah, let's actually spread those sheets. Although, well, more shoot the sheet. Let's put this over here. Although actually I'm going to use these, but that's for later. What was that? 20 expertise, yeah. Well, at least also, yeah, next, well, you got it already, I'm guessing, but yeah, next season it's gonna be the Equalizer. All your obliterates belong to Equalizer in the future. Yeah, let's do thing with the stuff and the thingy and finish this. Let's finish the fight. Concentration camp. No, wait, concentration. Yeah, no. Yeah. As we'll move on to the gear set, as of course, with all seasons, we get a new gear set alongside of it. This time it is Concentrated Company, and this is actually a pretty interesting gear set by itself. It is very much kind of in line with the season, with, for instance, having that companion. But what it has as its two-piece is 10% weapon damage, limited, but of course universal, so we can go with any weapon type. At the three-piece, 30% weapon handling, which is of course a little bit more than, for instance, we get with, let's say, Heartbreaker or, for instance, Striker. It is a little bit less, and of course, tipping skills at full stacks, but this by itself, always active weapon handling, is pretty nice. In the four pieces, we get the talent of it, and this is this camaraderie. Shooting an enemy marks them for 7 seconds. It is of note that this is actually not a refreshing type of mark, so every time we hit the enemy, we don't reapply the mark, the way that we do, for instance, with OD, where every time we're shooting the enemy, we're just resetting it to full duration. Here, once we mark the enemy, it'll just start to feed away and then it'll fall away, even if we're continuously shooting at that enemy, which can be quite annoying because, yeah, you can't sometimes it does fall away while you're reloading and your allies kill an enemy. Because, of course, what we need is when a marked enemy dies, receive 1 stack of 3% weapon damage for each ally or skill that has contributed to killing that enemy. So we apply the mark. Any ally or skill that helps in killing that gives us a stack. There is a maximum amount of marks that can be placed, which is 3. And also our max stacks is 35. And stacks decay every 10 seconds. Now, this was actually a little bit confusing at the start when just reading the patch notes, where I was just like, does this mean everything decays in 10 seconds like the backfire? No, it is. And I should actually change the wording on this. This is 1 stack decays every 10 seconds. So this means that this is a very long duration buff. At its max, we're 350 seconds, just a little bit shy of 6 minutes. So 5 minutes, 50 seconds is actually, once we're at full stacks, that's how long it'll take to deteriorate all the way down to 0. Which is, of course, a far cry from, for instance, the 75 that we have with 100 stack striker. Or, for instance, the much faster 8 seconds that tipping skills loses its stacks at. So the way that this is more set up is that we can have it be that we have a lot of stacks building up. It isn't, of course, going into that high a level of stacks, but they decay very slowly. So it's a slow buildup, but a long retention. The direct opposite of tipping skills, where it is a decently fast buildup, also unneeded that we hit an enemy or kill an enemy, but then it decays super fast. So this is kind of the polar opposite of those. And then, of course, yeah, we gain 3% weapon damage per stack for here. This means that without the backpack, which we do have here, this would be 105 weapon damage, and this is just weapon damage. This is that same all weapon damage as red cores, as grading, as, you know, specific weapon damage going into that same pool as well. So it is a stat that we're diminishing heavily. This is not a separate multiplier, a separate amp or such. And actually, what we'll be using a lot with it as well is the backpack. This increases the weapon damage bonus per stack from 3% to 5%. This makes a lot of sense, especially to bring in some of the exotics, as we have here with the overdogs. But of course, as well, taking it from 3% to 5% means we're taking it to 175, 70 stacks more, 2 times the 35, 70 stacks or 70 weapon damage more in total. And that will be competitive, even still with vigilance and such. We're not going to look at that actually in the numbers today, but especially when we go to the in-depth look with it, of course we will. Here, though, I'm not taking the chest. The chest comes with the talent of All for One, and this increases the amount of marks that can be placed from 3 to 5. So this just increases the amount of enemies that we can mark. And I feel, for a large part, that 3 is more than enough, because your allies are not going to kill too many. And then, of course, this would come at the cost of a weapon talent or a chest talent. And yeah, that's too big of an ask for just increasing the amount of enemies that can be marked. Especially because they decay fast, and honestly, if you're doing 3, you're likely moving between them and kind of going back. Although what you find yourself doing most often in group settings especially, is kind of shooting for the same target that you see other people shooting at or where your skills go. And this then has, of course, kind of becomes so that it's actually kind of reliant on teammates. So for instance, if I just have one skill, or, well, if I want to keep my revive hive, as we, for instance, have here, I just have a turret or a drone, and that will do some damage. One thing we can take as well, actually, is Oxy and such. I found works pretty well, especially on spawning waves, because it's continuously doing damage. I can mark them in time and kind of burn them down. We're not per se using it for their damage, we're just using it to get those extra stacks out of it. At the start of this, I was very hesitant and I was kind of playing around with it in the range solo with a turret and a drone. Here as well, in the range, actually, the companion system doesn't activate in any safe space or shared space. That system is shut off, so at the range we can't have our buddy running around and yelling in our ear. But we can use a turret and drone. I was trying to just kind of build up stacks, and it felt very slow. I really wanted to try it in a team, and actually I did so quite recently. And in a team, it actually feels substantially better. Because, yeah, there we suddenly have allies to kind of work together with. They might have their own skills going. One of the things is also in a group setting, it actually shows the mark on the enemy. And that means that with good allies that are kind of, paying attention, they might, in the same way as with OD, or for instance, helping an Eclipse kind of, spread their fire. With good teammates, they'll go for those targets kind of because they're marked, they'll just shoot them on top just to help out actually. And in a group setting, just for instance, doing some retaliation, just doing a few of the mobs outside of a control point and then pushing into the control point at the start filled me up all the way to the full stacks. And that was actually very surprising to me, going from that solo experience kind of to that group experience and how much of a difference it made. And from that, actually, it really changed my opinion on this, because before that, looking at the numbers as I had, I was really dreading kind of how it would work out. But honestly, after, I feel it's actually in a really good place. I still think it could use a little bit of a pinch more damage, and I'll actually advocate for that in a second in the numbers. But just to show actually how it works, yeah, the mark is that one. We can have up to 3 marks. If we shoot a 4th target, if I shoot that one, then yeah, one of the first marks will disappear. Actually, shit. That's not how it works. Actually, I haven't even tried this. So wait, you can't mark the 4th one then. This is the one thing that I didn't try, and then try to talk authoritatively. Yeah, you can't mark the 4th one. Okay. Yeah, but I can cut that there. We can, because yeah, I want to keep that the other part is fine. So, yeah, let's move on to the next one. That's not in here yet. Mobs outside of a control point, and then use a show actually how it works. I actually advocate for that in a second in the numbers. But just to show actually how it works, for that in a second in the numbers. 733. Just gonna leave a note for myself. Because yeah, we'll keep the rest, and then I'm gonna have a pretty good cutting point there. Just got long to stash. Yeah. Yeah. And indeed, I'm up very late. Not right. Well, I mean, in this case, like glass kind of makes sense. Either or. The builds fully updated and nematodes already on day 1. This isn't no excuses. Well, I already have an excuse, which is I usually don't do it that way, so nah. Nah, usually it'll take a week to kind of get. I like taking my time with those. But yeah, they'll definitely, I mean, everything's going to get updated. We're just going to first start with, I've already kind of done the DPS tables and stuff. This time around is and such as well. We don't get too much minutia. But then, yeah, the whole build collection needs to be kind of reviewed with these new pieces. So we'll likely start a few days in and just kind of start working our way through. That's also why likely for that last week, especially as it's also 5 times XP and I don't enjoy that one that much. I'm likely going to spend some time in, we're going to spend some time in Space Marine 2, which I've bought like ages ago but still haven't played. Just to kind of, yeah, have a fresh start. I'll come back to like the new season kind of. Because we'll grind out the stretch goals and stuff in that first week and then play a little bit of Division 1 and Space Marine on that other week. Don't changes when season comes out from PTS. It depends. We've seen big changes. We've seen, for instance, yeah. Although, well, for instance, last time around, tipping scales was in we just because of how it was, we had 2 PTSs in the end. They weren't intending to, per se. I don't think, well, they just don't intend 2 PTSs anymore. But yeah, for instance, tipping scales completely changed. It went from completely unviable dead on PTS 1 to, well, I mean, tipping scales is actually pretty usable. So, face. There's a lot of changes. No, because the season before that they also did a lot of changes, but then, or between BTS. The thing is, there's gonna always be minor changes, like just some stuff. Here, I would expect Salvo to be changed. I don't think they'll touch Equalizer, even though I would say it would be a good idea, but I don't think they're gonna touch Equalizer. I'm gonna also, yeah, as with here, for instance, gonna advocate for this gear set to be pushed to 6 weapon damage. With the backpack per stack. Same stacking, but but yeah, last time around as well, the only reason we got 2 phases was because also on that first phase we had that, like, the servers were just dying on that first day. So they really wanted to make sure it wasn't, they fixed that. This is nerfed. I think it should be 6%. 8% as it is a little high. I don't know if you likely missed the parts earlier where I was talking about it. But yeah, I feel that thing should be 6%. Like Equalizer, sure, fine. Like Equalizer as well, I would say, like, it would be a much better idea to change the time on it instead of the damage, but I don't think they're gonna walk that one back. But Salvo at 8% is just like in a different league than all of the other items. That's kind of the issue. Oh yeah, let's go here. What was, I think it was see it in action. Just to briefly show how it works out as well then, is that, yeah, we can have up to 3 marks. The way that works is actually once we mark 3 enemies, we can't mark a 4th. It just doesn't mark at all. So these need to run out before we can apply new ones. And as you can see, yeah, if I shoot the enemy again, it doesn't reapply that mark. It just keeps running out. And that is actually somewhat annoying sometimes, because I've had it, yeah, sometimes where right there I'm kind of then reloading and then my allies kill it and I don't get any stacks for it, but it's a little bit limited. On the buff bar downstairs there, we have actually the marker for it, and yeah, I have the bug. Let's actually see, let's see what. Okay, so for me, they're unequipping, re-equipping a piece, gonna reset it. Because it's kind of a similar bug, I feel, to Umbra. No, no worries. I mean, it's gonna be in the video. But yeah, I feel Salvo, especially the combo of Salvo and Equalizer, is like too much, but then the piece to kind of bite it a little bit, I feel. But also just, you know, from 8 to 6, like nothing too drastic. It's 6 is still like a very, for ARs, it's still the top pick. Like, at least if you're just going to high-end pieces, like, it'll still kick the Cheska plus Krupo's ass. So yeah. Okay, actually, so we would have had need to cut anyway, because yeah, it was bugging. Yeah. And to show actually kind of how it works, just here in the range though, is that we can mark up to 3 targets, as it talked about. If we try to mark a 4th, it just doesn't. Those 3 marks are the maximum. And of course, once one dissipates or the enemy dies with it, then we can apply fresh ones. As we see here as well, as I continue shooting an enemy, they don't actually, you know, it doesn't refresh back up. So for instance, for OD, it does the work that way. And And I found myself sometimes being annoyed by that as it runs out just as I'm reloading, for instance, or something, and an ally kills the enemy and I don't get any stacks because, yeah, of course, they weren't marked at the time of that. The way that works there as well, as we see on the buff bar, there's an icon there as I get kills, and here even, of course, I do count for it myself. What? Why are they breaking in? Why you break? No breaks. Yeah. What? Also, let's maybe check this too. Very hard. Oh, is it every time that it empties out? I guess. With the... Oh, yeah, same here. Let's go with that. The thing is, like, that's always the thing with high-end pieces. Like, you can't the bigger, stronger pieces you make there, the more also it applies to Striker, because that 8% also applies to Striker. Because that doesn't, for instance, make it so that high-end builds are more viable or something. Because, you know, Striker moves up. Even though that's, yeah, because of Rage of Fire, it's not as much. But yeah, the high-ends are here and, you know, Striker is there. What's happening now is just the high-ends are going up a little, you know, like a centimeter, and the Striker is going up 9mm, right? Like, but yeah, it's still pushing Striker more up than... if you stack for the empties out, you don't see it stacking anymore. Okay. Because I just haven't ran. Oh, that's actually interesting. That means that in a lot of places I haven't ran out of stacks fully, even while we were, like, you know, deciding what to do. Like, it doesn't actually say it. Yeah, I don't think actually, yeah, when it doesn't show the bar there, I don't think you're not side of a little bit just stack. Yeah. I'm here just getting one stack and losing it, and then it's not getting it. But here I'll just equip it right away and then. But also then just an unequip or re-equip does fix it. At the very least, looks like. Yeah. And then just to show how it kind of works. Here, just at the range, not per se in combat. We can mark up to 3 enemies. Once 3 enemies are marked, we can't mark a 4th. We could take the chest, of course, to increase that amount, but yeah, that's not really... that part would not matter, I would think. But then also, yeah, whenever an enemy dies or it times out, we can apply new marks, of course. One of the downsides is, as you can see here, as I keep shooting the enemy, it doesn't reapply the mark, or it doesn't jump back to full the way that, for instance, does for OD. And a few times this has kind of hurt me where, like, towards the end and they're about to die and I catch myself in a reload and then, like, an ally kills them and they weren't marked at the time of that, so we don't get it. But, of course, as well, once we start killing, as we see there, I have the buff on my buff bar and then a bar underneath it showing how many stacks I have. So here, I do count as an ally. I am an ally to myself, apparently, and we count for 1 stack by ourselves. Now, if I take my drone out and put that on this enemy, and as it starts shooting it, I start shooting it, means that I get 2 stacks per kill. Now, of course, with some teammates, and especially, for instance, the companion of this season, that counts as well. If I'm shooting the same target as them, basically, you know, we are getting 3 stacks. But especially if I have some teammates in the group with their skills on top, or maybe, you know, some, and then, of course, as well, a companion with the modifier on, or even, for instance, yeah, pushing it to 7 players alongside of me in a countdown, this stacks up actually decently fast. This set, especially in a group setting and kind of on a player that is, if you play it a little bit smart and kind of go for the targets that you see other people go for, works out really well, actually. And of course, you can mark those enemies because also I don't need to be the person to get the kill. It is in the same way as OD. Once the enemy is marked, as long as they die, in whatever way, that will work out. So actually, when a wave spawns, just kind of spamming and making sure that 3 marks are out there will make it so that there's a high likelihood, especially in a 4-man team, that, you know, they get sprayed down quickly, but also multiple people hitting each of them, and that adds up, of course. Together with that, we can also damage with other skills, as we talked about, for instance, going with Oxy or Sedge. Overall, though, I found that actually, in a group setting, this completely changed in perspective. Because here, solo, as we saw here, it's not feeding up real quick. Unless I'm really getting kills quickly, plus a drone there, of course, and such. It doesn't fill up as fast. But especially out in the world, with a companion alongside, with 3 teammates alongside of me, it actually filled up really quickly. And that makes it so that actually, I think it is close to being where it needs to be. But I do feel still, though, that actually, especially with the backpack on, this could stand to have a little bit extra. Let's go to the numbers while I'll make a case for that. So that's that. Yeah, let's go over here. And for that, we'll come to this multi-calculator here, as we'll be looking at the gear set, and then especially as well, looking at how many stacks we have going. As that is, of course, this being a stacking build in effect, really does matter to it. We'll be comparing it as well against a striker with obliterate. And actually, unlike the build that I had on a second ago, with all of these, we're just running it with the equalizer unit alloys, perfect obliterate, and the overdogs as the piece. Here we see then actually at 0 stacks versus 35 stacks, we are gaining about, on the build itself, that 175 weapon damage, as we have that here. Because it is a full red build, and also, of course, for instance, we even have 10 weapon damage there on top, with high grading, as we're kind of looking at it at grade 30, that 175 weapon damage is turning into 64% extra damage. Now, this should already be the giveaway that, yeah, it is not going to beat Strikers, for instance, because Strikers by itself is a separate multiplier. With the Obliterate chest, it would be a 90% separate multiplier. That means that that one would be basically 90% here. The thing is, though, does it need to? I think it needs to be closer than it is here, where on 0 stacks all the way to 35, we are gaining slowly, and especially if we kind of look here and we start already comparing it to Strikers with Obliterate, with the perfect Obliterate and the same overdogs, basically the same layout, except we're swapping between Strikers in this. At 0 stacks, that Striker is already a little bit ahead because it has that rate of fire bonus, which is worth much more than that weapon damage bonus, of course. And at full stacks, it is way ahead still of max stacked here with the CC, with the concentrated company. I totally remembered the name there. Here we see basically against the concentrated company at 35 stacks, an Obliterate Striker at max stacks is around 126% increase over it. Thing is, though, of course, Striker stacks differently, but that's actually still in the favor of Striker, because stacking to 100 with Striker is not that hard. Just doing it with an ACS can get you there, but even just shooting with the AR, you'll get there eventually. And especially in the harder fights, in the fights where it matters, Strikers will be easier to kind of stack up to the levels needed. Here we need kills, of course, to get our concentrated company going. And while we don't need 35 kills, we need, because this is, of course, you can get multiple marks, or you can get multiple stacks off of 1 mark. It depends on how many allies and you are shooting at that mark target. And yeah, you can get up to a ton of stacks pretty quickly. So you can reach 35 stacks. It'll take a little bit longer than Striker, definitely, but you, of course, lose it much slower. We have basically 5 minutes, 50 seconds before we decay all the way from full to empty. Because of that, there is actually a really profound gameplay advantage to this concentrated company because it starts at a higher level once it has those stacks. But especially when it doesn't have those stacks, Striker fills up pretty quickly to the 30, 40 stacks. You know, one mag out, you can land 30 shots out of that. You know, that's a 60% accuracy rate. You'll get those 60 stacks out of it. Of course, they'll start decaying as well right away, but, you know, here, getting those early stacks feels really painful because you're exceptionally weak. And yeah, you're basically on the level of even below an unstacked Striker. And you'll be there for a little bit until you get your first kill at the very least. Striker, even before it gets a kill, can already build up some stacks. Because of that, that's also why, yeah, Striker becomes the general meta that it is. It is very usable. It is just simple. It doesn't need kills. It doesn't need other things. It's just, if it's shooting something, it's going to increase its damage. And if you need increased damage, you're likely shooting something anyway. And one of the things I'm going to advocate for here is, well, first of all, actually, before we do that, let's actually look at it if we have no red cores, because that, of course, it is weapon damage. Because of that, if we have 0 red cores, then what we have is that potency of the stacks is much more there. And we say that here as well, because now instead of that 60-ish% that we had, now we're in the 97% out of that 175 weapon damage. So we're getting 97% out of that in actual increase. And of course here, at 0 stacks, it's kind of getting closer to Striker, but it's still not catching up to Striker even at that obliterate. And of course, keep in mind that this is obliterate Striker, this isn't chest Striker. Chest Striker is another 20%-ish above this. A little bit less now because, yeah, that perfect obliterate eats into it a little bit, but it is still closer to 20% over it than not. That makes it to me that because at this 0, because I would say definitely at full blue, there should be maybe a reason to kind of have this be a good build to go full blue with. That would open it up as well for instance, making tech tanks out of and other builds. But here, especially because also we want the backpack, we'll look with the in-depth look. Here, actually, I'm just going to exclude actually looking without it without the backpack, but we'll definitely look at that in the in-depth look once we have the final version. Let's push this back up. Although actually, before we do, let's push this actually, instead of 5 weapon damage per stack with the backpack, what if we push this to 6 weapon damage per? Now what we see is actually at full blue or full yellow. And actually, there is a case to be made here, especially going full yellow, going 6-tier yellow, or well, 5 plus technician. For instance, to hybridize it, to maybe take a turret and drone alongside of it, because if we're using those anyway to get marks and such, we might as well make him a little bit potent. If we make that 6, now we see that here at least it kind of surpasses Obliterate Striker. It still wouldn't surpass Chest Striker, so this would have some viability there, but especially, of course, if we kind of look at it at 6 red cores, now it is still not ahead of Striker, but it is getting closer, and it jumped up by a little bit over 10%, and that is, I think, a healthier place for it. And I would maybe advocate for it being there to maybe be a 3 and a 6%. That would make the gap with the backpack a little too big and make the backpack kind of must have, but then also actually pushing it to 4 and 6, that breaks in a few other places. So I would maybe say, or maybe 3.5 and 6 might be an option, but 3.5 is an awkward number and you might want to avoid it. But I would definitely say pushing this to 6 might be an idea here. Especially as well, as we'll look into a second, where it actually applies, of course, it being weapon damage, has some traits where other stats don't kind of mingle into there. Especially, for instance, Pestilence, as we'll look into in a second. And that pushes that one up a little bit beyond, actually, the high end, but it needs to stack to get there, the high-end Lengmo that we're kind of running in general. Here, though, going back to that 5% to kind of look at it one final time as it is now, especially here, even as we have an option here to add some stacks in, I believe it was on either 70 or 80, I forget a little bit. It is at 65, I believe, maybe. No, 60? Or was it 60, actually? Or maybe that was with the 6, actually. Let's go take it down to 50 stacks. So 55 stacks is already, yeah, at 55 stacks, as we have it there with Striker. We already actually surpass, at 65 stacks, this new gear set, this concentrated company. I feel that's a little bit early in the scheme of things. And that's why I would definitely think that, yeah, pushing it up to 6, and I think actually that was the reason I was thinking of 70, is that if we push it up to 6, we basically need to be just a little bit below 70 with here 68, I believe, maybe. At 68 to 69, which is a nice number, I feel. Then Strikers kind of overtakes it. And that match point is always very important. That's actually one of the things that I kind of use. Now, of course, we're kind of using Strikers in that measure, but yeah, it is a important place, because if it is too low in the stacks, yeah, we're going to lean towards Striker, because we're going to get those stacks pretty easily. I do feel, though, pushing this to 6, because also, yeah, there is a big difference, or actually two big differences. One is also in the weapon handling, where that sets 30 against the 15 of Striker, and you definitely feel that. But of course, it decays much slower, because here as well, it isn't stronger than Obliterate Striker, but it is a little bit closer. Let's take this back to the 5, and actually, let's go look at it with the Pestilence. I got rambly, but also it's 5 o'clock in the morning, so sue me. My lawyers are located at... yeah, let me get you over here. More Christians can then drop exotics, yes. Yeah. The drop rate in there is a little bit lower than, for instance, open world and stuff, but still happens quite a bit. One thing to remember as well, you get resources while you're there. So at the end screen, you would have noticed in the upper right or in the upper left, you would not have noticed, and you get these requisition thingies, countdown requisition. Let's actually pass around there. There's a shop here. And you can buy exotic caches. Exotic caches are the same as in Division 1. It's just one random exotic. So you don't get to pick what it is, but eventually if you get enough of them, and basically 2 runs is generally 1 exotic cache. It's worth challenging. But yeah, you can go over here and, you know, once you have enough. Oh, wait, no, this is just in the PTS, right? That's the main game? No, right? That wasn't on the... Because the vendors definitely are not the same.
Hi.
Those with previous law enforcement or military experience will be prioritized.
Yeah, actually, Vita was saying that as well. Yeah. Another good way is retaliation, but for retaliation, so retaliation doesn't have matchmaking. You can find other means, especially if you like, for instance, join a clan or something to do some people with some retaliation with. But if you're doing it solo, it does require a little bit of a build and stuff. But the retaliation system can be a good way of getting some exotics as well. A little bit because it's directed. And also in there you have the same targeted loot system where you can try to get them to drop. But for now, I would say sticking to Countdown just to get your bearings and some decent build together. Also, actually, yeah, priority objectives, but also that one's random as well. You just get a random one. Oh, no, Countdown to be ready for new season. Gear to later for something. Honestly, not just fill up resources. Like if you're not full up on printer filaments, maybe farm up some, you know, although I am actually. Farm up some gear mods and some such or something, just to, you know, dump that into proficiency. Maybe. Because not much of this season is going to matter for, like, unless you don't have, like, you know, overdogs or stuff like that, but you have, right here, right? I don't think you can really prep much in that way. That's interesting. Oh, did you? Hey, interesting. Huh? I mean, if it's popping up for like a second and stuff, I don't mind that at all. But yeah, there's the chat and stuff is not in here at all. In these scenes. So maybe it loads something else in between. Other gadgets and yeah. I mean that imagery is my like is the on-screen chat there. But it's weird that it's rendering it when it really shouldn't. But I can mess around with that and figure it out. Also, if it pops up for because likely that it's doing it in the transition. I'm guessing it's doing it when I'm transitioning. Would be my guess. Yeah, but yeah, let's keep going because also we're reaching close to the 12-hour mark, which would break a bunch of stuff because I can make a VOD out of this then if we reach that, which we definitely won't because we just have this and then the new. Of some of the dumb ideas I've had, this is a very dumb one. We're already on the 2-hour mark. As, of course, with any kind of gear set that is giving us weapon damage, or if it were to give us total weapon damage, for instance, the thing or the thinker brain is absolutely good. Because also, as with any gear set that gives us weapon damage, we really need to look at one thing in particular, which is the pestilence as one of the items that very definitely does benefit quite a bit from weapon damage and total weapon damage. In this case, weapon damage is what we're getting, and what we can see here actually is that at that 5 stacks that we have here, if we take the in the same way as some of you may have seen before, we can take the DPS of the CC build against the high end. So this is the high end as it is nowadays, where we're taking it with a sacrifice chest, overdogs, fox's prayer, and then 3 pieces of Langmo, one of them being the backbone. That setup with overdogs actually active in the calculation, and then also going up against, as overdogs does apply to the pestilence stick. Here we're taking that same concentrated and then taking it with a glass chest alongside of it, sacrifice, together with the overdogs, and then with the pestilence. What we see is actually the DPS of that build. God damn it, what happened to the reload here? $324. Why? I was like, where's the sustain number? Something. Yeah. Take 3. And as with all of these gear sets, if they can provide some weapon damage and such, some weapons really do lean towards that, one of them being the Pestilence. Of course, the Pesty Tick is dependent on weapon damage and total weapon damage, and DTA, DTH, and damage to targets out of cover. Here we are getting weapon damage, and alongside of Virtuoso being one of the other gear sets where we can get a decent amount of weapon damage, although with Virtuoso we were just getting 80, and that was why it wasn't per se competitive against some other things, like here for instance going with against the high end. So here with the high end we're thinking about the Lengmo setup where we're taking Sacrifice, Overdogs, Fox's Prayer, 3 pieces Lengmo, one of them being the backbone, which is the go-to now for the Pestilence, because especially with the Overdogs up and active, which does apply to the Pesty Tick, we're getting a really high tick, and this is a tick that we hadn't seen before, basically. With this concentrated, what we're getting is on the DPS end, as we can compare them, because we're kind of looking at it in multiple ways. Of course, we have the DPS of the build, we have the tick, and then we can combine one tick and the DPS of the build kind of as a, if we had a full stack and we're doing our full DPS at full stacks, what is that together? And of course, with the high end, we don't need to per se stack, except for the backbone. We need 5 kills for that. Once the backbone is stacked to full, then we're doing that DPS. Here with this other gear set, we need to charge up for quite some time, but then it doesn't decay. It doesn't actually decay even as fast as, for instance, because we'll lose all of our backbone stacks, all of our perfectly unstoppable 4 stacks, basically in the same time that we lose 1 stack of this concentrated. And that is actually impactful. The thing is though that, yeah, we need to, it takes way longer to get there, but once we're there, we can kind of keep it. What I've been finding myself doing as well actually in actual gameplay is that if I'm running around, I'll play with the other weapon basically here at Lexington with Killer. I'll run with that till I have a bunch of stacks, then I'll swap over to the Pestilence. Because yeah, the Pestilence will feel weak until we have a decent amount of stacks going. But once we do, that tick actually is the new high. And yeah, it is actually, although now as well we could, for instance, if we for instance went with some other things that could be a little bit higher, we could get it a little bit higher, but then of course what we want is always the balance between the build's DPS and the tick, because again, the tick here, even at 2 million, the build is doing 11 million. And here at 20% headshot rate and 60% armor rate, although actually neither of the builds has any DTA, so actually that part doesn't matter, but at 20% headshot rate. This, of course, is, yeah, kind of 5.5 times as much, and because of that, the build's DPS really also matters. So we want to kind of find a balancing point between the two where we're not giving up too much of the one or too much of the other. And I feel this build, this gear set really does align well with this. The thing is though that, yeah, the high-end Pesty one here, because both of these are glass, so that's not a difference. The high-end one does have perfectly unstoppable, so it doesn't need to stack 5 kills, but so does this other gear set, basically. At the very least, even with full teammates and such, it will take at least 5 kills. But yeah, it does decay a lot slower. But the combined of them is actually a little bit in the favor of the high end. The tick is definitely in the favor of combined. And the build's DPS is very much in favor of the high end again. And sustain-wise, they actually, the reload really helps out. And that's actually one of the major ones here as well. We are getting 50 or 30% weapon handling, but it's translating into 30% reload. And it took me a while actually to figure out why I liked the Pestilence so much on this and why it felt so good. And yeah, the big factor there is that extra reload that we have there. And of course, the handling feeding into accuracy and stability. Feels even better than OD, where OD has just a 30% reload, where, for instance, with the triple tick, the Pesty feels a little bit better than most cases. But here it's also, yeah, weapon handling, so it's actually even better for that. And I feel this is actually a good case for this build, or for this gear set, to make this a Pesty build. But then also, actually, again, as we were kind of advocating, what if we push this 5 per stack with the backpack to a 6 per stack? And actually, I feel here as well, again, we kind of see a good case for maybe considering that as if they would take it to 6%, we see that it pushes a little further ahead from the high end. But then again, this high end actually just fills up a lot easier. quicker, effectively, because of that unstoppable force, but then it also decays much faster than it. But I feel this is a pretty balanced setup because, of course, this is at full ticks. It takes a while to get there, and that does, even a group setting, and when it was going fast, it still takes way longer than Striker, for instance. But yeah, this I feel actually here, because one of the concerns that I had of like pushing weapon damage too high would be just to, yeah, the Pestilence would become an OP thing. Same would be actually true for some of the other things that scale off of weapon damage, like the Ravenous, like the Merciless and stuff. But yeah, this is very much, I think, still within balance. And I think here, yeah, pushing it to 6, I really think it's a good idea. Let's put it back to 5 here, though, as yeah, that is for both of these. Especially one of the things, though, is that, especially if we kind of look at it with the CC stacks, is that if we push the CC stacks down, and especially at 0 stacks, of course, that pesty on the start of it, although, of course, yeah, it wouldn't have its perfect unstoppable force, but if it was even dropping 35%, effectively here, it's still way ahead, of course. So it is very much reliant on those stacks, and that's also kind of fine. We can use a different weapon and just stack those there. Once we have the stacks, then we go for the Pestilence. And the stacks do retain for long enough that you can very easily go from activity to activity, control point to control point, and still keep it up. I do feel, though, it would be nice, yeah, if it was a little bit more ahead, especially at full stacks, that would kind of encourage some usage of that. Lastly, I wanted to kind of see where it lands against some of the other gear sets. I'm getting ramblier and ramblier, which is, I mean, no shit, Sherlock. But yeah, one last one on this. Brand bonuses, and then oh, I'm guessing might have been in the ads. There is because I was kind of highlighting that as well. There's the resources you get at the completion of Cantans. So this is these Cantan requisitions. There's a vendor. It's I'm not gonna fast travel there again, but it's this one. Oh no, that's project. Actually no, that is the one. But yeah, it's in the shared area there. It's a laptop, so it's not a vendor, but it is a vendor. But you can run there and you need basically 2 Cantans worth of resources to buy 1 exotic cache. So. But that's also one of the reasons why Kandan is pretty good for exotics. But so are priority objectives. And yeah, the priority objectives are here in the... Although actually I can't show them. Oh, well, I can actually. Oh, yeah, that's the only part that we had. But that's in the season menu. And then here you can pick things to do. And especially quite often... Although, well, this is a PvP one, but... Let's get a normal one. It's an open world thing, but then the reward is an exotic item. Thing is, though, there's a lot of exotic items, so yeah, it might take a few, but every time you'll get something, and it's not too too hard. Was it some point? Yep. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, let's go back to glass here actually as well. As of course, there are other builds than strikers to kind of compare against. Especially one of the ones that I like comparing against, and kind of is the floor for some of the red builds for me, is Ongoing Directive. Because Ongoing Directive is pretty consistent. The only big downside to Ongoing Directive is it is bleed reliant, so especially against Black Tusk and their war hands, it can be a little bit less, especially if you're just running it solo. It has, of course, a group buff component, making it really good for that, together with, for instance, bypassing the ammo directives and such. But if we're just kind of considering it as a solo build, which just as a damage dealing build, because it is a little bit ahead of the high ends as we have them there. But yeah, it is. Well, actually, no. Wait. Am I blind? No, it isn't anymore. Oh, it's because it's a Lexi versus an M249, and also, ooh, wow. Yeah, it's getting 4% extra there as well, of course. That obliterate. Totally didn't notice that. Okay. Oh yeah, it's also a different weapon. It's LMG versus AR. Let's try that again. As there are, of course, other gear sets than just Striker. And it's kind of handy to compare to some of them, especially as well, just going against high-ends as well. So here we have that same CC at 35 stacks with a Lexington with Killer. We're adding in weapon talents here because, of course, when we're comparing against OD, we kind of need to have Sadist there as part of the equation because, of course, Ongoing Directive gets to have Sadist, and because of that, kind of is a little bit ahead. More so than the build itself would kind of make it appear. But that's also, yeah, we're including Killer, and it's basically always active as into this calculation, which also, again, Killer, of course, doesn't need a kill to get it going and such. But also against Umbra here, Umbra Initiative at the full 50 stacks with a Vigilance backpack there. And yeah, that can actually, of course, be a real good performer as well. And that's actually usually a little bit behind where Strikers is. Umbra is kind of on the heels of Strikers and Heartbreakers, and Tipping Skills is kind of behind those two, and then it's Umbra. So here especially as well, and then concluding with an high-end Obliterate Vigilance with the new Obliterate, of course, adding a little bit of rate of fire in there and performing much better than it used to in the past. But especially that high-end and that OD, we can kind of see as the floor. Any builds that are below that, and that's also kind of the issue for instance, Aces and such, and Breaking Point, I feel, in my opinion, and such, that are damage-wise below those, and OD and high ends can already be pretty consistent. Now, of course, as we saw, these are kind of, because here they're kind of lining up against this concentrated. But of course, the concentrated was way behind Strikers, and that's also kind of what we see. And then the Umbra is a little bit ahead. But here we do see that by itself, at that 35 stacks, it is, of course, a little bit ahead of Ongoing Directive. But of course, Ongoing Directive is much easier to get going to that point, because all we need is just to get the ammo going, basically, and then it's ongoing. And the downside is, though, we still, if we run into something mechanical or such, a Warhand, yeah, they don't bleed, so we lose a little bit of our buff. But in general, a build kind of at least needs to be above Ongoing Directive and above the high ends to kind of be effective enough, because otherwise, why bother, right? Especially with a high end as a comparison here, if I can just have it be that I'm just running this high end, I just need to stack Obliterate in this case. It's running Vigilance. It can drop Vigilance, of course, which would lose it a little bit of damage. But this Concentrated needs a lot more time to get to this point. Now, of course, it retains it much more, even much more so than Obliterate. But Vigilance, of course, yeah, we can, for instance, hide behind a shield to keep that uptime a little bit there. This is, again, also why I would say that, while I think in this, it's reasonably playable, basically. It's definitely not completely out of the pack. But I would say just being a little bit ahead of an Ongoing Directive and just a little bit ahead of an high-end would put it still in a place where it's just, it won't see much use after its, first incarnations where, it's the new thing to try out. But again, if we maybe consider putting it to 6 with the backpack, 6 weapon damage, what we see is that it catches up and is closer to the Umbra. And I feel actually that is a healthy place for a lot of the red builds, especially red style builds, to be. Now, of course, this would mean, though, still again, if, for instance, if we are going to hybridize it, this is way better for that, but that's then also kind of okay, because if we're making a turret drone hybrid, yeah, this gear set would, this concentrated gear set would work much better than ongoing or Umbra, for instance, here. But that, at that point, I feel is kind of fine as well. I feel that 6 is a really good target for this, and I hope that maybe makes it all the way up the chain, but we shall see. But yeah, putting it back to 5 here, overall, definitely still within the ballpark of usability. Because you got to remember that, yeah, tipping scales is a little bit higher than Umbra here. The strikers, of course, as we saw, a little bit above that as well. But here, this isn't per se in an unusable spot, because that for me would start behind the ongoing directive and behind the high end. It's not far ahead of the high end, but especially because it can retain its stacks so readily, it works out decently. I'm looking forward to kind of, in the future, kind of giving this a build showcase, because even in its current incarnation, it's okay-ish enough to definitely warrant a spot in the build collection. But maybe we can still see that 6 happen in some point. Let's go to one last one, which is, of course, the talent. Do I have those here? No, I was planning on doing it on... I was planning on doing it on character 4. How long was my last PTS video? About as long, I'm guessing. Yeah, let me get you. So keep in mind that, yeah, the library is definitely the first place when it gets stuff. So there's, if you basically just saw in your menu, yes, well, this thinking station button, this brings up this. You want to start filling up your library with these, because this states that you can recalibrate into things and also optimize it. So you want to start getting all the talents, you want to start getting all of the weapons. So you want to firstly focus on this a little bit, just to get it going. You mostly want to deconstruct and build. So especially if you mark stuff at junk, there's the expertise system and the proficiencies. A lot of proficiency will happen by doing. You'll donate all of the, you donate a lot of your junk into this, but you still want to also deconstruct a little bit just to have some of the resources. There's also some spells. So, but the library, I would say that you have the libraries at one point, one source here. Every stat you have in there, especially if it's a max size stat. Is the is it also in the recording there? Let's go check. Beep boop. I should have fixed it at least there. As there are, of course, other gear sets than just red bills, a bit within the ball to kind of in the future. But maybe we can still see that 6 happen in some point. Let's go to one last one, which is, of course, the talent. Okay. It's not in the recording, but... No, I'm still going, yeah. I want to get all this footage in. I kind of have to, so I can edit it tomorrow. Because, yeah, actually in like half an hour, actually, oh no, hour and a half, I need to go do a thing. But that's like an hour, and then I can come home and sleep, and then I'll get up and edit this. Actually, I'm curious to go back and see how that sounded. Last one. I didn't catch it in the recording here. Am I just... Of course, other gear sets than just Striker is enough to definitely warrant a spot in the build collection, especially because it can retain its stacks so readily. It works out decently. I'm looking forward to kind of, in the future, kind of giving this a build showcase, because even in its current incarnation, it's okay-ish enough to definitely warrant a spot in the build collection. Oh, but it's maybe a little bit ahead of Ongoing Directive, but of course, Ongoing Directive is into something of ongoing I can just have. If I can just have... Yeah, I'm not gonna redo. Because I'm guessing I went way worse than that, likely, right? Because there are, like, I hear some scratches, but... Yeah. Make it harder, do it better. Let's forget. Yeah, I might have also just started after I actually ended that segment. Because the stream and that recording should be the same. It's the same audio source. But yeah, I'll look forward to you. Yeah, let's because we have at most half an hour. Because otherwise I don't want to go over 12 hours on the VOD. Because that breaks a lot of things. Yeah. Must have been when I changed character, which was after recording that. Because yeah, usually it's on the loads when it breaks. Oh, Alexa, they want to know more. Okay. Yeah, let's go record this real quick. As lastly, we have here, but not leastly, Immobilize as our talent. We here have the perfect variant on the Froth, and this is basically in the same style as Sadist, Ignited, and such, but then for ensnared enemies, so foamed enemies. This is 25% versus, for instance, where the perfect Ignited is 35, the perfect Sadist is 35. This is just 25. This is, of course, again, just one status effect style, but again, one that we can actually kind of use alongside of, for instance, Tinker and such, to give us another thing to have damage against. And especially considering, for instance, if we take Immobilize together with things like Killer for when we're running alongside of a Foam Eclipse in Legendary, for instance, that seems like a pretty decent deal. Because already, goddamn it, I'm kind of going in circles because I can't remember. Pressure point. No, yes, pressure point. Also, wait, what's the shock one? Thunderstrike. But yeah, I can think of pressure point. And lastly, but also in this case definitely not leastly, is Immobilized. This is the new talent for next season. Here we're seeing Perfect, which is 25% to ensnared enemies. This is amplified weapon damage. This is in the same style as, let's say, Ignited or Sadist. And of course, alongside of as well, Pressure Point, which is just against all status effects. This is again one of those specific ones. This one, though, on the Perfect is 25%. On the Normal, it is just 20%, as we have one here, for instance, just on a Lexington here. And on the Normal as well, it is 4 kills. On the Perfects, it is 3 kills. And that is the same, actually, as some of the other perfects like perfect sadist and perfect ignited and such. But the perfect ignited and sadist at their amplified damages are 35%. And this does make kind of a bit of sense because especially against ensnared enemies, we can quite often, especially for instance alongside of a foam eclipse, this would be too much of a boon if it was 35%. So I kind of agree keeping it at 25 and 20. This also, of course, actually is much more debilitating foam than, for instance, fire or bleed. Shock with Thunderstrike doesn't, for instance, have that component, so that's also... God damn it. Does it? It doesn't, right? Or did they change that? My brain just went, they changed that. Yeah, did they change that? My brain, once again, correct. Should let my brain do this. It's much better at it than me. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's get this done. Let's delete all of these. Take 3. Oh yeah. Let's go. And lastly, but actually definitely not leastly, we have Immobilize. This is amplifies weapon damage by 25% to ensnared enemy here for the perfect. And also, as with most of these status effect ones, after 3 kills applies Ensnare to an enemy, to the next enemy you hit. This is in the same style as, for instance, Sadist, Ignited, and Thunderstrike and such. And with the perfects, as with them, after 3 kills, it applies its status effect, and with the normals after 4. And this one, though, instead of the 35% that, for instance, Sadist and Ignited get, this only gets 25%, which kind of makes sense because otherwise it would be too big of a boon alongside of them. Because ensnaring things is something that, for instance, especially in Legendary, we do a lot. And yeah, their foam eclipses are king, and this would maybe be too much of a buff alongside of them. For the perfect, we see that 25% here for a normal version. Yeah, it is 4 kills and then 20%. This though will be actually pretty handy to have because also what we have is, of course, Pressure Point, where it is 15% to all status effect styles. And that combination with the normal variant of this of 20% and a 15 alongside of it is actually still pretty potent, for instance, to use on Legendary with the Tinkerer. Here though on the perfect, we get the perfect on the Froth, here attack vector, and this attack vector of course is one of the top SMGs. So with that, with a pretty good talent here, I could definitely see this getting some use in especially Legendary or Masters where we're learning it alongside of a Foam Eclipse. But even more so, we have also the Lockdown, which is an M870 here. And while it isn't the preferred one of the military one quite often for headhunting, foaming something and then hitting them with this will actually be a very viable way to especially run a headhunter shotgun, because we would generally already run M870s there. And then alongside of that, we would either have it be with Pummel or with Brazen. And Brazen, of course, is not active from the first shot. That's more just if you fail to hit the helm, destroy the helmet on the first shot, then you can do subsequent shots. But what if you had 25% extra just because you foamed the enemy into place, or you have an ally that foamed them into place, let's say in Legendary alongside of a Foam Eclipse again. So this can be a really big damage boost that we have pretty good control over. And again, as well, after 3 kills, it applies it as well, because this is the perfect version again. And this I could definitely see getting some use, as yeah, we could, even if you're just headhunting with this, every 3 kills you would get one foam out of it. And while, yeah, of course, with headhunting, we want that likely that shot is going to be the kill, but in case it isn't, or in case it wasn't going to be, it's going to be much more likely to actually apply that kill. So this, especially alongside of just running a foam cam, I could see with headhunters being a really good play. And overall, this 20% that we can get from the normal version is already pretty hefty. If we take it over to the numbers, Why wasn't I scrolled down? It doesn't matter there. As we'll look at it here with equalize and salvo, kind of as our striker variant that we'll be using it here with. As of course, that's going to be kind of the general meta going forward and such. But here, if we then add immobilize on top, surprise, surprise, it's 20% on top. But again, as well, kind of confirming here that it is a separate multiplier. It is working in that intended way. This is, of course, just for the normal variant. But also, if we kind of then compare it to, for instance, Killer on the same build, on the same setting, we see that, for instance, Killer would be at 24% because actually Killer is going to be bigger because of that lower crit that is caused by the Equalize and Salvo, because they eat a little bit into the crit, where we would go, for instance, Cheska plus Grupo if we were going to high-end pieces. So actually Killer is becoming much bigger than it used to be, kind of illustrating that. And of course, yeah, if we were just running Sadist and we were running so alongside of, let's say, maybe an OD, that would be at 30%. But I could very well see actually going for legendaries and such, going with, for instance, 2 strikers and an OD, and then the foam having basically the immobilize plus sadist combo, with Tinkers on the strikers, having that be the route to go. And yeah, that can be actually pretty potent here. And of course, we also even have the combination of going, for instance, immobilize plus pressure point. I don't think this will be still a general use because we already have ignited and such. And while I quite often find myself, although more in more cases, me being the Fire Eclipse, but quite often I find myself alongside of Fire Eclipse as well. I don't go out of my way to go and grab an Pyromaniac or put Ignited on my weapon. Partially because the time to do that and Killer is okay enough, and we'll activate Killer more than enough to get some more worth out of it. The downside of this would be also in Legendary, for instance, to consider, just to point that out, is that now when the foam, goes through the floor and doesn't hit anybody, which quite often, we send some foams to Narnia. Now it's an even bigger issue because now also the damage bonuses of the damage dealers is getting affected by that. But I do think this definitely has a place, especially that shotgun, as I've completely remembered the name of the lockdown. That definitely will find a place, I feel, with headhunting and such. Because, yeah, you can foam the enemy with a foam canister, get a 25% amp going into that current shot. That can make all the difference in cracking a helmet or not. But in general play, I don't think it's a really good go-to. Because also, for instance, if we want to have that CC ability, I would personally lean much more towards, for instance, Fire, having the Ignited. But of course, here we are getting it on, for instance, an attack vector. That with Thunder's Fury, I could definitely see, and then every few kills, you foam an enemy, making it much easier to take them down. And sometimes just surviving matters more than doing the damage. But here, it is still doing pretty good damage. It is competitive with Killer when active. Killer's activation is always going to be, of course, it needs a kill to get going, but here as well, you need a source for foam for it to consistently be there. If you're going to rely on just foaming 1 in 3 enemies, you better damn hope that you're foaming names and such to make up for that, because otherwise, you're kind of basically splitting this in 3 if it's just general enemies and everybody's, elites and such. Overall, though, I think this is a good addition to the game, and overall, one that an obvious one that was still missing to foam. I am happy that they didn't push this to 35, because that would actually be a little bit too potent, because in the settings that we use foam eclipses and such, that's usually when we're try-harding our best anyway, and adding too much damage there would actually be a little bit even more power creep than we're getting from some of the other pieces. But let's head on to a conclusion. You know what? I'm just gonna We're just gonna do it up here.
Mandatory. Please remove all metallic objects and electronic devices when entering the safe area.
The lighting so weird. Actually, we'll just start in this because I'm just gonna do a short outro kinda. We're just gonna make our case for some of these things and let me check over here. Yeah. This is let me catch up here actually. Yeah, sorry. So we're recording some stuff, so I told him is what do you think is best for SP overdogs or coyote or tanker? Overall overdogs. So the answer to 1 mag leads. I'm guessing it's not proficient or like expertise much and stuff likely either or optimized up and such. Overall, Overdogs is a pretty good fit. More times than not, it's active on a lot of things, and then it's a really big bonus when it is. So even if you like kind of average it out, it comes to be a really powerful buff. Also, of course, it's in the season track now, so you can get it pretty easily. So that helps a lot as well. So, and likely you'll have one already, right? Coyote is not as big of a bonus nowadays anymore because the competition there is also, for instance, for solo is either Memento or Tinkerer, and Memento is especially really good solo. Like some of my most used solo builds are with Coyote or with Memento, which are the tech tanks, which I'll actually, I'll link to the recommended build list in case you aren't familiar with that. But there's other there with tech tanks. That's actually what I really recommend for solo play. That's what I run a lot. Especially the Heartbreaker and the Striker are two that I run quite a bit. Yeah. And that all brings us to the end of this very long video. This PTS really had a lot to discover and go through. Especially, of course, getting a gear set and a brand set that are really competitive and really interesting in their own ways. Together with multiple exotics, especially the weapons that are pretty innovative. Yeah, we had a lot to cover there. But yeah, as we went through, let's actually kind of recap here, because especially I think the gear set could stand to gain a tiny bit of weapon damage. Basically, I feel taking that backpack from being a plus, well, taking it from 3 to 5, taking it from 3 to 6, that makes it so that kind of that backpack is kind of required, but also I don't think pushing the 3 to a 4 would make it that much. Well, that would open up some other avenues of kind of abusing it maybe and kind of getting too strong of a build out of it. But I feel especially with getting a little bit more out of the backpack would be nice there. But yeah, then it would definitely become one of the competitors for running Pestilence with, and that could be a good thing as well, where it could open up, because even still, the Langmo pieces are somewhat harder to get. This would still keep a place for the high-end one, because that one has much more upfront damage and can get up to damage much more quickly. So if you're doing something quick, that's the one you would go for. And then for longer sessions, then that concentrated could be the thing. And that would also kind of put it in line with, for instance, being a little bit closer to Umbra with full stacks, especially because it does take a while to get there. Even though that once it gets up there, it stays there quite a long time. And that's actually the nice thing about it. There is a consistency once you get it going, but it's kind of like Memento. It sometimes feels like it takes a while to get it going, and especially if you're really reliant on it, yeah, it hurts a little bit. Then, of course, yeah, we have unit alloys with its two names. I feel that especially unit alloys in itself kind of breaks with the philosophy of some of these brand sets. That part I'm kind of okay with, but especially then adding on top of that two named items where one is Perfect Obliterate, which, yeah, on a really good brand set. And that makes it basically, even more so than the meta, somewhat more of a best in slot almost. Because if we're going Obliterate, we're going to go Equalizer. That part I'm not too un-okay with, but I do feel that, for instance, the Salvo actually does stand to lose a little bit of damage. Going from a 8 rate of fire to a 6 rate of fire, I feel would be much more in line, especially when we're comparing it to some of the other items that kind of have those bonuses. Because especially when it is with ARs, it is much further apart than, for instance, a Contractor's is when it is with a LMG. And yeah, overall, I think the brand set itself, it's kind of fine, but yeah, I would like to see, especially the Salvo, maybe receive a little bit of a retune. Overall, though, I am looking forward to just running these. They're giving us effectively a little bit of the damage that they took away from us with Project Resolve, at least from Strikers. Now that they're putting it out in high ends, and this, of course, does buff all builds. So there is something to be said for that, and I should definitely kind of highlight that part, because while we're kind of looking at it here as a buff to a Striker build, it is also a buff to all the other builds as well. And of course, once we get this and once we see the final versions and we have the final game likely actually in 2 weeks from now, then we'll do an in-depth look, and likely most of the build collection will be changed. I'm guessing more than half is going to be touched by the incoming of this unit alloys. If we then go to the exotics, Beacon is underperforming a little bit. I'm not sure how much you could push it further without it actually being a little bit broken, because it is, of course, a group buff, but so is Overwatch, and Overwatch already is exceeding it. So I feel you can push it a little bit further. But also that's, of course, just considering the damage side of things, because it also has regen and such. But I could see it standing to gain a little bit of damage. Bittersweet, I feel, is a really good spot, especially that buff that it has to headshots really makes up for it. And as we saw, going up against even Killer, as long as you're handling the buff well and landing your shots, especially while you have the buff, it will be really good. Then on the Sheriff, I feel this one definitely is overtuned. And even more so than the Salvo, I feel it stands to lose about 10% base damage difference, going from a 35 to a 25. And I feel then actually adding in some reload speed to it, even maybe more so than the 20% that other weapons would have from a mod, would actually even overall make for a better weapon. It would be balanced on the damage end, and then actually would feel decently, because now as well, it feels actually worse than some of the other weapons, even though it does more damage, but just because that reload is so much more impactful and just feels so much worse. This way as well, it would leave a place for things like light glue and SASGs and basically all of the crit used shotguns. Because otherwise, this will become the go-to. That 35% will exceed basically damage talents while active, and all of those damage talents on shotguns especially do require you to land your pellets or get some kills, or at least get a kill, for instance, for Killer. Having something that just exceeds them outright is maybe a little bit too much. And I'm perfectly on board with Immobilize, and yeah, definitely one that we kind of always expected. There is definitely a set list of status effects, and yeah, they're going through them here and there and adding one of them in. Immobilize, though, is definitely going to be useful for instance, if we're going legendary alongside of a Foam Eclipse, or for instance, with going alongside of them inside of a Master mission, because there we often kind of go with them as well. And honestly, I was kind of here and there, often using Pressure Point for that. Immobilize will take over that. But also then, for instance, Immobilize plus Pressure Point becomes an option, for instance, for using it with Tinker. Overall, though, this PTS definitely a lot of things to enjoy, especially as well, because alongside of that, we have the modifier, and that modifier is looking interesting. It definitely doesn't have the damage of last season's modifier, but that's also, to me, not a bad thing. For a whole season, we kind of felt, at least I did, especially when I turned on the modifier, pretty OP, to a degree that when we turned on global events, we felt weak, which was a new feeling to have. But going into the next season, there is not that much damage into the modifier, but I'm kind of okay with that. There is definitely some utility there because we have a decoy, basically, but also a very loudmouthed decoy, and yeah, he needs to shut it. And it would be nice if we at least had a toggle to turn him off by itself without turning off all dialogue. But I do think, yeah, that's companion is actually an interesting thing, and I'll enjoy running around with a true son buddy just puppying around me. But yeah, that brings us to the end of this very long video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. For future videos, we are going to go get back and catch up on actually that blue and yellow stats video that I kind of teased. And yeah, we were definitely going to do until the PTS came out. And before the end of the season, I do want to get a tipping skills build showcase out. So I'll be following this one up, hopefully before the end of the season. So I hope you join me for those. But for now, as always, have a good night. Hey there, Manny, and thank you for the raid there. As yeah, much appreciated. Although I'm heading towards an ending here as well. Although that ending there was for the video that I was recording, that's why I'm still up. Like a dumbass. Was this? Yeah, so this was this. I might just split this up into two even. Wow, nah, we're just gonna dump. Okay, who wants to guess what the runtime is? But yeah, hey there, Manny, and yeah, I hope you had a great stream and hope you had some fun. So let's make sure. Let's go over here. As I'm up way too late because I was recording stuff here. I was planning on doing this tomorrow morning-ish, but yeah, that's not gonna work because I have a bunch of meeting stuff and such to do for the next few hours actually, but then I'll get to sleep. So yeah, we stayed up recording way late, but also yeah, it took way longer than I intended. Because yeah, the end runtime here is, although there's like 3 minutes here and a few like minutes somewhere else, I think. But yeah, it's closest to 2.5 hours in length. That's a lot. And indeed, and yeah, welcome in. There's well, that's gonna be pretty easy because I'm gonna rage very hard because actually, yeah, we need to round that. Mostly because also as well, I want to make sure that the VOD kind of is VODable, and that means that I actually need to end it in the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, YouTube doesn't take longer than 11 hours 55 minutes. No, I've done like 13-14 hour streams. That's the reason I know YouTube breaks. But yeah, we are gonna round it out, and yeah, I should kind of feel bad for sending everybody forward as just as you guys arrived, but you know, we have to do what we have to do. Let me in the background go and find somebody to refer us to raid. Yeah, I'm basically asleep. Although actually, I'm gonna guess because I'm never up this late, so nobody of the people that I normally raid are totally gonna be available right now. Let's put this from high to low. You know what, yeah, I'll just go with Nerve. At least somebody that I recognize. Yeah, funnily enough, we got raided actually by people I usually raid. Like, that's how late we're going. Like, as usually, like, their schedules is after mine. That's why I usually, raid Manny and raid a little huge and stuff. But yeah, they got to raid me back today. But yeah, we'll go raid Nerve. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Likely just, yeah, I might start an hour or two early, but nothing much more than that. We'll see how that goes. And definitely this video, of course, is going to get edited, and I'll have it up before the end of or before I start streaming. So and yeah, let's end everybody off because yeah, I'm running out of the timer there. Yeah, we're gonna go right over onto Nerve, who is also in PTS. Looks like. Oh no, that's not. That's Imminence Armaments, not. Oh, actually, wait. The Imminence well, from a distance, Imminence Armaments looks kind of like this logo. Actually, I hadn't noticed actually. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. I'm gonna send everybody on the Twitch end off, and I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.
Foundry, because it's not very good. If you lose the shield, you're gonna die. As a tank, you will die on Iron Horse, which can't happen. Your tank should never ever die. If you lose your shield,